You are listening to 48 Hours a Day by Little Bleary Zhao. Novels from Novel Fire. Thanks for listening. Hope you enjoy the story. Chapter 1151, The Elimination Method. You don't know why the explosion happened? Besnova demanded. I told you that the safety test was designed by Chief Engineer Famin. I'm only responsible for submitting its procedure to the Institute of Hydropower Engineering and the Nuclear Safety Committee. Bruinov said as he glanced at Zhang Heng. He appeared very nervous, haunted by thoughts that Zhang Heng would cut off another of his fingers if he was unsatisfied with his answer. What did the Institute of Hydropower Engineering and the Nuclear Energy Safety Committee reply to you? I didn't receive any reply from them. Seeing that Besnova was about to get angry again, Bruinov hurriedly added. You can't blame me for that. They're very busy. I don't know how long they'll have to wait for the reply, and the reactor is about to be shut down for maintenance. If we miss this time, we'll have to wait until the next cycle before we can carry out the test. We've done this several times before, and we haven't encountered any problems. After Bruinov finished, he saw Zhang Heng, Master Kuei, and Coconut whispering to each other. They even glanced at him from time to time, which gave him goosebumps. Thus, he took the initiative to plead. I know I've made a mistake, so I'll go back to Moscow with you. I only hope that you'll let me say goodbye to my family. Who's taking you to Moscow? Angered by Bruinov's words, Besnova laughed. However, after that, her expression changed, and she said to Bruinov with a straight face. The cause of the accident has not been found out yet. We will not go back. Don't mention to anyone else that we came to look for you, understand? Understood. Understood. Bruinov nodded repeatedly. The others I'm talking about also include the expert group and the committee members after that. Of course. Bruinov almost patted his chest. Your secretary? I'll take care of it. I'll make sure she keeps her mouth shut. Your finger? I was too worried about the accident at the nuclear power plant, so I cut myself while cutting an apple. Clearly, Bruinov understood. However, his excuse was too ridiculous, and Besnova was speechless. After that, Zhang Heng left Master Kuei behind to look after Bruinov, and he took Besnova and Coconut to look for Famin, who was next door. Unlike Bruinov, the tactful and worldly-looking factory manager, Famin possessed a square face, sharp corners, deep eyes, and a pleasant voice. Sounding a baritone singer, he was clearly usually very efficient in his work. But now, he was the first person in the nuclear power plant to collapse. Zhang Heng and the others could hear him shouting. Where else can I find water? Where else can I find water? Apparently, the chief engineer was having a headache over how to carry out the orders of the higher-ups to continue supplying water to the reactor, even though there was no longer a need for water there. Zhang Heng and the others said nothing. They pushed the door open and walked in. After that, Famin received the same treatment as Bruinov, and he was pressed on the table by Zhang Heng. So far, the players had already talked to the 4 people on the list, but they still hadn't received any system notifications, so only Famin was left at the top of the list. According to Dyatlov, Bruinov, and the others, the safety experiment that triggered the reactor explosion was designed by Famin, so he was obviously responsible. Famin must have realized this, which was why he had become so stressed. Like Bruinov, he insisted on blowing up the water tank instead of the reactor, because only then could he possibly survive the current crisis. Thus, he spent most of the morning figuring out how to fill the reactor with water. After the water in the spare water tank was used up, he even contacted the fire department and asked them to bring more water over with fire trucks. Zhang Heng and the others returned to the nuclear power plant. Although they were led by Vorobyov, they were still exposed to some radiation along the way. Normally, it wouldn't be that serious, but because they were already at the scene of the explosion and now had absorbed a good amount of radiation at close range, Coconut didn't look too good either. After entering Famin's office, she threw up in the trash can for a while. However, when she raised her head and looked at Famin, her eyes were filled with hope. Famin felt his hair stand on end under her gaze. He didn't understand why this strange woman was looking at him like she was her savior. The chief engineer had no idea what to do with the current situation. Furthermore, his mental pressure had reached a critical point. As long as Zhang Heng exerted a little pressure on him, he wouldn't even need to do anything before explaining everything honestly. However, after a round of questioning, Famin repeatedly stated that he didn't understand why the explosion had happened. He insisted that there was nothing wrong with the design of his test. Even after Zhang Heng stabbed the knife into Famin's thigh and he wailed in pain, he still couldn't figure out what went wrong with the safety test. He only blamed everything on the two who were on duty last night. In the end, Zhang Heng only released his grip when he realized that he could not ask any more questions. By then, Famin was completely paralyzed on the table. Snot and tears were streaming down his face. On the other side, Coconut looked exhausted. She sat on the sofa in her office and covered her face with her hands. No one knew what she was thinking. The office fell into a strange silence. Coconut spent a full 6 to 7 minutes to barely suppress the disappointment in her heart. She opened her mouth again. Did we just ask all the people we can ask, but still fail to complete the main mission? What should we do next? Who else should we look for? The designer of the nuclear power plant. What should we do if he doesn't have any effect? Have we been heading in the wrong direction from the start? Coconut's tone was filled with frustration and entirely devoid of faith. As the names on the list were removed one by one, the remaining ones were either not easy to find, or the ones who seemed to have less responsibility. Coconut's mood became more and more irritable. She was the most exposed among the players, and if nothing went wrong, she had the least amount of game time left. She could even feel an invisible hand slowly strangling her neck harder by the second. I can console you that our mission is almost complete, but you're also a player, so you should know very well that we're still in the investigation stage. We can't rule out other possibilities, so we can only choose the most likely path and go down to take a look. Zhang Heng said, We can't get any more clues from the nuclear power plant. Let's go and meet up with the others first. Tell them about the situation here, and then we'll discuss what to do next. Chapter 1152, The Next Step. Chapter 1152, The Next Step. It was already 12:20 p.m. when the players regrouped. Almost 11 hours had passed since the explosion, and Zhang Heng had already questioned everyone involved in the accident at the nuclear power plant. He finally understood why Pripyat had waited for more than 30 hours to organize an evacuation, but the main mission that the players were most concerned about still seemed a little silent. It wasn't just Coconut. The other players couldn't help but mutter to themselves. We've already seen Dyatlov, Akhimov, Topchinov, Bryanov, and Famin, but none of them triggered the main mission completion prompt. Could it be that the explosion really had nothing to do with them? Mouse asked as he raised his finger. There's definitely something wrong with Famin and Bryanov. Zhang Heng said. They started the safety experiment without obtaining the approval, something Bryanov had said himself. It's hard to tell about the others, but the two leaders definitely won't be escaping. He had just finished changing his clothes and threw the work clothes he had worn to the nuclear power plant into the dustbin at the side. The doctor also added, The main mission this time is to find the key people, but actually, it didn't say how many there were. Previously, we misunderstood and felt that we should find the person with the greatest responsibility. But could it be possible that we actually need to find all the parties involved in this accident in order to complete the mission? If that's the case, then we're in big trouble. Master Kuei frowned. We don't even have an exact number of people, so how do we know if someone is missing? We don't even know how many we've found or how many we're missing. Who else is on the list? The maintenance man asked. The designer of the nuclear power plant, or more accurately, the designer of the graphite-moderated boiling water reactor. But the problem is we don't know who he is, and he doesn't look like he in Pripyat either. Mouse said. He seemed a little flustered now. Previously, everyone expressed their opinions and worked together to perfect the list of suspects. However, in reality, they focused most of their attention on the first few names on the list. Never had they thought that things would develop to this stage. As the first names were eliminated one by one, the remaining names were all unlikely, and finding them would be very troublesome. Under normal circumstances, it would have been fine. At most, everyone would do a little investigation. However, what the players in this dungeon lacked the most was time. Although the players were still in an okay condition, Coconut notwithstanding, according to the doctor, this was probably a temporary illusion. They were beside the reactor when it exploded, so they must have absorbed a lot of radiation. The radiation had destroyed their DNA, causing the cells to be unable to continue to replicate usually. Once these cells complete their life cycle, what awaited them next would be death. And in the doctor's words, that was probably the most painful and cruel death of all known methods. What should we do? Are we going to Moscow next? The young man asked. But when we arrive in Moscow, where should we start looking? I asked Bryanov. The Chernobyl nuclear power plant was designed by the Institute of Hydroelectric Engineering. The first group of experts after the explosion included people from the Institute of Hydroelectric Engineering. The Deputy Director of Nuclear Power Plant Safety, V.S. Kowitz, was the one who came. Zhang Heng said. He should know who designed the RBMK. That's great. Mao sighed. All the players heaved a sigh of relief. It was not that they did not want to go to Moscow. In fact, considering Pripyat's current radiation situation, no one wanted to stay here any longer. However, based on past gaming experience, main storyline quests rarely required crossing cities to complete. Moreover, it was easy to leave Pripyat. When that time arrived, it would not be so easy to return. In another 20 hours, after Moscow realized what had happened in Chernobyl, the military completely overtook the place. Everyone living there would be forcibly evacuated, and it was bound to become an empty city. In fact, everyone had already seen the empty buses entering Pripyat one after another in the morning. The roads near the nuclear power plant were also guarded by the militia. In addition, militia groups from other places were gathering at the Yanov station. It might sound hard to believe. Apparently, after the accident at Chernobyl, the first people to realize the danger were not experts led by Bryanov and Fomin, but Pripyat militia, who first took over the site from the fire brigade. They then began to block the road to the nuclear power plant, especially the favorite fishing sites. They even set up a temporary emergency command center, quickly mobilized under the leadership of the Deputy Minister of the Interior, Gennady Vasilyevich Burdov, which was why when the evacuation decision was made, it was carried out so quickly. Burdov arrived at the scene of the explosion around 5 a.m. By 7, 1,000 people from the Ministry of Interior had already arrived at the location of the accident. Burdov then contacted the Transport Department in Kiev, asking them to provide 1,100 vehicles for possible evacuation later. Unfortunately, although the deputy minister smelled danger, he still did not know how dangerous the invisible opponent he was facing was. Thus, the 1,000 internal affairs militia present, like the firemen, did not take any protective measures. They were exposed to a great deal of radiation for a long time. Still, because they guarded the dangerous area, the danger was significantly reduced, or rather, greatly reducing the risk of others entering the nuclear power plant. Of course, this also caused some trouble for the players in their search for Fomin and Bryanov. Ultimately, after receiving the news that the reactor was safe and sound from Fomin and Bryanov, Pripyat's DW office did not issue an evacuation order. They even refuted the rumors that First Secretary A.S. Kamanyuk was still waiting for the decision from the higher-ups. However, the condition in the hospital couldn't be hidden. In the morning, people were still relatively optimistic and went to work and school as usual, but as noon arrived, more and more people felt unwell. As they coughed away, rumors and gossip of all manner began to spread. When Zhang Heng and the other two came out of the nuclear power plant, they could see that the pedestrians on the road back to Pripyat had obviously become serious and worried. Some had even left Pripyat without waiting for official notice, by themselves or by train. Chapter 1153, Hope. Chapter 1153, Hope. No matter what, the players finally had a plan of action for the next step. The reality was, no matter what kind of disaster, hope was humanity's most advantageous weapon. After finding a new direction, everyone, including Coconut, temporarily calmed down. Then, everyone began to discuss how to get close to Kovitz. According to Bryanov, the expert group had arrived in Kiev an hour and a half ago. Factoring in the time on the road, they should have reached Pripyat by now. However, they did not know how they got there. Did they take a train, a car, or a ship? Moreover, they did not know where they would go after they arrived and how their schedule for the day should be arranged. The players, however, knew where the expert group would be staying at night, the Pripyat Hotel, which was the only hotel in town. With a pleasant environment and good service, it was usually employed to receive tourists from all over the world. Vesnova was certain that if the expert group stayed in Pripyat, they would definitely stay in that hotel. This will save us a lot of trouble. We can just wait at the hotel, Kuei said. When the time comes, we can let Besnova take a look at which room Kovitz is in. If we're lucky, we won't even have to alert the others. Her suggestion was also agreed upon by all the players. Hence, the maintenance crew started to drive toward the Pripyat hotel. Everyone seemed to have regained their energy. However, Zhang Heng knew very well that this energy was only temporary. Once he received an unsatisfactory answer from Kovitz, Coconut and many people's emotions would probably be crushed. Unlike the people of this era, Zhang Heng and his group of players were very clear about the horrors of nuclear radiation. In a sense, mankind's true understanding of the crisis actually came from the disaster. Perhaps only an intuitive incident as such could attract everyone's attention and vigilance. The Chernobyl accident was like a heavy punch into everyone's stomachs, not only the ordinary people who knew nothing about nuclear physics, but even the engineers and workers who worked at the nuclear power plant. Before this, thanks to their 30-odd years smooth path of nuclear utilization, complacency and paralysis somewhat took over everyone. Thus, when disaster really struck, many people lost their sense of danger. This was also an important reason why, in the eyes of many people in the future, people seemed to be a little slow in dealing with this matter. To put it bluntly, both Soviets or the United States had never dealt with a situation where a reactor core exploded. So until now, 11 hours after the explosion, multitudes of people were completely oblivious to the enormity of the situation they were faced with. Just as the players rushed to the hotel, on the other side, the group of experts from Moscow had finally arrived from Kiev by car. Some headed directly to the nuclear power plant, where they spoke to Bryanov and Fomin in the bunker to understand the situation, while others headed to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to find an Mi-6 helicopter. They also found a photography agency and binoculars, intending to fly above the reactor to see what was going on. When the helicopter approached the reactor, they were completely stunned by the scene below. The original position of the reactor was now completely in ruins. The drum separator had long left the place where it was supposed to be, and even the pipes below had been ripped out. The gathering pipes stretched out from the external wall of the auxiliary system, proudly pointing to the sky. Crushed stones and black graphite were strewn everywhere, and the reactor core was glowing with a blue luster. The air was also filled with a strong metallic smell. The amazing thing was that in this terrible mess, the water tank of the emergency control system that Bryanov and Fomin had reported didn't seem to have suffered much damage. The wall that it was on was still standing there. The experts on the plane were also a little dumbfounded. The situation at the scene was far too different from the information they had received. On the way here, they were already thinking about how to repair the damaged part of the reactor as quickly as they could, reconnecting the reactor to the grid to generate electricity. But now, even the most optimistic person would not think that reactor number 4 reactor could continue generating electricity. The experts led the helicopter in a hover over the right side of the reactor before asking the cameraman to capture the scene under their feet. Everyone's heart and eyes were beating wildly. Even without a measuring instrument, they could sense how powerful the radiation was, especially when they looked at the ruins of the reactor. They could see the deep red color below. Those on the helicopter instantly knew what that meant, but they said nothing because the prospects of that would be simply too horrifying. It would condemn not only the Chernobyl nuclear power plant to its doom, but also the 50,000 residents of Pripyat. Ukraine, Belarus, and even further would be affected. In fact, they were only flying near the reactor, and they were exposed to an insane amount of radiation. Only because they were responsible for the investigation did the experts not let the helicopter land. Immediately, however, when they saw Bryanov and Fomin in the bunker, they did not expect them to still continue clenching their teeth, insisting that the water tank had exploded and that the reactor was safe and sound. Bryanov and Fomin had already figured out that they had no way out, no matter how much they tried to shun responsibility for the reactor exploding. As the main person in charge of the nuclear power plant, they could not escape responsibility, and the only way to survive now was to drag the experts sent by the committee down with them. Then, they would figure out how to cover up this big lie. The experts who had seen the reactor were speechless. They looked at Bryanov and Fomin with a hint of sympathy, thinking that the two of them must have gone completely crazy. However, after all, the first group was only responsible for investigating the accident and a solution. They did not have the right to directly command and issue orders. even though everyone who saw the situation of the reactor felt that they should immediately evacuate the nearby residents. However, they still waited for the members of the accident committee to arrive on the second plane, especially Boris Yevdojimovich Skrbina, the vice-chairman of the Council of Ministers. He also happened to be the first person to be in charge of handling the Chernobyl accident this time. He had been promoting the construction of nuclear energy in Second World War for all these years. Previously, Bryanov had proposed that he should evacuate the residents of Pripyat, but he had rejected it without hesitation. Having arrived in Pripyat around 9 at night, he rushed to the meeting room without taking a breather. "How's the situation?" Skrbina rubbed his sore thigh and sat on a chair in the conference room. "It's awful. The reactor has been completely destroyed. I propose that we should evacuate the residents of Pripyat immediately." Marlin, the person in charge of the Soviet Special Investigation Commission, said with a solemn voice. Chapter 1154, The Grand Pripyat Hotel. At the Grand Pripyat Hotel, the players had already arrived before the accident committee. As usual, Bezanova arranged a room with the front desk. Master Kue and Besnova shared a room, mainly so the latter could be supervised. The doctor shared a room with Mouse. Zhang Heng shared a room with the maintenance man, and the last two were Coconut and the young man. However, after the young man received the key, he pulled the repairman to a corner. After half a minute, the key in his hand had been changed to a room with Zhang Heng. At the same time, Zhang Heng also received his own key. At the same time, the system notification rang in his ears. Ding! Successfully checked into the Pripyat Hotel. Game points, +3. Please check the relevant information on the character panel. Even though the atmosphere in the dungeon was tense, the game points were still hidden and distributed as usual. Zhang Heng looked around. Other than the server and the server who were busy changing keys, the others' expressions also changed. They had obviously received the system notification. Furthermore, most of the players were already used to the method of obtaining points. Previously, they had witnessed the explosion of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, but hadn't received any points. Now, they had just randomly checked into a room and received 3 points. Zhang Heng's gaze turned around and finally landed on the young man in the uniform. The latter strolled quickly towards him. "Idle." The young man waved the key in his hand and said excitedly, "We can live together now. How did you convince the maintenance worker to exchange rooms with you?" "I promised to pay him 1 point when I get out." 40,000 yuan just to share a room with me? Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. "My family is doing well. I have 2 office buildings for rent, so this amount of money is nothing." The young man said nonchalantly, "You haven't seen those little girls who chase after celebrities outside. In supporting their favorite traffic celebrities, they even bought goods worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. If 40,000 yuan was enough for them to stay with their idol for a night, they would definitely fight over it. Unfortunately, I'm not a celebrity." Zhang Heng said, "The name Simon is enough to overshadow all celebrities in the player world. And I'm not the only one paying attention to you, my idol." The youth in uniform blinked and then looked around, lowering his voice. "Before this dungeon, I just received a piece of gossip. February Siege, leader of the Ark of Light Guild, is also secretly investigating you. It said that he has also mobilized large funds within the guild. I wonder what he's up to." Zhang Heng frowned. He did not expect February Siege to target him as well. Previously, he had some friction with one of the 3 big guilds, Ark of Light, because of Shinsisi, but he did not reveal his identity. This time, February Siege paid attention to him, most likely because of this proxy war. Speaking of which, the person who suffered the most losses on the rankings was probably Ark of Light. Although initially, they had successfully dominated the rankings, who would have thought that in the end, it would be him and Beta that would have to ruin it. However, if February Siege wanted to kill him because of such a thing, it would seem like they were making too much of a fuss. Therefore, Zhang Heng could not guess what Ark of Light was thinking. However, he still nodded as a gesture of thanks to the youth who provided him with the information. The latter patted his chest. "It's no big deal. I have long disliked those guys from the 3 major guilds on the forums. If I find out that their people are up to something, I will definitely inform you immediately. So, you see, my idol, should we add each other on WeChat or QQ so we can contact each other more easily?" The youth rubbed his hands in glee. I'm sorry, I don't like to be disturbed. Zhang Heng bluntly rejected. If you want to find me, you can send me a private message on the forum. My ID is Saturn V. Roger that. All experts have their own personalities. The young man gave him a thumbs up as if he knew what he was talking about. Initially, he did not have much hope of getting Zhang Heng's phone number or QQ. The only reason he asked was so that he could play a few games first. He was already very satisfied with Zhang Heng's forum ID. This meant that he could look at Simon's posts and replies in silence. I often hang out on the forum, so I'm very well informed. The youth added. I can see many posts that were deleted not long after they were posted. If you want to know anything, you can come to me. Okay. After the players received the keys to their room, they did not rush upstairs, but first assigned the order of duty. Of course, they would not forget the purpose of staying here. They needed to know when the experts from the committee would come to the hotel. However, this job did not require too many people. They only needed to leave one person in the lobby to watch the door, while the rest could go back to their rooms and wait. Thus, everyone arranged a shift. Everyone stayed downstairs for 2 hours, and after that, the next person was replaced. Taking into account Coconut's current condition, the players removed her from the duty roster. The first person to stay on duty was the maintenance worker. After that, the rest of the group took the elevator to the 6th floor, where the guest rooms were, and returned to their respective rooms. The players had been in a hurry since the moment they entered the dungeon. Previously, they wanted to escape the Chernobyl nuclear power plant that had an accident as quickly as they could. Then, in an attempt to quickly complete the main mission and investigate the cause of the accident, they had been running around for more than 10 hours. Only now did they have some time to rest. At least, before Kovitz arrived at the hotel, they had nothing else to do but wait. Before leaving the elevator, the doctor reminded the players to stay alert and open the windows. They had to be careful of the radiation outside. Then, the players separated in the corridor. The young man found the room where Zhang Heng and Kovitz stayed and inserted the key into the keyhole. When he opened the door, he saw a spacious guest room. Although the furniture was old and looked like it was from the 1980s or 1990s, everything looked fresh and new. Just like Pripyat, the hotel hadn't been built for long and had only just opened for business. However, the facilities were perfect, and the environment was beautiful. This also reflected the ambitions of Pripyat's builders and managers. Not only did they aspire for Pripyat to become an atomic city, but they also wanted it to become a famous tourist attraction. The large amusement park had been built early on, and the second hotel had been approved and was about to start construction. If not for the sudden nuclear accident, this beautiful town might be just crowded with tourists in many years. Chapter 1155, Speculation. As soon as the young man entered the room, he tossed the bag in his hand onto the sofa. He walked over to the wine rack and grabbed a bottle of vodka and 2 wine glasses. Would you like to try some authentic Soviet vodka? No, Zhang Heng said as he walked over to the window. He first checked if it was closed before picking a shaded spot near the door and moved a chair to sit there. On the other side, the young man had already poured half a glass of vodka for himself. He took a sip and commended. Yes, it simply tastes perfect. Even though I've never tasted authentic vodka before, I don't know what authentic vodka tastes like. Are you sure you don't want a glass, my idol? At least you can be disinfected. After all, according to the doctor, the cells in our bodies have probably become abnormal. Vodka can't cure your radiation sickness. Zhang Heng said calmly. All right, it's just a Soviet joke. The uniformed youth scratched his head. He could see that Zhang Heng didn't seem to have any interest in chatting now, so he didn't bother him anymore and returned to enjoying the vodka he had just got. Having calmed down, Zhang Heng finally had the chance to check his character interface. Name, Zhang Heng. Gender, male. Age, 20. Player number, 07958. Number of rounds played, 9. Current game points, 216 items. Sheath, B. Infinite building blocks, B. Pestilence bone bow, B. Earthly scales, C. Heart of Christ, D. Filter lens, D. Paris arrow, D. Lucky rabbit's foot, E. Oath rings, F. Pinball soda, F. Skills, knife, LV. 4. Sailing, LV3. Shooting, LV. 3. Assassin, LV. 3. Lego assembly, LV. 3. Language proficiency LV. 2. 9 languages at daily communication standard. Archery LV. 2. Field survival LV. 2. Driving skills LV. 2. Modification and maintenance LV. 2. Aerospace LV. 2. Geek LV. 2. Criminal investigation LV. 2. Makeup LV. 2. Cowboy LV. 2. Piano LV. 1. Skiing LV. 1. Rock climbing LV. 1. Herbology LV. 1. Evaluation. This player has inherited part of shadow power, is proficient in 9 languages, and possesses incredible knife skills. As an opponent, you would not want him to touch any knife in battle. He is also a Lego master and a spear expert, an assassin lurking in the shadows, a cowboy with superb skills, excellent detective and camouflage abilities, and possesses slightly better luck than ordinary people and a higher chance of encountering enemies. He is the emissary of plague, armed with fierce blades, has excellent sailing experience, is proficient at bows and arrows, can drive cars, fly airplanes, spacecraft, and other vehicles, and adapts well to wild environments. He has a rich reserve of skills, keeps promises, and bursts with fantastic strength at critical moments. In addition, he is also a pinball soda fan. All in all, he is a nearly perfect player. This time, Zhang Heng slightly adjusted the item he carried with him in the dungeon. Death Illusion had been used by Fan Mainan not long ago, and in its place was the new earthly scale that he had obtained. Other than its practical effects, this item's biggest advantage was that it did not take up any space and was directly hidden inside his body. Other than that, Zhang Heng also brought along pinball soda. In addition, after going through the last round of the dungeon, his skills had also undergone some changes. Although his language proficiency was still at level 2, it had increased to 9 languages. This meant that the Finnish he had been studying before had also reached the level of daily communication. His Lego assembly skill had also been upgraded from level 2 to 3. It was a significant upgrade, of course. This was because the skill had been stuck at level 2 for quite some time. And even though Zhang Heng didn't delve into it intentionally after leaving the Lego dungeon, he still managed to achieve a breakthrough in the bodyguard dungeon because he had used it many times. This was the 5th level 3 skill he was possessing. The evaluation that followed had also been updated accordingly. Zhang Heng was already familiar with the previous content, where the comment of the pinball soda fan at the back was probably because he brought along the corresponding item. The focus was actually on the last half of the sentence. This was also a summary of the character. Before this, Zhang Heng's description was stated as rarely seen among players and had not been updated much. It was only until this dungeon that this half of the sentence finally changed to almost perfect gamer. Zhang Heng wondered if there were other players who had received such a comment. On the other side, the young man in the uniform was silent for a while before he could not help but ask, "Idol, what are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about who the god behind this dungeon is." Zhang Heng replied. The young man nodded. "Indeed, there has been a saying among the players that there is a god behind every dungeon. They will set up obstacles in the dungeon to screen out the agents that fit their needs. This dungeon is related to Chernobyl, which means the god of disaster is behind it, or the god of nuclear energy, if there is such a thing. Is there any meaning in finding out the owner of this dungeon?" "Most of the time, there is no meaning to it," Zhang Heng said. "But we don't have any other clues at the moment. I'm just saying, don't take it to heart." "How can you not take it to heart? You're Simon, the #1 player among players. You've cleared many dungeons by yourself. If it were anyone else, it would be fine, but you definitely wouldn't be shooting off your mouth. Did you find something?" The youth in uniform seemed interested. "No, any investigation will start with a lot of assumptions. Most of these assumptions will be quickly eliminated as the investigation progresses." Zhang Heng said, "Don't think too highly of me. The information I have now is basically the same as yours. You're being too modest, Idol." The young man in the uniform said unhappily. 2 games, and you're already #1 on the leaderboard. I don't know who else can do it other than you. Unlike the others, I've always believed that you can help us clear this dungeon." "Yeah, maybe I'm overthinking things. After all, this is just a normal dungeon, so the difficulty shouldn't be that high. When we find Kovitz, we should be able to recreate the nuclear accident. Hopefully, We will successfully complete the main storyline mission by then. Zhang Heng said. I'll take a nap first. I'll probably be busy at night. Hurry up and go to sleep, my idol. Don't worry, I'll wake you up if anything happens. The youth raised the wine glass in his hand. Since he was going to be the maintenance man's next shift and couldn't rest immediately, he volunteered to be the alarm. Chapter 1156, An Unexpected Situation. Zhang Heng slept until around 8 p.m. The sky outside the window had darkened, and the traffic on the street downstairs had also increased significantly. Almost all of the cars were heading out of the city, forming a long line. The road was completely choked, not to mention the steady stream of cars joining in along the way. Although there was no official evacuation announcement, more and more people chose to leave Pripyat. In fact, the school had already announced the suspension of classes in the afternoon, and students were required to stay indoors. However, the hotel had just sent people to check room by room, and all hotel services, including the restaurant, were not affected. However, the 7 players did not dare to eat the freshly baked bread and sausages. Even though they looked delicious, Zhang Heng and the others still chose to eat canned food in the packaging. They only used the hotel's kettle to boil 2 bottles of mineral water to drink. 8:40 p.m. Zhang Heng took over from the previous doctor on duty and sat in the lobby of the Pripyat Hotel. He took out a newspaper, but in reality, he observed the people coming in and out of the door. According to the hotel receptionist, the current Pripyat Hotel was at more than half of its occupancy rate. Guests mainly came for travel and business, including a small number of foreign guests who came to admire the modern atomic city. It could be seen that the guests were also worried about the current situation. Some were already considering whether to leave early, but some decided to stay. At around 10:15, Zhang Heng saw a group of people walk in from outside. There were more than 20 of them, and each of them was dressed in a suit. Some of them were even dressed in military uniforms. They escorted a short but agile man into the hotel. When the waiter saw them, he quickly went up to welcome them. However, before he could say anything, he was interrupted by the short man in the middle. He waved his hand impatiently, and the waiter immediately became silent, not daring to say anything else. He quickly led them to a restaurant at the side. It seemed that the head chef had been informed in advance and had already prepared the meal. However, it had been a while, and the temperature had dropped. Most importantly, there was already a lot of radioactive dust on the surface, but the group of people did not seem to notice. After they had prepared their own food, they found a place and started wolfing it down. There was almost no conversation during the whole process. It was clear that they were all worried, and many of them looked exhausted. Zhang Heng knew that he had finally met the right person. Although he had never met the people from the committee, the clothes and behavior of the group in front of him, other than the committee members and experts who had just arrived in Pripyat, seemed out of place. The short man in the middle, if nothing else, was the chairman of the accident committee, Shelbina. According to Bryanov, the short man was a serious and stuffy man with a strong sense of control. Whenever he gave an order, there was no room for negotiation. This was why Brukhanov was so afraid of him. Even now, the Chernobyl nuclear power plant director was still insisting that the water tank had exploded. However, the experts who had arrived first realized how serious the situation was. After dinner, they split up. Sherbina and the other 2 took the elevator, but the rest did not return to their rooms. Instead, they turned around and left the hotel. Zhang Heng hesitated for half a second before standing from his seat. He picked up the newspaper and followed Sherbina. If everything went as planned, the people who left would return to work. Sherbina and the other 2 would probably take a break first. However, when they entered the elevator, Zhang Heng saw him press the button for the top floor. Zhang Heng chose the lower floor. When the elevator arrived, he left the elevator with the newspaper in hand. He took 3 steps to ensure that the people in the elevator could no longer see his position. Then, he immediately sped up and ran to the safety corridor, following the stairs to the top floor of the hotel. Zhang Heng poked his head out to look in the direction of the corridor. Sherbina and the other 2 had just walked out. However, they did not go to any rooms. Instead, they went up the fire escape to the rooftop of the hotel. There, a helicopter was already waiting for them. Although Sherbina had been persuaded by the experts at the previous meeting to agree to the evacuation, he still wanted to see for himself the real situation of the reactor. Zhang Heng didn't expect the committee to have a quick dinner upon their return to the hotel after such a long trip. They didn't even return to their rooms to rest before they went back to their own work. However, Zhang Heng wasn't in a hurry. He knew that those people would come back to sleep sooner or later. Furthermore, they had gotten the keys to their rooms while they were eating and had asked the waiter to carry their luggage to their rooms. In other words, he could already find Kovit's room from the waiter. Therefore, Zhang Heng went to Coconut's room. He was about to ask her to continue translating and discuss with Besnova how to get the room number. He didn't expect that he'd receive no response after knocking on the door. Zhang Heng frowned. Among the players, only Coconut and the maintenance worker lived alone. He couldn't rule out the possibility that she was sleeping and didn't hear the knocking at the door. Therefore, Zhang Heng emboldened himself, but the door next door opened first. The maintenance guy poked his head out and asked, "What's wrong?" "There's no movement in Coconut's room," Zhang Heng said. "What a troublesome woman. Should I call the uniformed boy to open the door?" The maintenance guy muttered. He had a deep impression of the lively iron wire of the boy. "No need. This kind of lock is very simple. I can open it too," Zhang Heng said. He had checked the door lock the first time he checked in, and he was very familiar with opening it now. However, before he entered the room, Zhang Heng still shouted, "We're in." After saying that, he pushed the door open. However, just as he stepped into the room, he smelled the sour smell of vomit. Zhang Heng took out a mask and put it on. When he entered the room, he saw the Coconut lying on the floor. Her face was now completely red. Zhang Heng touched her forehead and realized that it was frighteningly hot. She was probably suffering from a high fever and had fainted from it. Perhaps the only fortunate thing was that she hadn't eaten much previously, which prevented her from dying from choking on her own vomit. Zhang Heng turned to look at the stunned maintenance worker behind him. "What are you still standing there for? Go get the doctor." Chapter 1157, First Member Reduction. As the players had previously visited Pripyat's medical center, the doctor took this opportunity to collect a batch of medicines that might come as useful. Not only were there anti-radiation medicines like potassium iodide, but there were also some anti-inflammatory drugs and tranquilizers. Now, these medicines had finally come in handy. About 20 minutes later, the sweating doctor came out of the room, leaving only Kuei and Besnova to take care of Coconut. "How is she?" Zhang Heng asked. "Not very optimistic." The doctor took a cigarette from the repairman's hand and took 2 puffs. "The deterioration of her body is faster than I expected. Her body temperature is around 38 to 39 now. Hair loss, ulcers, body swelling. But these are all minor. The real problem is that the radiation is destroying her immune system. After that, any kind of bacteria floating in the air could be fatal to her." The doctor paused for a moment before asking Zhang Heng, "Did you come into contact with any radioactive sources when you returned this time?" "There was radiation everywhere at the nuclear power plant, but we met someone from the Ministry of Civil Defense there. He had a detector in his hand, so we followed him. We tried our best to avoid places with high levels of radiation." "Is that so?" "That could be because the amount of radiation accumulated in her body before was already very high. In short, her current condition is very bad. I just thought of a way for her to have some physical cooling, and I also applied some ointment on her festering wound. But this is only to relieve her a little. From the doctor's point of view, I suggest that we send her to the hospital because, considering the development of her condition, she needs a sterile ward and, if necessary, a bone marrow transplant. This won't save her life, but it will allow her to live a little longer. If we're lucky, she might be able to live until we complete the main mission." "Wait a minute," the maintenance man said. "We have to send her to the hospital? But who will be the next interpreter with the Ukrainian woman? Given Coconut's current condition, we might be able to have a chat with her and ask her to lend us the other earring. We'll return it to her after completing the main mission," Zhang Heng said. He then turned to ask the doctor, "Is she conscious now? Can she speak?" The doctor nodded. "She's still conscious, but her lips have festered and her skin has fallen off. It'll probably be very painful for her, so if you want to talk, make it really brief." At that moment, the uniformed boy interjected, We'll become like this in the future?" He also came out of the room after hearing the commotion, and when he saw Zhang Heng and the others standing in the corridor, he asked curiously, "Yes, It's very possible, but logically speaking, it shouldn't have developed so quickly. The doctor's expression became unprecedentedly grave. I don't know if it's because of the design of the dungeon or some other reason, but I estimated that we still had a week to move out. But now, it seems that I was a little too optimistic. We need to complete the main mission as soon as possible. You don't have to tell me. I've been dreaming of leaving this place. The maintenance man grumbled. Zhang Heng didn't say anything else. Just as he was about to walk into the room, he saw Master Kuei walking out. Not only that, she was holding an earring in her hand. You've already gotten it? So fast. The maintenance man exclaimed in surprise. We were just discussing this matter. How did you convince that self-saboteur to hand over the earring? And isn't it in her stomach? How did you get it out? What are you thinking? How could it be in her stomach? The doctor asked. Coconut kept vomiting. If the earring had been in her stomach, it would have thrown it up a long time ago. Even if she didn't, it would have gone into the sewer along with the feces. This item is so important to her. So how could she have swallowed it in one gulp? She only used a small trick and showed her attitude in the car. You saw it, but you didn't tell us? The repairman asked unhappily. However, when he looked at the faces of Zhang Heng and the young man, he realized that there was no change in their expressions. The repairman was stunned. No way. Am I the only one who doesn't know? But didn't you agree to her request back then? The repairman was asking Zhang Heng. Yes, she was very emotional at the time, and I just needed an interpreter. It doesn't matter who the interpreter is, so there's no need to provoke her anymore. Zhang Heng explained. On the other side, the uniformed young man also consoled the maintenance man. Even if you say that you're the only one who doesn't know, that's not the full extent of it. Mouse probably didn't notice it either, but I think he likes Coconut a little, or maybe his hormones have dulled his brain. In any case, Coconut now understands that she can't continue to act as the team's translator due to her physical condition. She's not an unreasonable person, so she agreed to lend her whispers to us for now. Master Kuei said. However, there's a condition. Among all the players, she only trusts Mouse, so she hopes that the whispers can be placed in Mouse's hands. Of course, since she has already handed them over, there's nothing she can do if we disagree. I have no objections. Zhang Heng said. Like I said before, I just need a translator. It doesn't matter who becomes the translator. I support my idol unconditionally. The young man said quickly. Then, the doctor nodded in agreement. The maintenance worker looked at the crowd and muttered. What? Do I look like a bad person? I just don't like her defensive attitude towards other players. This is not a one-man team dungeon. At least before the main storyline quest is completed, everyone should stick together and stop suspecting each other, right? You're right. The youth nodded. So in order to resolve the small unhappiness between the two of you, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip and send her to the hospital. I want to send her. Why? Of course it's because the car keys are with you. Don't worry. I, Mouse and Besnova will go with you. At least, I've helped her with the admission procedures. The doctor also said at this time. You'd better go there as soon as possible. Pripyat Medical Center doesn't have much experience in treating radiation diseases. I reckon that they will gather the injured together and send them to a big hospital in Moscow. The medical resources there will be better, whether it's the professional doctors or sterile wards. If there's enough time, Coconut would be able to catch the flight. What a bother, said the maintenance man. But in the end, he gave in and went downstairs to start the car. Chapter 1158, Intruders. Kovitz felt physically and mentally exhausted. Even before dawn, almost all of the first experts who arrived were woken up by the phone. They hurriedly dressed and rushed to gather at the airport. On the way, they studied the report submitted by Bryanov and Fomin, discussing how to restore the power supply to the nuclear power plant as soon as possible. However, when they arrived at the scene of the explosion, they realized that the severity of the problem was far greater than they had imagined. The previous plans were all based on the reactor being safe and sound. Now, they were all useless, so they had to collect information and find new solutions. Before Skrbina arrived, the experts had argued for a long time about how to put out the fire in the reactor. After that, they waited for him to take a helicopter to the reactor to inspect it before returning to the DW office and continuing the previous debate. Water was the most commonly used firefighting material. However, water could not put out the nuclear fire. Instead, it would only accelerate the pollution of the surrounding area after it evaporated. In the end, the scientists decided to use sand to put out the fire. However, getting the sand into the reactor was also a troublesome problem. It was not until around 3 a.m. that Skrbina found the Air Force general in Kyiv to borrow pilots and helicopters that could carry out the mission from the latter. Due to the lack of manpower, some people had to stay behind to help transport the sand, including a few deputy ministers. Kovacs got lucky, though, managing to get himself a few hours of rest. He dragged his tired body back to the hotel. After opening the door lock with his hay, he did not even have the strength to brush his teeth and wash his face. He just wanted to lie on the bed and sleep. However, the next moment, something cold pressed against his throat, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. He instantly became a little more awake. Kovacs then heard the sound of the door closing behind him. After about half a second, the light in his room lit up. Kovacs saw a woman sitting on the sofa. "Hello, Deputy Director. Who are you people? Why are you in our room?" Kovacs asked with a trembling voice. "It doesn't matter who we are. The important thing is that we don't mean you any harm," Besnova said. She was wearing a gas mask, so Kovacs couldn't see her face. In reality, this was also to protect Besnova. After the mission was completed, the players would leave this place, so it didn't matter if they would be targeted. Besnova, however, was a native of this dungeon, so if her identity was exposed, dealing with her wouldn't be too difficult with the power Kovacs yielded. Besnova understood this, so she was very grateful when she heard Zhang Heng asking her to put on the mask. Furthermore, with her previous experience, she was becoming more and more adept at this kind of thing. At least now, from Kovacs' point of view, he would never believe that the woman in his room was just a nurse. "Then why did you sneak into my room?" Kovacs did not seem to believe Besnova's words, especially considering how Zhang Heng's knife was still at his throat. "We just want to ask you for a small favor," Besnova continued. "Do you want money? I'm in a hurry this time, so I only brought around 100 rubles. If it's not enough, you can take my watch too," Kovacs said as he took off the watch on his wrist. "No, keep the watch. We just want to ask you a few questions about Chernobyl." Kovacs' body trembled slightly when she heard the name. "Chernobyl? Who are you people? Why do you care about Chernobyl?" "You just need to answer our questions truthfully. We have the same goal as you. We all want to find out about this accident," Besnova said. After a pause, she continued. "You are the Deputy Director of the Institute of Hydropower Engineering in charge of nuclear power plant safety. As far as I know, the Institute of Hydropower Engineering was responsible for the overall design of the nuclear power plant." "That's right." These things were not very secret, so Kovacs did not deny it. "So the design of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant was also done by you guys?" Yes, but strictly speaking, this design was done before I became the director of the design department of the nuclear power plant." Kovacs wiped the sweat on his forehead. "I was still doing hydropower designs at that time." "Then, according to what you know, were there any omissions in this design?" Besnova continued to ask. "Omissions? Oh, of course, but such things are inevitable. I mean, design is one thing, but when the nuclear power plant is actually operating, it's another thing. We're a little behind in the treatment of radioactive waste, and now it seems the pipelines are buried a little densely, not separated." "Mr. Deputy Director, I'm not asking about such a small problem, but a design flaw that could cause an explosion of the nuclear power plant." Besnova interrupted Kovacs. "A flaw that could cause an explosion at the nuclear power plant?" Kovacs' mouth was wide open. It was obvious that his surprise was not faked. "Do you think that the explosion at Chernobyl's reactor number 4 could be due to a design flaw?" After a long while, the deputy director squeezed out 6 words from his mouth. "This is too ridiculous. The Chernobyl nuclear power plant was built in 1970 and put into operation in 1977. It has been 9 years since then, and it has been safe and sound until now. How could it be a design problem? The workers on duty that night must have not followed the safety manual, causing improper operation. I'm not the only one who thinks so. The other members of the expert group also think the same. Unfortunately, we heard that they were very exposed to radiation, so we couldn't ask them in person." Seeing that Besnova did not seem to believe him, Kovitz added, I know what you're thinking, but I'm not saying this to shun responsibility. The RMBK reactor is found everywhere in the Soviet Union. You can take a look around. Their performance has always been good. Besnova made no comment and continued to ask, who is the designer? What? The RMBK reactor that you mentioned. Who designed it? It's academician Dorazali. Dorazali? Where can we find him? Moscow? A strange expression appeared on Kovitz's face when he heard that. Academician Dorazali led the design of the RMBK reactor in 1947, then built the first Soviet nuclear power plant. But now, he is no longer there. Chapter 1159, Everyone has their opinions. What do you mean he's gone? He has passed away. Kovitz said. After a long period of silence, Besnova spoke again. Then where else can we find people who know about reactor design? We actually have many people who know about reactor design. But if you're looking for people who can find fatal flaws in reactor design, I'm sorry. As far as I know, there really isn't such a person. Our duty is to provide the overall design for the construction of the nuclear power plant, and at the same time, take responsibility for the safety of the plant after it is completed. If we really find a design problem, we will definitely correct it at the first moment. Kovitz said. After a pause, he added, of course, the accident this time is extremely serious. There will definitely be more in-depth investigations after that. At that time, there may be a reassessment of the risks in the design. However, we need to first get the computer in the control room and study the various parameters recorded on it before the explosion so that we can recreate the situation of the reactor at that time. How long will it take? It's hard to say. At this stage, our focus is still on dealing with the accident, including evacuating the crowd and putting out the fire in the reactor. The investigation of the cause of the accident will be done later. Kovitz noticed that his kidnappers seemed particularly concerned about the design of the reactor. After giving it a bit of thought, he reluctantly gave a time frame. At the very least, it will take over 2 months. A month or two. Mouse, who had taken over Coconut's job as a translator, inhaled sharply when he heard that. With a look of despair, he said, 1 or 2 months. When the results of the investigation are out, how many of us will still be alive? Kovitz felt the emotions of the intruder on his right hand fluctuate violently. After he said the last sentence, the intruder's breathing had immediately hastened. However, unable to understand what the intruder was saying, he could only stand there in confusion. Then something hit the back of his head. Kovitz's vision went black, and he fell to the ground. Then Zhang Heng opened the door. Other than Coconut, sent to the hospital, all the other players came to Kovitz's room 5 minutes later. Zhang Heng gave a brief introduction of the latest intelligence he had received from the deputy director. This is the situation. He then said. As expected, almost all the expressions of the players changed when they heard this. Are we walking into a dead end? The maintenance man asked. That's not necessarily the case. The dungeon doesn't have an unsolvable situation. Zhang Heng said. Either our direction was wrong from the beginning, or we left something behind. Could it be that this dungeon is actually testing who can live the longest after such radiation exposure? The doctor frowned. It's hard to say for the others, but if that's the case, then Coconut is dead for sure, said the youth in uniform. Will we still be alive after 2 months? Master Kuei asked the doctor. I don't know. As I said, everyone's physical condition is different, so their survival time will also differ accordingly, said the doctor. Moreover, Coconut's body is deteriorating rapidly. To be honest, it has already exceeded my expectations, so it's hard to estimate how the others would do. Then what should we do? Mouse was already in a daze. He stuttered in a panic. Do we really have to wait for 2 months? What if the investigation results are out in 2 months, but the main mission is still not completed? It's definitely impossible to just wait. We have to try heading in another direction. Master Kuei said. Wait, do you mean that we still have to stay here? The maintenance man objected. You heard what the doctor said. This dungeon might be a competition to see who can live longer in the radiation. We've already absorbed obscene amounts of radiation from the explosion, and now the whole town is contaminated. Don't you think that leaving this place is the wisest choice? If you can't complete the main storyline mission, it doesn't matter how far you run. Where can you run to? Master Kuei asked in return. But the problem is that we don't even know what the main storyline quest is. The repairman said. From the beginning of the explosion until now, we've been continuously absorbing radiation without thinking about it. We even returned to the vicinity of the nuclear power plant. In the end, what did we get? The main storyline quest hasn't moved at all. This is why we have to stay in Pripyat. Master Kuei said. You're also a player, so you should know very well that very few quests are completed outside the initial city. But in less than 10 hours, the entire city will be evacuated. The maintenance worker said. The residents here will be forcibly evacuated, and the injured will be sent to Moscow. So what if we stay? By then, this place will become a ghost town. We won't be able to find anything. Well, although I can't bear the pain of running around, I have to admit that what he said makes sense. The uniformed youth said. After the evacuation, all we can do is wander around the city. Other than absorbing the radiation, it doesn't seem to be of any use. We might as well leave. Have you ever thought that the so-called key people might not be the ones who caused the Chernobyl accident, but the key people who will provide disaster relief later? Master Kuei interjected. That's possible. The boy nodded. The maintenance man was displeased. Whose side are you on? I'm not on anyone's side. I'll listen to whoever makes sense. Of course, I'll still listen to Simon in the end because what he said must be the most reasonable theory so far. The boy shrugged. In short, if we want to find the key figure in the disaster relief, we need to continue staying in Pripyat. Kuei added. This is just conjecture, just like what the doctors and I have guessed. This dungeon is a competition to see who can live the longest after radiation exposure. The maintenance man said. You're right, but I'm different from you guys. Rather than waiting passively, I prefer to be the master of my own fate. Master Kuei said. I'll stay. Then, I choose to leave this godforsaken place immediately. The maintenance man did not budge an inch as he swept his gaze across the other players. Is there anyone who wants to leave with me? We can drive ourselves out of here before the evacuation. We first head to Kiev, then find a way to board a plane from there and fly as far as we can from this contaminated city. Save it. You won't be getting anywhere without an interpreter. Master Kuei said calmly. Even if the investigation report comes out in 2 months and you're still alive, what can you do? If you can't even understand it, why are you looking for key figures? The Soviet Union is a massive place. I don't believe that we can't even find a single English interpreter. The maintenance man said. Brothers, we're splitting up now. Are we taking sides? The uniformed boy spread his hands. We haven't reached that stage, have we? Chapter 1160, Disagreements. I'm not trying to split up. I'm just giving my opinion. The maintenance man said. Since we don't know what the main mission is, why don't we each choose a direction and do our own thing to increase the chances of completing the mission? What an excellent plan, finding yourself a safe place to hide, while letting us investigate and risk radiation. If we complete the main mission, you can leave with us. If we go in the wrong direction, you can continue to wait until the official investigation results are out. Master Kuei said coldly. That's right, that's what I thought. The maintenance man admitted generously. But I didn't stop you guys from leaving with me. And after leaving, I didn't do nothing like you said. I just chose to ensure my own safety before thinking about the next step. The doctor hesitated for a moment and said, From my professional point of view, the latter's plan is indeed safer. You're just afraid. After seeing Coconut's condition, you're just worried you'll become like that. Kuei spat. Who wouldn't be? The maintenance man defended. We're facing nuclear radiation in this dungeon. Think about its name, the Invisible Killer. We're facing an enemy that we simply cannot defeat. The most important thing is to try our best to save our lives. I'll stay behind and help you guys with the translation. Mao said to Master Kuei. We can't wait for the official report. The sooner we complete the main mission, the better Coconut's chances of surviving. When he finished speaking, the eyes of all the players turned to Zhang Hong. Only Simon remained silent. Simon was the most famous of all the players. Even though Zhang Heng did not admit it, after entering the dungeon, he did assume the role of leader of the temporary party. Furthermore, he had a fanboy willing to kill the youth, the latter already expressing his unconditional support for Zhang Heng's decision. In other words, one vote for Zhang Heng was equivalent to 2 votes. However, Zhang Heng's mind did not seem to be on the argument between Master Kuei and the maintenance man. He stood in front of the glass window and looked out at the night sky. No one knew what he was thinking. Just as the maintenance man and the others were about to lose their patience, Zhang Heng said, "I will stay here." Master Kuei, Mouse, and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this. "Of course, it's up to you whether you want to leave or stay. If anyone wants to leave Pripyat, I won't stop them," Zhang Heng continued. "But from a personal point of view, I don't recommend that anyone leave." "Why?" The repairman was stunned. He had already made up his mind to leave. Zhang Heng's decision didn't affect him, but he found it hard to ignore the latter's suggestion. After all, Simon was the #1 player in the game. The repairman wouldn't be surprised if he discovered something that no one else had. However, Zhang Heng didn't have any intention of explaining himself. He only asked, "Is there anything else?" "No, there's nothing else." "Then that's it." This also marked the end of that night's argument. The repairman and doctor looked at each other and left the room together. After that, Master Kuei and Mouse walked to the door. Kuei said, "I'll see you in my room in 15 minutes. Let's discuss what to do next." "Okay, but let's delay the time. How about an hour later?" Zhang Heng said, "No problem. We can also use this time to pack our things. After tonight, we probably won't be able to stay at the Pripyat Hotel anymore." After saying that, Master Kuei and Mouse walked out of the room. Finally, only Zhang Heng and the young man were left. The young man's face immediately revealed an expression of discovery. He rubbed his hands together and said excitedly, "Idol, did you discover something? I told you not to think too much of me. I'm just like the other players, still trying to figure out the main storyline mission." Zhang Heng said. He pointed out the window. "Do you see it?" "What?" The young man walked to the window and looked down. At this time, Pripyat was still in a deep sleep. The streets looked deserted, and even the most dedicated shops were not open yet. However, on the street opposite the hotel, a group of people dressed like militia was following a sprinkler truck to do the sanitization work. "We need their clothes," Zhang Heng said. "Once the official evacuation order is issued, we'll have to change our identities to stay in this city. Do you want me to go get their clothes?" "Can you do that?" "There are exactly 4 drivers and the people behind them. I can handle 2 at a time." "Yes, I can handle the other 2. Zhang Heng said. "Let's go. They're about to leave this place." To avoid alerting the receptionist, the 2 of them jumped out of the empty room on the 2nd floor and landed on the floor. Then, Zhang Heng and the young man put on their gas masks. One was to isolate themselves from the radiation dust outside. At the same time, they also covered their faces. Before leaving the room, the young man grabbed a bottle of vodka from the bar counter. He held the bottle and walked toward the sprinkler with his head lowered. One of the 3 militiamen behind noticed the sudden appearance of the uninvited guest. He said something to the young man and gestured for him to leave. He was probably trying to persuade the young man to go home. However, the latter seemed to have not heard the militiaman's words and continued to walk towards the 4 of them with his head down. He even quickened his pace when they were less than 50 meters away. Although the militia felt that the newcomer was a little strange, they did not think too much about it. After all, there were 4 of them on their side, and there was only one on the other side. No matter how they looked at it, it did not pose a threat to them. Moreover, when the uniformed youth walked into the militiamen, they also saw the wine bottle in his hand. This seemed to explain the youth's abnormal behavior. Thus, a militiaman walked up and wanted to ask if the battle uniform youth needed help. However, when he was almost in front of the uniformed youth, he felt that something was wrong. He couldn't tell what was wrong either until the 2 of them were less than half a meter apart. The militia realized what was wrong. Although the other party looked drunk, there was surprisingly no smell of alcohol on his body. However, just as he was about to warn his companions behind him, the beheading youth had already made his move. At this moment, he was no longer drunk. He directly threw the wine bottle in his hand at the head of the militia in front of him. The latter was smashed to the ground. This sudden scene also made the two companions behind him stare blankly. Chapter 1161, New List. The two militiamen did not expect that the drunkard in front of them would suddenly attack someone. However, seeing their companion fall to the ground did not raise their vigilance. They still treated the young man in front of them like an ordinary drunkard, a man out of his mind and lawless. There were several such people in Pripyat. A bottle of vodka in one's stomach would make one oblivious to the enormity of heaven and earth. The two militiamen felt that it was necessary for them to help the drunkard change his habits. They placed the disinfection equipment on the ground and charged towards the young man in the uniform. However, the latter's movements were much faster. Before the two militia could finish surrounding him, the young man in the uniform had already ducked and bent his legs. Then, like a hunting dog, he dashed in front of one of the militia. The beheading youth should have used a move similar to Muay Thai in close combat. No one knew if he had practiced it in a dungeon or in real life, but it was obvious that he had spent a lot of effort on it. Although the militiamen in front of him had received some military training, it was clear that they could not withstand such storm-like fists. If it were not for his sturdy physique, he would have probably failed to withstand the first round of attacks. However, he did not last much longer than his companion, who had his head shot by a bottle. He was kicked in the abdomen and fell backward. At this time, the third militia had just charged forward. The uniformed youth did not expect his luck to be so good this time. He had succeeded in his first sneak attack. After that, the two of them did not react quickly enough. Like how the gourd doll had saved his grandfather, they lined up one by one to deliver vegetables, allowing the youth to exceed his level's performance and complete a 1 versus 3 feat. The first two people had already been knocked to the ground by him, and after losing the risk of being surrounded, the third person was no longer a difficulty, though the latter had finally become vigilant after seeing his companions fall one after another. On the other side, the driver on the sprinkler truck had also noticed the situation behind him. He jumped out to help, but when he saw his companions struggling under the uniformed young man's series of attacks, he thought about his own fighting strength. He realized that even if he rushed up now, there was an 80% chance that he would not change the final outcome. Thus, he decisively turned around, running to a car preparing to drive away for help. Unfortunately, he had just turned around to the front of the car when the door unexpectedly opened itself. Unable to stop his footsteps, he hurriedly got in but hit his head against the door before he knew it. Before he lost consciousness, he vaguely saw a figure appear in the driver's seat. However, he had no recollection of when the figure had got in. When the driver fainted on the ground, Zhang Heng also jumped out of the car. Moreover, unlike when he came, there was an extra item in his pocket. Clothes and other items were indeed needed for later operations, but it was not necessary to snatch them now. There was still some time before the official evacuation announcement. Zhang Heng had actually set his eyes on this group of militia because of the things in the car. At this time, the battle on the other side was nearing its end. As expected, the remaining militia was no match for Subjugator. They might still be ordinary people when they first entered the game, but now, after its baptism, even the most ordinary people would continue to evolve. Furthermore, Zhang Heng could see that the young man's combat level surpassed normal players. His Muay Thai was probably level 2. The young man did not rush forward. He dragged on until the opponent in front of him revealed a flaw due to overexertion. Only then did he use a perfect strike to end the not very intense battle. Looking at the three enemies besides his feet, a look of pride appeared on his face. Following that, the young man and Zhang Heng removed the uniforms and boots from the four of them and dragged them into the sprinkler truck. Zhang Heng then drove the truck into a relatively remote alley. It would be at least a few hours before the four woke up or were discovered. By then, the players should have already left the hotel. After all that was done, Zhang Heng and the young man knocked on Master Kuei's room. The latter hadn't been idle for a long time. After packing up his things, he started to plan his next move, including drawing up a new target list and a timetable. Master Kuei didn't waste any time. As soon as Zhang Heng and the young man entered the room, she stuffed a letter into their hands. Our current course of action has changed. We've gone from looking for the culprit to finding the person who solved the crisis. Of course, if you guys have any better ideas in the future investigation, you can bring them up. I've made a rough list. If any of you know more about the Chernobyl accident, I'll have to trouble you to help me improve the list. Zhang Heng glanced at the names on the list. The person in the first place had changed from Dyatlov to Skrbina. He was the chairman of the committee and the person Moscow had sent to deal with the accident. He was also the one who gave all the orders and decisions for disaster relief, so there was no problem for him to be in this position. However, the second person after him was much more difficult to choose. The firefighters who put out the fire outside the reactor in time, the Deputy Minister of the Interior, Beldorf, and his militia, or the first group of experts who arrived, the Air Force pilots who were busy transporting sand to put out the fire. These were all important figures to the disaster relief, but their contributions were difficult to quantify. I remember in the original history that in order to prevent the core from burning through the floor and coming into contact with the water in the basement, which would cause a steam explosion, a few nuclear power plant engineers risked breathing in lethal radiation to open the water valve to drain the water. If not for them, Ukraine and Belarus would probably have been finished, and the whole of Europe would have been affected. So I think they should be in second place. Master Kuei nodded and made a note on the paper. And the miners, Zhang Heng said. In order to prevent the reactor's lava from sinking and contaminating the groundwater, even the nearby rivers, the Soviets dug a tunnel to inject liquid nitrogen to cool the reactor. In addition, the work of collecting the graphite ejected from the explosion back into the reactor was also very important. It was done by the Soviet military, but now we have a problem. What's the problem? A lot of work wasn't done by one person, so how are we going to find the key person? Are we going to see who is the leader or whose contribution is more prominent? This also brings us back to the original question. How do we quantify everyone's contribution? Zhang Heng asked. Furthermore, the disaster relief has only just begun, and many things have yet to happen. I'm afraid we'll have to continue waiting to find those on the list. Hashtag. Chapter 1162, Evacuation. Even before the break of dawn, buses were already lined up on the highway beside Yanov train station. One after the other, the line extended a total of 20 kilometers. From afar, they looked like a long line. However, for reasons unbeknownst, the authorities did not immediately organize an evacuation after dawn. Instead, they began to broadcast continuously through the town's radio, telling all citizens to stay in their residences and not to leave. At the same time, they also reminded people to close their doors and windows. A group of health workers distributed potassium iodide pills everywhere. Short-handed, they had also recruited a group of female high school students to help. Meanwhile, representatives of the town's businesses and organizations were gathered in the DW building, where the Ministry of Internal Affairs explained the details of the evacuation. Many people were in disbelief. They had already felt unwell yesterday and had left Pripyat with their families. But there were still many people who chose to remain since the sky in Pripyat was still as clear and blue as ever, not to mention the crystal-clear river. Other than a faint metallic smell in the air, everything looked the same as usual. How did the situation develop to the point of a sudden evacuation? Moreover, the experts were vague about when they would be able to return. Thus, there was a lot of dispute at the meeting. However, in the end, the representatives of the enterprises and organizations chose to comply with the arrangements of the DW and assisted in the evacuation that involved the entire city. The official time of the evacuation was set at 2 p.m. Although Beldorf had already transferred 1,100 transport vehicles from Kiev and other places, for the remaining residents of Pripyat now, these 1,000 vehicles were far from enough to transport the belongings of Pripyat's residents. The government also wouldn't allow anyone to take anything that had been contaminated by radiation. Thus, at noon, the radio broadcast told the residents who were still in the city that the evacuation was only temporary. It would be around 2 to 3 days, and they would be back soon, so there was no need to bring too many things. The officials suggested that only a small amount of daily necessities was enough. Unfortunately, but unsurprisingly, cats, dogs, and other pets were not allowed to be brought. Most people did the same. They packed some change and laundry in plastic bags. It was all the luggage they had. Even though the atmosphere in the town was already very tense, no one thought that this would be an eternal farewell to their beloved home. Most chose to believe the official story, optimistic that they would be back in a few days, which in their view was not even a bad thing since it also freed them from work. 3 days of time was almost equivalent to a small holiday. Some children even jumped in excitement despite the militia's repeated exhortations. But there were still people who came downstairs in advance and talked to their neighbors. Some women wore only thin pajamas without even holding their passbooks because the radio said that as long as the doors and windows were locked, the militia would help them take care of the property in the house and ensure no thieves would enter. When the time was nigh, the buses drove in one by one into Pripyat and parked under different residential buildings. The militiamen kept urging people to speed up their actions. There were also a few minor incidents, but they were all quickly quelled. The buses started again, carrying full loads of people to an unknown destination. Behind the bus were also many cats and dogs. They seemed to have realized their fate of being abandoned by their owners. They ran and cried. Some even tried to force their way into the bus, but to no avail. Although some owners opened the windows despite their dissuasion, they could only look at their pets with tears in their eyes. They shouted their names and said goodbye to them. Because of the government's ban, these pets could not leave with their owners. Eventually, the dogs and cats were tired of running, so they could only stand by the roadside and watch their owners leave, their eyes filled with sorrow. Zhang Heng also heard the barking of the dogs from the nearby streets. He was now in the town's gymnasium with Besnova, Master Kuei, Mouse, and the uniformed youth. The gymnasium had been closed since the afternoon of the 26th, but the lock on the door could not block the steel wire in the young man's hand. There was no one else here, and there was a sealed room, perfect for them to use as a base. The doctor and the maintenance worker left around dawn. Even though they were a little worried about Zhang Heng's final suggestion, they still decided to follow the original plan after some discussion. The two of them couldn't imagine how dangerous it would be to leave this place, and their language barrier had been partially resolved. Since the Pripyat Hotel would occasionally receive foreign guests, there were also people who could speak English there. Even though only elementary level, it was roughly equivalent to a primary school student. In the future, however, to a certain extent, it would solve the urgent problem of the doctor and the maintenance worker. Before they left, they hijacked the English-speaking waiter to act as their interpreter. At least, they wouldn't come off as not understanding a single word. The group also divided up the resources they had plundered earlier. Not only were there food and protective equipment, but the doctor left some tranquilizers and fever medicine for Zhang Heng and the others. Although the two sides previously had some unpleasant disagreements about the direction of their next move, the breakup was still relatively harmonious. After splitting the loot, the doctor and the repairman drove the newly stolen car into the traffic and out of Pripyat City. Although the 7 players had only known each other for less than 2 days, experiencing this crisis together caused a bond to form between them. This was especially so after they had just lost their coconut. After that, the repairman and the doctor also chose to leave. Now, there were only 4 people left on the team. Moreover, there was still no news of the mission. This made the remaining people somewhat depressed. However, they still had to do what they had to do. After a simple lunch, Kuei suggested investigating the pilot responsible for transporting sand to the reactor. After all, whether the miners or the engineers went down to open the drainage valve, there was still no sign of them because the authorities had not launched any action yet. Skrbina, the number 1 person on the list, was still there. However, his identity was more special. It was not impossible to sneak into his room and interrogate him as he did with Kovitz. However, cleaning up after that wouldn't be easy. Therefore, the players still preferred to postpone the investigation of him a little. Through this, the pilots were the better targets for investigation. They risked being exposed to radiation and flew over the reactor, again and again, dropping sand to put out the fire. Clearly, they played a significant role in the relief of this disaster. Chapter 1163, Confidence. Zhang Heng and the others spent the whole afternoon completing the investigation of the pilot. Unfortunately, there was still no hint of the main mission being triggered. The falling of the night saw the town of Pripyat fall completely silent. It was hard to imagine that just a few hours ago, there were still tens of thousands of people living here. Now, the city had become empty. Other than the team of experts in charge of disaster relief and the militia, there was no one else. All the shops and public facilities were basically closed, and even pipes were no longer supplying water. Before the operation in the afternoon, Zhang Heng found a militia uniform for Besnova. The 5 of them were now wearing uniforms and driving a military vehicle. At first glance, They looked no different from the other militia in the city. As they drove past a residential building, they heard gunshots coming from there. Zhang Heng knew that the militia was shooting the pets that their owners had left behind in the town. Although it sounded cruel, the pets had also absorbed a fatal amount of radioactive particles, just like humans. The radioactive dust fell on their fur and moved around with them, making them a mobile source of radiation. If left unchecked, they might even carry the radiation further away. The radiation poisoning might even make them go crazy, just like the mad coconut. Coconut was human after all, but she was also a player who had experienced many dungeons, meaning she still had a strong sense of self-control. In comparison, the cats and dogs would become uncontrollable after exposure to such extent of radiation. After the residents of the town evacuated, the militia began to clean up these potential safety hazards. Accompanied by the sound of gunshots, the cats and dogs that were previously alive and kicking dropped to the ground one after another. The militia dragged the corpses onto the car and waited for them to be sent to a specific location to be buried. In order to prevent the radiation from their bodies from contaminating the land, their graves would have to be completely sealed with cement. General Zhang Heng drove to the front of a supermarket. In the early morning of the 26th, they had swept through the goods in Pripyat, but at that time, they did not expect the main mission to be so difficult to complete. Only taking about 3 days' worth of food and water, they then gave a portion to the doctors and maintenance workers, and they sorely needed to replenish their supplies now. However, when the 5 of them entered the supermarket, they found that most of the goods on the shelves were still in their original positions, except for the food that was missing. The young man in uniform shone his flashlight on the empty food shelves. Someone came here before us. Those militias and the experts and committee members who are staying at the Pripyat Hotel, they all need to eat, so the food here should have been packed away by them in advance. Kuei said, "If that's the case, doesn't that mean we won't be finding any food in other supermarkets as well?" Mouse asked anxiously. Now that the water supply had been cut, the entire city was completely paralyzed, meaning they needed to solve the problem of food and drinking water on their own. The food which they collected the last time would only last them a day or so, and even if they ate sparingly, they would probably last 2 more days at best. After that, they would probably go hungry. It was only then that the players realized the seriousness of the problem. Pripyat had not only lost people, but also its basic social security. Water and electricity were things usually ignored, and it was probably only after losing them that people began to realize how precious they were. Fortunately, Zhang Heng spoke up. "It's fine. The residents of the evacuated the town in a hurry, so they didn't take much with them. There should be a lot of food in their fridges and kitchens. The militia probably didn't touch those things. As usual, try to pick processed food with sealed bags. If you can eat the food in the fridge, then eat it. I saw an apartment building when I came here earlier. It's not far from the supermarket. We can go there to look for food." Master Kuei suggested. "Let's split up. It'll be more efficient. We'll gather in front of the supermarket in an hour." Hearing that, everyone agreed. They divided the area according to the floor and split up to search. Zhang Heng also entered a house through the window. It was clear that the owner had left in a hurry, having no time to put the plates back on the shelves, and there were still a lot of clothes left on the sofa and on the bed. He then opened the fridge. Inside, he found an unopened bag of sausages and 2 boxes of canned meat. Unfortunately, there was only 1 bottle of beer, and half of it had been drunk. Finding an empty bag from the cabinet, he threw in the bag of sausages and the 2 boxes of canned meat and headed to the second apartment. 1 hour was not enough for the players to thoroughly search the entire apartment building, especially considering that not everyone had a special lock-picking tool like Zhang Heng did. It took a lot of time to break down doors. Nonetheless, despite all that, the players had more or less gained something after 1 round. Zhang Heng stuffed the bags in his hands to the brim and had no choice but to take 2 new bags. Furthermore, he had accidentally gained 5 points during the search, probably because he had received a bag of snacks most popular among the local under-12 youths. When the group gathered, they counted the items they had obtained. The results were quite encouraging. Conservatively, this batch of food could last them for another 4 to 5 days. It could be considered a preliminary solution to the food and water crisis they faced. The young man coughed as he moved the half box of milk he had found into the car. Zhang Heng noticed that his arm seemed to be a little swollen. How do you feel now? Just like that. The young man remained as heartless as ever. Didn't the doctor say that we've all been exposed to lethal radiation? Therefore, our health will definitely deteriorate. Furthermore, this city is filled with radiation now. We can't avoid it even if we wanted to. Then why didn't you leave this place with the doctor and the others before? Didn't you support the maintenance workers' opinion back then? Zhang Heng asked. Because compared to them, I trust you more. Idle, I believe that I will definitely survive this dungeon with you. The young man's confidence in Zhang Heng was even greater than Zhang Heng's confidence in himself. He proclaimed with certainty. You can even defeat an agent war dungeon. There's no reason you'd be finding a daily dungeon too difficult. However, this time, Zhang Heng was unusually silent. He patted the young man's shoulder. Rest early tonight. There are still lots of things to be done tomorrow. Hashtag. Chapter 1164, New Guests. April 30th, 1986. Nearly 5 days had passed since the reactor explosion. Over the past few days, Zhang Heng and the others had been investigating the various parties involved in the disaster relief, trying to find the key people. Unfortunately, despite their very positive actions, even risking a huge risk by running back to the nuclear power plant twice, the main mission still did not get any better. Not only that, but the health of the players was only becoming worse. After losing the doctor, no one knew exactly how much the radiation had affected them, but they could still feel the changes in their bodies. The youth's arm that had swelled up was now a full size bigger than before. It could not fit into his sleeve, and the only thing they could do was to open a hole in the clothes. Other than that, ulcers had appeared on his tongue and cheeks, and layers of mucous membranes fell off, making it difficult for him to speak. Mouse wasn't in too great of a condition either. One of his legs had turned bluish-purple. Not only was it swollen, but it was even a little shiny. It was very smooth to the touch, and there were blisters on the inside, causing excruciating pain upon every movement. On the 4th day, it was already difficult for him to move, and on the 5th, he could only sit in the car. On the other hand, Master Kuei was in a slightly better condition than the other two. Her face was swollen, and her eyes were somewhat bloodshot, and she also started shedding hair. It wasn't only her hair that was falling off, but her eyebrows as well. In comparison, Zhang Heng's condition was the best among the four. He only had dark brown patches of different shapes on his skin that would cause constant pain, but it basically didn't affect movement. In addition, the 5 of them, including Besnova, felt different levels of fatigue. The doctor had mentioned this. It was probably nuclear fatigue. The 5 of them had just returned from the cement mixing plant. To be honest, they didn't have much hope when they went there. Although the work there was also important, it was obviously not that important. The only reason they went there to investigate was that there was no other place to go. At this point in the operation, even Kuei, who had been the most determined, couldn't help but waver. He started to wonder if he had made the wrong decision to stay in Pripyat. Even though there were many names on the list that hadn't been investigated yet, that would be for the rescue work relatively later in time. Everyone knew that the most valuable thing was actually the committee chairman, Skrbina, who ranked first on the list. Previously, the 4 of them had decided to postpone Skrbina's investigation, worried that it would cause too much commotion. Zhang Heng had also managed to obtain the estimated duration of Skrbina's stay in Pripyat from the DW's office. The latter was prepared to wait until the reactor fire was completely extinguished and would only return to Moscow once the situation was under further control. The earliest they could do so would be in May, so the players were not in a hurry. However, as time passed, the players seemed to have made an agreement. They started to talk less and less about the investigation of Skrbina. It was not because they were worried about stirring up any trouble, but simply because he was the players' last hope. If they could not get any clues about the main mission from Skrbina, they wouldn't know what to do next. On the way back, the atmosphere in the car became very quiet. Zhang Heng drove the military vehicle past one empty building after another. Occasionally, he could see some militia squads hunting animals. They flashed past the car window with guns in their hands. Initially, the crowd was worried that the militia would notice them, and they stopped their cars and allowed themselves to be interrogated. But now, in this empty city, seeing the same kind of people that happened to appear by chance gave the players a sense of kinship. Zhang Heng parked the car outside the stadium. He looked up at the sky. The sun was about to set, and it was almost dinner time. However, When Zhang Heng opened the stadium's door and walked into the room where they had stored food and water, he found that it was a mess. The glass bottles used to store water were broken, and the biscuits and sausages had been eaten. Only the packaging and residue were left on the ground. The only things that were still intact were the few bottles of canned fish. What happened? Did the militia discover this place? Master Kuei asked. No, it was another guest. Zhang Heng bent down and picked a box of canned food beside his feet. He saw the row of teeth marks on the metal box. Stray dogs? The youth in the uniform asked in a muffled voice. Although the militia had started to clean up the pets left in the city on the day of the evacuation, there were still quite a few that escaped the net. During the past 2 days, the players had also encountered a few stray cats and dogs. Under normal circumstances, when they saw the animals from afar, they would use stones or something to drive them away. After all, there was quite a lot of radioactivity in these animals now. And when the cats and dogs sensed the danger, they would immediately run away without waiting for the stones to hit them. However, there were occasional exceptions, especially when the cats and dogs would become hungrier. Some hungry dogs began to hunt down the stray cats in the city, swallowing them to satisfy their hunger. However, the dogs would soon become agitated due to the increased radioactivity, and they would start attacking the humans in the city. Some of the militia teams responsible for hunting were bitten by the mad dogs. The players had encountered them because they had been active in the city, but fortunately, they did not encounter any danger. In terms of combat power, the mad dogs were not particularly strong. However, since they had run into the stadium, the players could not leave them alone. If the dogs sneaked in during the night, and anyone was bitten, there would be no shots here to fight tetanus. Thus, when Zhang Heng saw this, he took out the pestilence bone bow on his back. He pulled out another arrow from his quiver and ran along with the paw prints on the ground. This level of pursuit wasn't that difficult for Zhang Heng. The culprit obviously hadn't thought about how to disguise himself. After feasting on the food, he swaggered out of the stadium. His trail was practically everywhere along the way. Zhang Heng found the ladder's nest without much effort. Outside the changing room of the badminton hall on the top floor, there was a shepherd dog. Its health did not look good. Just like the humans, it had been severely affected by radiation and had lost a lot of fur. Its body looked like patches of alopecia, but what was worse was the wound on its backside. It seemed to have fought with the teams responsible for hunting animals, but it miraculously survived after being shot. The bloodstains on its chest fur showed that it had swallowed some small animals to satisfy its hunger. It was unknown whether it was a stray cat, a mouse, or a dead bird nearby. Chapter 1165, Stray Dog. Zhang Heng raised the pestilence bone bow in his hand and aimed it at the sheepdog that was lying on the ground, seemingly asleep. At this distance, he was confident that he could kill the sheepdog with one shot. He would shoot directly in the head, inflicting as little pain as possible to it. Leaving this world in its sleep was probably the last thing Zhang Heng could do for it. However, the next moment, just as Zhang Heng was about to release the bowstring, the shepherd dog suddenly opened its eyes. Man and the dog looked at each other for about half a second. Then, the dog let out a low growl, as if trying to stand up from the ground. However, an arrow pierced through its head. Although Zhang Heng couldn't send the shepherd dog away in its sleep as planned, his arrow still hit the target cleanly. The hound fell to the ground after being hit by the arrow. Zhang Heng then put away his pestilence bone bow and turned to leave. However, just as he took a step forward, he stopped, because Zhang Heng heard the movement behind him. The shepherd dog that his arrow hit almost died on the spot. It was already a corpse. Zhang Heng saw it clearly, so the movement was definitely not from the dog. He turned around and saw another poodle trotting out of the badminton stadium's changing room. Zhang Heng frowned. He had not expected that there would be more than one dog in the stadium. Previously, when he had chosen this place as their base, he, Uncle Kuei, and the others had searched the place thoroughly. At that time, they had not found any other animals. This meant the 2 dogs should have only come later. However, for some reason, they had come here. Other than the room where the players stored their items, there wasn't much food in the stadium. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have attracted the dogs. Could the militia's hunting outside have driven them here? After all, compared to the streets and the wild, the stadium was indeed safer for stray dogs. These thoughts flashed through Zhang Heng's mind, but he didn't dwell too much on them. He took off the pestilence bone bow on his back again and pulled the bowstring. Zhang Heng didn't know what the relationship between the poodle and the shepherd was, but it seemed like the two dogs knew each other. He expressed regret for killing the poodle's companion, but for the sake of safety, he wasn't planning to let the poodle go just because of that. However, just as he was about to fire the second arrow, he saw another dog walk out of the changing room. It was a spaniel, and it looked much more powerful than the poodle outside. This was not the end. Behind the spaniel was a bulldog, followed by a Great Dane and a mixed breed. Zhang Heng had already sensed that something was wrong. He also heard movement coming from the window behind him. A few stray dogs were squeezing in through the half-closed window and in the direction of the bathroom. Stray dogs were also the stairway that Zhang Heng had come up. They surrounded Zhang Heng in the middle, as if to seek justice for their dead companions. If it were anyone else, they would have been scared out of their wits by now. Even though the hounds weren't particularly strong, not to mention a good number of small pet dogs among them, once gathered, practically no one in this abandoned city could rival them. Only Zhang Heng was able to maintain his calm. He did a rough count and found that already more than 20 dogs surrounding him, and even more were joining in. If everything went as planned, this was probably the largest pack of dogs in Pripyat. A few days ago, many of them were good companions for humans, good companions for the house guards. But now, they looked at Zhang Heng as if he was prey. It was obvious that these dogs had been hungry for some time, and they had not been at peace recently. They had been chased around by the gun militia, causing their impression of humans to take a turn for the worse. As if not enough, Zhang Heng had just killed one of them. From the looks of it, the dead shepherd dog was probably the leader of the pack. Old and new grudges gathered together. It would be strange if these stray dogs could be polite to Zhang Heng. In fact, before they even reached Zhang Heng's side, they had already begun to growl, falling and rising in succession. In the end, the head of the bulldog second closest to Zhang Heng was pierced by an arrow in the blink of an eye, following in the footsteps of its companion. Zhang Heng had no intention of being polite. It was obviously impossible to resolve the situation peacefully. Thus, he did not wait for the dogs to completely gather, taking the initiative to launch an attack. After shooting the arrow, his hands did not stop as he pulled out a second arrow from his quiver. However, at that moment, the dog started to accelerate and charged at him. Zhang Heng kicked the poodle that was closest to the dog that barked the loudest earlier and sent it flying. Then, the second arrow nailed the spaniel that was already in the air to the ground. However, perhaps because the radiation had affected the nerves of the dogs and witnessing the death of two of their companions, that the remaining ones showed no signs of backing down. Instead of retreating, they pounced on Zhang Heng even more valiantly. Zhang Heng could feel the fervent atmosphere among the dogs. He turned sideways to avoid the two from the front, but the three on his right had also jumped up from the ground. There were also sneak attacks from behind and on his right hand. This situation was indeed a four-pronged attack for Zhang Heng. Even if there was a militia team with guns, there was a high chance that they would not be able to withstand such a fierce attack. However, just as the two dogs were about to bite Zhang Heng's thigh, the enemy standing in front of them suddenly disappeared. The two dogs missed their target and fell from the sky. Then, amid wondering where the enemy that was right in front of them had gone, their lives were unexpectedly reaped by a rain of arrows that fell from the top of their heads. At the critical moment, Zhang Heng opened the shadow wings on his back and flew straight into the air. He created some distance between himself and the dogs, but he did not rise too high. After making sure that he wouldn't be bitten again, he began to draw his bow and arrow, taking advantage of the 12 the shadow wings provided to harvest the dogs below him. Zhang Heng's level 2 archery skills saw a dog falling to the ground and die each time the bowstring was thwacked. Moreover, Zhang Heng picked the bigger strays, which were more inclined to be fierce. In a short while, more than half the hounds were dead, and the rest were mostly small toy dogs. Hashtag Chapter 1166, Big Trouble. In 12 seconds, Zhang Heng had shot out a total of 17 arrows. Basically, none of them missed, and more than half of the dogs were killed or injured as a result. When he landed on the ground, he leaned back against the wall of the badminton hall to avoid being surrounded again. Then, he pulled out the hidden sheath on his waist and easily killed another 6 dogs. The remaining dogs finally started to feel fear and stopped charging, scattering with tails between their legs. Zhang Heng did not chase after them. Firstly, The dogs would probably be too afraid to come back after the incident. Secondly, the battle just now had almost depleted the stock in his quiver. After that, he searched the badminton hall again to ensure that there were no other stray dogs inside. Only then did he return to the room where the food was stored. Master Kuei had already started cleaning the residue on the ground outside the room. He had even sorted out the food that was barely enough for tonight. Seeing this, Zhang Heng suggested, "After we finish dinner, we can go to the nearby houses to collect some food." However, Master Kuei shook her head. "There's no need. Let's go back to the Pripyat Hotel tonight," Master Kuei said decisively. "Are you guys going to investigate Skrbina?" Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. "But the experts haven't noticed that the reactor might melt through the concrete base and cause a thermal explosion when it comes into contact with the pool. The 3 engineers who opened the drain valve haven't even appeared, and the miners haven't arrived in Pripyat yet. Undoubtedly, their work is of utmost importance. They can even be called heroes, but frankly, I don't think they're the ones we're looking for." Kuei replied. These few days, she had watched her companions and her own health deteriorate little by little. In addition, until now, she hadn't received any news related to the main mission. Master Kuei finally started to doubt the direction she had chosen. "Even though I don't want to admit it, the truth is that we haven't made much progress in the past few days in Pripyat. Our current work is just a waste of time, and every day we delay will increase the amount of radiation we inhale. Perhaps the repairman and doctor are right. We should leave this place early and find a safe place to wait for the official investigation results." "Are you going to look for the doctor and the repairman?" Zhang Heng asked. "Perhaps," Mouse said. "To be honest, we don't know where they are now. After we leave this place, we can go to a hospital for a checkup first." It was an era where no such thing called a mobile phone or WeChat existed. Everyone relied on letters and landlines to contact each other. However, before the maintenance man and the doctor left, they did not decide where they would go. The Soviet territory was so awfully vast, there was a high possibility both parties wouldn't meet again in this dungeon. "This is only the result of our preliminary discussion," the young man said. "We also want to seek your opinion. Personally, I will go wherever you decide. If you still want to stay here, I will stay with you." Even though the young man's physical condition was the worst of the 3, and he looked like he needed urgent treatment, he seemed to have made up his mind to follow Zhang Heng until the last moment of his life. Seeing that the somewhat tragic atmosphere, Mouse attempted to ease the tension. "Actually, the situation might not be that serious. Skrbina is the committee chairman and is in charge of the disaster relief work, so there's a high possibility he's the key person. Perhaps we'll complete the main storyline mission tonight, and everyone will be able to return to the real world safely. Coconut will also be saved." Of course, this would be a happy result for everyone, but after experiencing disappointment after disappointment, the players felt a little uncertain. At this time, Master Kuei noticed that there were only 2 arrows left in Zhang Heng's quiver, so she asked, "Did you run into some trouble?" "No, I didn't run into any trouble, but a group of stray dogs at the badminton hall. But I've already taken care of them," Zhang Heng said calmly. "A group of stray dogs? Are they here?" Uncle Kuei was a little surprised. Most of the stray dogs in the city were hungry, trying their best to find food. There was no food near the stadium, so logically speaking, it shouldn't attract stray dogs. There were so many of them. They even found the room the players stored their food. Zhang Heng asked, "Who was the last one to leave today?" "Me, it was me." Mouse raised his hand. "Did you close the door when you left?" I can't remember. I woke up in the morning, and my leg was in a lot of pain. At that time, my mind was focused on how to make my leg feel better. Later, when I went out, I realized that I had forgotten to take my gas mask. I even turned back, so I probably forgot to lock the door when I came out again." Mouse said, "I'll pay attention next time, although I guess there won't be a next." The players didn't blame Mouse for this matter. Although most of their food and drinking water had been contaminated by stray dogs, from another perspective, this matter had finally prompted them to make up their minds. They would no longer go around in circles and face the final outcome. After tonight, Master Kuei would also find out if she was heading in the right direction. After the players hastily finished their dinner, They laid down in their hammocks to recover their energy and prepare for tonight's operation. Although they had decided to leave Pripyat if there was still no progress and wait for the official investigation results, everyone knew in their hearts that this was just another distant hope. If they had left with the maintenance workers and doctors back then, they might have been able to hold on until that day. However, now that they had chosen to stay in Pripyat and continue to receive radiation, everyone's physical condition had deteriorated to different degrees. It was probably too late to wait for the official investigation results. Similarly, everyone had already placed their bets on tonight's operation. Now that the answer to the riddle was finally about to be revealed, everyone's hearts were filled with anxiety. Mouse had complained about the difficulty of this dungeon more than once. Not only did he suffer a nuclear explosion when he went out, but the main mission was so vague that there were no hints at all. Furthermore, he had tried 2 directions in a row, but there was still no result. Mouse even began to suspect that the god behind this dungeon was attempting to play them to death. Zhang Heng was probably the only one of the 4 who wasn't paying attention to his actions at night. He had an even bigger problem to solve. Hashtag. Chapter 1167. Entering Parallel Dungeon. Zhang Heng glanced at the starfish on his wrist. It was getting closer and closer to the point where they had stayed in the dungeon for a full 5 days. This was not good news for Zhang Heng. This time, the time flow of the dungeon was precisely 1 hour to 60 days. Zhang Heng entered the dungeon at 23:55 in the real world as usual, which meant that there were only 5 minutes until the pointer pointed to 24. This meant that the dungeon time was exactly 5 days. If he subtracted the 5 seconds before entering the dungeon, it meant that he would be able to enter the extra 24 hours in less than 5 days. The extra time in the previous dungeon had helped him a lot, which was also why his skills had improved so quickly. However, this time, the 24 hours would put him in an extremely dangerous situation. This was because the 24 hours converted into the time of the dungeon was about 4 years. Typically, 4 years would not be a problem for Zhang Heng, but this time, he had been exposed to radiation at the start, and even though his current physical performance was the best among all the players, Zhang Heng was not sure if he could survive the 4 years. Especially considering the situation with the young man and mouse. Each of them looked weaker than the last. They might not even last a month. Of course, there were other players in this dungeon. Unlike Zhang Heng, who usually cleared dungeons alone, the system would probably choose to reopen a parallel dungeon and throw him in alone. That was how the system had dealt with him back in the Apollo program training camp. As long as he could survive 4 years in the parallel dungeon, then return to the current dungeon, he should return to his physical condition before entering the parallel dungeon. This was half good news for Zhang Heng. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could survive the 4 years in the parallel instance dungeon. Zhang Heng didn't have any good ideas on how to deal with this. He still had a mission failure exemption card with him, and he had spent 400 game points to buy this card from the bartender. Its purpose was to help the holder escape the punishment of mission failure. In other dungeons, Zhang Heng could completely ignore the main storyline mission. He could just find a cat anywhere and wait until the game time was up before returning to the real world. However, this time, the game was a rare time-free dungeon, and he could only leave after completing the quest. Thus, it meant Zhang Heng had entered an endless loop. What was bound to come would still come. At 11:23, the familiar feeling of dizziness assaulted him. At the same time, a familiar system notification sounded in Zhang Heng's ears. Ding! Parallel dungeon has been activated. This dungeon is the Invisible Killer Transition Dungeon. Player count: 1. Mission target: none. Time: 1,440 days. Attention, player! Zhang Heng's vision suddenly darkened. At the same time, a popular song, Night in the Moscow Suburbs, started playing in his ears. This song had become a well-known Soviet classic ever since it won the gold medal at the 6th World Youth Festival in 1957. However, the music did not last long. Zhang Heng felt the light from the outside world again, and he opened his eyes. Finding himself standing beside a river, he quickly recognized it. The Pripyat River had always been very special. It was slightly brown because it had once flowed through the peat swamp of Boryspil, which was full of fatty acids. The river also flowed rapidly and violently, just like the young city built next to it. It gave people a sense of vitality. However, The city behind Zhang Heng still looked very different from before. It was not only because it had regained its vitality, but also because the residents who lived here had returned to their homes. The streets were filled with traffic, where young men drove their beloved Volga sedans and madly honked the girls on the street. Zhang Heng also noticed that the buildings here were newer than when he first arrived, and there was no Ferris wheel in the park. He knew that he had come to the town of Pripyat, but he was not sure what year it was. Pripyat had been under construction since 1970, and judging from its current size, it should have been built some time ago. Moreover, from where Zhang Heng was standing, he could see the tall, cooling towers of the nuclear power plant in the distance. According to Bryanov, reactor number 1 of the nuclear power plant had been in operation since 1977. Therefore, Zhang Heng could roughly guess that he was probably in the timeline between 1977 and 1986, before the explosion. This was already a tight margin, and Zhang Heng was not in the mood to tour the atomic city at the moment. He wanted to know what kind of radiation he was exposed to, so he followed his memory and first went to the Pripyat Hotel. There, he found the waitress who spoke English. He even grabbed a few wallets from passerbys on the way to the hotel, which enabled Zhang Heng and the waitress to finally agree on a salary. With a high price of 10 rubles a day, he successfully persuaded the waitress to become his Ukrainian and Russian teacher. At the same time, she agreed to take Zhang Heng to the hospital in Kiev for a checkup. The two of them arrived in Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, by train that night, where Zhang Heng would receive a full checkup at the city's biggest hospital. Unlike the medical center in Pripyat, a complete set of equipment to test the radiation dose was available. The test process didn't last long, but for Zhang Heng, the waiting for the result did indeed feel a little draggy. The doctor in charge of attending him was a woman of serious countenance in her 50s, especially apparent when she received Zhang Heng's test report. "Are you his family member?" she asked the hotel receptionist. The latter nodded. "I'm his wife. My man is a mute. He hasn't been able to speak since he was born." "What does he do?" the doctor went on asking. "He works at a nuclear power plant, dealing with nuclear waste." "That explains." The female doctor tried to sound as gentle as possible. Softly, she continued, "I'm afraid I have some bad news for you, madam. I hope you're mentally prepared." "What?" "It's very likely that your man came into close contact with the nuclear waste, which caused him to absorb a lot of radiation." "How much?" the hotel receptionist asked nervously. "About 450 rankin." The female doctor looked at Zhang Heng with a hint of sympathy. "He has third-degree radiation sickness, and he needs to be hospitalized immediately. We need you to sign the admission form first, madam." Chapter 1168, Admission. Third-degree radiation sickness? Is it serious? The receptionist tried her best to act like a wife who was afraid of losing her husband. The female doctor did not answer the question directly. "We will do our best to treat him." "Then can you tell me how long he can live?" The receptionist did not forget Zhang Heng's advice and asked the most important question. "I can't tell you the exact time, madam. Radiation sickness varies from person to person," the female doctor said. "I beg you," the waitress pleaded. In order to earn a generous reward, her acting skills exploded. "We still have 3 children. I can't raise them all by myself. I need Dima." She cried and sobbed. "He'll be fine, madam," the female doctor quickly consoled. "Although I can't give you any guarantees, I will do my best to treat him. Also, considering his current condition, I think it's best if you keep a certain distance from him, madam." "What? You mean I can't accompany him to the hospital?" The receptionist was anxious when she heard that. Her salary was calculated by the day. "Yes, the hospital has a dedicated nurse. We will take good care of your husband. He has suffered from high levels of radiation. For the sake of your health, you should take some time away from him." The receptionist hesitated. In fact, when the two first met, Zhang Heng had told her about his illness and how it would affect her, but she knew nothing about radiation and didn't think it was a problem. There was also nothing wrong with her body during the journey. This caused the receptionist to relax a little. It wasn't until the female doctor brought it up again with a serious look on her face that she had to pay attention to this problem. However, Zhang Heng's offer was too generous. 10 rubles a day, 300 rubles a month. Having a monthly salary of a measly 100 rubles, this job paid 3 times that. This was an offer she simply couldn't refuse. Thus, after thinking about it, the waitress unwillingly asked the female doctor, "Will I be infected to death?" "Not necessarily so." The female doctor explained patiently. "His illness is not an infectious disease. It's just that he has come into contact with a radiation source and absorbed a relatively large amount. His body may produce unstable radionuclides. In addition, there may be some radioactive aerosols on his body, so those who stay by his side may also absorb the radiation." "What?" The receptionist was confused. "Are you pregnant now?" The female doctor changed the question. "Oh, I'm not pregnant." The receptionist blushed. She had never been in a relationship before, and this time, she was willing to pretend to be Zhang Heng's wife to earn some extra money. This was her limit, though, and she became a little shy when asked such a direct question. Fortunately, the female doctor was not a sharp person, and she failed to notice Mrs. Dima's abnormality. After hearing the receptionist's answer, she nodded. "That's good. Otherwise, we'll have to do another checkup on you and the fetus." "So, if I'm not pregnant, can I stay by his side?" The receptionist eagerly asked. "No, madam, you don't understand what I'm saying," the female doctor said. "I don't mean that it doesn't matter if you're not pregnant. I just mean that this can eliminate the effect on the fetus, but if you're by his side, it's still possible." "I don't understand your professional jargon, doctor." The receptionist interrupted the female doctor. "I'm just a receptionist working in a hotel. I simply want to know if I'll die if I stay by my poor husband's side and take care of him." "You won't die, but you'll be exposed to radiation." "I don't know what radiation is, but I know that my husband needs me right now. Without me, he won't be able to communicate with the outside world. He also won't be able to cooperate with your treatment." The receptionist's gaze became firm again. This was because she saw Zhang Heng extend his finger, indicating that her wage had just increased from 10 to 30 rubles a day. In addition, the female doctor had clearly stated that she would not die. This also relieved the biggest burden in her heart. Only in a month's time could she earn almost 1,000 rubles. Even professors and scholars in universities didn't make such a salary. The waitress did not know when she would encounter something so good again if she missed this opportunity. Moreover, learning a language wasn't easy. Conservatively speaking, it would take at least half a year for Zhang Heng to be barely able to have a daily conversation. In other words, she could earn at least 5,000 rubles from Zhang Heng. This was a huge sum of money, to say the least. One had to know that the latest Volga sedan only cost 7,000 rubles. 100 rubles could buy an imported mink collar coat, 100 Soviet chocolates, or 4 bottles of French perfume. After finishing this job, she could go on a trip for 2 or 3 years before coming back to work. "Please, doctor, please do me a favor and let me stay here to accompany my man," the waitress pleaded. "I don't want to regret in the future and let my Dima leave alone at the last moments of his life. I have already left my 3 children with my friends, so I have plenty of time to stay here." Well, the female doctor's expression also became a little hesitant. Because of work, the waitress had seen countless people and knew that she had a chance in this matter. Thus, she stepped up her efforts and secretly wiped her tears. All right. Although the female doctor had seen many such incidents, she could not help but soften her heart. "I'll talk to the inpatient department to allow you to stay with your man. However, it's best if you don't interact with him anymore. If you really just stay at the side, the problem won't be too serious. Also, you must remember not to be intimate with him during the treatment period." The receptionist's face flushed red when she heard that. She subconsciously wanted to open her mouth to refute, but she quickly remembered the role she was currently playing. She could only swallow her words silently. Then, the female doctor called for a nurse to assist them with the admission procedure. She even emphasized that she wanted to give Zhang Heng a separate room. Thus, Zhang Heng became a patient at the Kiev People's Hospital, the start of his treatment journey. Chapter 1169, Deterioration and Subduction. In the ward of the Kiev People's Hospital, a young nurse with freckles on her face inserted in 4-line into Zhang Heng's body. She then adjusted the curtains in the ward. After the nurse left, Zhang Heng was finally able to get his diagnosis from the receptionist. Some of the medical terms were too professional, so she had no choice but to flip through the dictionary and try to figure out Zhang Heng's condition. It took about 15 minutes before she managed to explain his condition to him. Unfortunately, the doctor was not here right now, and he did not know whether the result of the radiation sickness was good or bad. Furthermore, as his wife, the receptionist was unable to get any information from the female doctor about how long he could live, so Zhang Heng could only receive treatment while he continued to observe his own body. Fortunately, unlike the other unlucky ones who had been exposed to radiation, he did not have to worry about cancer it would cause. For Zhang Heng, as long as he could survive the current crisis, he would basically be out of danger. When the parallel dungeon was over, his body would return to its state before entering the parallel dungeon, and he would also be able to know the changes in his body at every stage. For the current situation, this could be considered good news. However, unlike the other patients, Zhang Heng could not stay idle even if he was hospitalized. He still needed to use this time to learn Russian and Ukrainian. If he could solve the language problem in the parallel dungeon, then investigating when he returned to the official dungeon would be more convenient. Therefore, Zhang Heng said to the waitress beside him, "Let's begin." "Okay, where do you want to start?" The receptionist straightened her back. She knew that she needed to present a service befitting the generous payment. "Okay, let's start by teaching some words and sentences that can be used in a hospital setting. That way, if I have to go through some tests alone in the future, at least I'll know what the doctors are talking about." Zhang Heng's body temperature was measured on the first day he was admitted to the hospital. At that time, it was 37.8 degrees, which meant he had a slight fever. 2 days later, his temperature rose to 38.9 degrees. The doctor performed a lumbar puncture on him, where 4 samples of bone marrow were taken from his sternum and patella for analysis. On the 6th day, Zhang Heng could feel some pain in his stomach, throat, and mouth. The mucous membranes had begun falling off, making it difficult for him to speak. It was also at this time that he began to suffer from insomnia and developed anorexia. However, when the doctor asked him if his mental condition had started to deteriorate and if he was feeling agitated and anxious, Zhang Heng said no. This was probably one of the few benefits after losing his emotions. However, Zhang Heng could indeed feel that it was becoming more and more difficult for him to speak. His eyelids had started to twitch involuntarily, and his body had started swelling. Even worse was his immune system that began to fail due to the reduction of granulocytes. On the 9th day, the hospital injected him with bone marrow cells donated by volunteers. Then, they moved him to a ward sterilized with ultraviolet rays. Zhang Heng had no choice but to stop his language study. However, the receptionist sent an English-Russian dictionary to his ward after it was sterilized. Other than allowing him to continue studying, it also helped distract him from the pain. This was also the advice of the female doctor, but she thought that Zhang Heng was using the dictionary to learn English. Therefore, for the rest of his life, Zhang Heng would have to lie on a tall, curved hospital bed with a rib-shaped heating lamp on top to keep his body warm. All of his clothes were taken away by the nurses, and the pain that swept through his body would be with him almost all the time. Intravenous injection could improve his condition, but the only one which really worked was the nitrous oxide anesthetic. However, what surprised the female doctor was that the man in front of her seemed to have an extraordinarily high tolerance for pain. Under such circumstances, a normal person would have probably been screaming and begging the doctor to end his pain. However, Zhang Heng, who was on the hospital bed, remained calm. To the female doctor, this was an unbelievable thing. Before this, she had come across a few patients with strong mental fortitude. Among them were public servants, professional soldiers, and even some people on the verge of death. Compared to normal patients, these people were indeed better at controlling their emotions and were able to endure higher levels of pain. Nonetheless, when the doctor looked at them, she could still clearly sense that they were in pain from their expressions and eyes. However, when she looked into Zhang Heng's eyes, they were like the deepest ocean. Other than the huge shadow at the bottom of the ocean, she could not see anything else. Zhang Heng did not even take the initiative to use nitrous oxide to relieve the pain. In fact, if not for the fact that his condition was deteriorating by the day, the female doctor would have suspected that the misfortune before him had happened to other people, and Zhang Heng was just a bystander. The latter did not even give up on his study plan. The nurse taking care of him found a stand for him and placed the English-Russian dictionary on it. This way, He did not have to lift it with his own hands, and he could read it as long as he lay on the bed. Was that man unable to feel any pain whatsoever? The female doctor thought so. Of course, this thought was not accurate. To Zhang Heng, he had indeed lost most of his emotions, but he had not lost his basic sense of his body. Therefore, the pain in his body was now being transmitted to his brain. However, Zhang Heng's long periods of training had finally come in handy. Through Xiao Shan's heart flow mantra, he was able to lower his consciousness and gradually reach a state of oblivion, shielding himself from the painful feelings to maintain his inner peace. Therefore, in a sense, the female doctor's feelings were not wrong. Zhang Heng was indeed like a bystander, but when he deliberately sank his consciousness, he was surprised to see something else. It was a familiar cold and sticky feeling. A vast and blurry shadow lay in a huge underwater palace. The palace was several times bigger than the one he saw on the island, making the latter look like a toy. Zhang Heng could not see the face of the thing in the palace, only able to see countless tentacles wrapping themselves around the stone pillars. It was a strange and strong instinct to know that the thing was sleeping without even getting close. What was even stranger was that after Zhang Heng died, he realized that he knew the thing. It kept calling Zhang Heng's name in its sleep, like calling out to a child that had left home. However, Zhang Heng's footsteps eventually stopped outside the palace door. Now is not the time. A familiar voice whispered in his ear, but Zhang Heng could not remember where the voice came from. Wait a little longer, wait a little longer. You'll be back soon. You just need to maintain patience. Just like before, the star minion and the deep sleeper are also awaiting your return. Chapter 1170, The Signal. The nurses would appear regularly in Zhang Heng's ward to feed him food and water, turn him over, and also deal with his excrement. On the 12th day or so, Zhang Heng basically only ate liquid food. Because he was suffering from an intestinal syndrome, his abdomen constantly growled, and the sound of fluid flowing could be heard in the cecum area. In addition, the mucous membrane in his mouth had fallen off, making it impossible for him to swallow solid food. He could only survive by eating some rice paste that had been boiled and injected with nutrient solution. Even so, on the 14th day, he still began to have blood in his stool. It was filled with mucus and blood, and he also began to lose a large amount of hair. The female doctor had already declined other house calls and focused all her efforts on Zhang Heng. She spent most of the day in the ward, watching Zhang Heng's progress through the glass window and making treatment plans accordingly. In order to stimulate the growth of Zhang Heng's bone marrow cells, the doctor injected him with the newly developed bone marrow cells. However, just as the doctor had said when he first entered the parallel dungeon, current human medicine had no effective treatment for radiation because the damage was on a molecular level. All the hospitals and doctors could do was prolong the patient's life as long as possible and treat all kinds of complications as best they could. At the end of the day, all they could do was pray that the human body's powerful self-repairability would help the patient overcome the crisis. On the 20th day, the doctor wore a protective suit and entered the sterile ward to closely observe his condition. When she entered the ward, she found the latter lying on the bed with his eyes wide open. He did not move at all and looked like a corpse. Shocked, the doctor quickly turned to look at the equipment beside her and saw that Zhang Heng's electrocardiogram was still normal. When she saw that his eyes were moving again, she realized that it was a false alarm. You'll be fine. The doctor comforted him. Perhaps because she was impressed by Zhang Heng's heroism in the face of such pain, that the doctor had a good impression of the patient before her. Even though her mission as a doctor was to save lives and heal the wounded, she did have her own selfish intentions and likes and dislikes. At that moment, however, she had a strong desire to save the man before her. However, because she had been by Zhang Heng's side for a long time, her impression of Mrs. Dima had decreased. She still remembered that when they first met, Mrs. Dima had begged her with tears in her eyes. She didn't want to part with her husband, hoping that they would be able to stay together in the ward. This had greatly moved the doctor's heart. She had indeed done so a few days ago, but after Zhang Heng was transferred to the sterile ward, Mrs. Dima's true colors began to show themselves. The doctor noticed that while Dima was still in a battle for his life with the Grim Reaper, his wife was outside flipping through a fashion magazine. She seemed to be figuring out which coat and bag to buy. This was unacceptable to the female doctor. Fortunately, Mrs. Dima was still very concerned about her husband's life. She would ask the doctor about Zhang Heng's condition almost every day. The doctor did not know how to evaluate the couple's relationship. She knew that she should not get involved in the private affairs of others. But now that she was standing beside Zhang Heng's bed, she could not help but have an evil thought. She wanted to tell Zhang Heng what she had seen in the corridor, only to quickly feel that it was too cruel. Perhaps this man was trying so hard to survive because of his wife and child. If she told him about it now, wouldn't it do him more harm? In the end, the doctor swallowed the words back into her mouth and turned around to leave the ward. Zhang Heng did not know that he had almost suffered an on-the-spot split with his wife. At that moment, his attention was focused on his body and the shadow in the depths of his consciousness. Regarding the former, he had no good solution and could only continue to receive treatment in the ward. Considering the layout of the ward, Zhang Heng sometimes felt like an old vampire who had been dragged from a coffin into the sunlight. Fortunately, for now, he still didn't feel the threat of death, although his condition was deteriorating. As for the shadow in the palace, Zhang Heng had his consciousness submerge a few more times. However, just like the first time, he still couldn't get a clear look at it. He also considered entering the palace, but once this thought appeared, he couldn't get it out of his mind. However, at every critical moment, Zhang Heng would always remember the voice that urged him to wait. Thus, he kept wandering outside the palace. 30 days had passed since Zhang Heng was admitted to the hospital. He had also been suffering from his illness for a whole month. He had lost a lot of weight because he could not eat and had to be injected with nutrient fluids. Now, he weighed less than 90 kilograms and looked like a skeleton. Other than that, his liver, kidneys, and other organs had also suffered some problems. Fortunately, he managed to survive. That being said, no one knew if this strong man would be able to survive the next phase. Even the waitress who played his wife felt a sense of despair. Watching Zhang Heng's health deteriorate, she felt that she might not be able to get her future salary and that she was getting further and further away from her dream of traveling. Perhaps the only good news was that the money she earned so far was enough to buy an imported coat. However, from the 34th day, Zhang Heng could start feeling his body showing signs of improvement. This change was so subtle that even the female doctor who had been scrutinizing his condition didn't notice it. However, with Zhang Heng's current control over his body, he could instantly feel the change. And from that moment on, Zhang Heng heaved a sigh of relief, because he knew that he had already survived the most difficult hurdle. After another week, the doctor finally noticed that Zhang Heng's condition was improving. This surprised and delighted her. Before this, she had been worried that he might not hold on, but reality proved that the man before her was stronger than she had imagined. This was akin to a signal that Zhang Heng's body, which had been passive all this time, was finally starting to blow the counterattack horn. In the following days, Zhang Heng started to recover rapidly. By the 49th day, he could already get out of bed and attempt walking by leaning against the wall. 4 days later, he started on some solid food, enabling his body to absorb more energy. As his stomach adapted, Zhang Heng started on his road to recovery. He healed at an incredible rate. On the 56th day, Zhang Heng moved out of the sterile ward. After another week, he even started to lift some dumbbells to recover his muscles. Chapter 1171, Discharge. 72 days had passed since Zhang Heng's admission to the hospital. The female doctor flipped through the test report in her hands, still unable to believe the numbers on it. Although there were still some variances between the numbers and ordinary people, this was because Zhang Heng's body had been bombarded by nuclear radiation, one that would permanently leave traces on his body. Other than that, there were other changes that required more time to observe. However, for the time being, even with the most cautious scientific attitude, the female doctor had to admit that Zhang Heng was recovering very well. Most of his vitals had returned to normal, and his bodily functions were improving every day. As of now, he had already reached the stage where he was eligible to be discharged. The female doctor nodded at Mr. and Mrs. Dima. Congratulations, you can now go through the discharge procedures. However, it's best you come here once every 6 months for a checkup. We still have a lot of things that we haven't studied clearly about radiation sickness. It might just flare up in the future, so we can't let our guard down just yet. As the female doctor spoke, she glanced at Mrs. Dima. The latter's face was filled with surprise. If it wasn't for the series of things she had done after Dima was admitted into the sterile ward, the female doctor would have been shocked. Now, she really looked like an excited wife, thankful for her husband's safe discharge from the hospital. However, for a person like the female doctor who knew the inside story, she somehow felt uncomfortable when she saw the joy on the receptionist's face. The receptionist didn't know that she had been blacklisted by the female doctor. At the moment, she was in high spirits. Since Zhang Heng was still alive, it meant that the agreement between the two of them was still valid and her job as a translator and language teacher could continue. She was not worried that Zhang Heng would ditch her after she lent him the dictionary, because even if he understood Russian through self-study, he wouldn't be able to open his mouth. In the end, it was up to her to teach him spoken English. Therefore, the receptionist continued to play the role of a good wife and thanked the female doctor profusely. "You don't have to thank me. There's not much I can do. It was your man who defeated the god of death with his strong willpower and amazing physical fitness," the female doctor said lightly. "I hope you can love your man as much as he loves you." The receptionist was a little confused by the doctor's last sentence, but then she did not intend to explain herself. She turned around and walked out of the ward until Zhang Heng was discharged. She didn't tell Zhang Heng about what she saw in the corridor. Perhaps being a doctor, she had gotten used to white lies, but she didn't know if what she was doing was the right thing. After the doctor left, the receptionist helped Zhang Heng pack up his things while thinking about the doctor's words. What did she mean by loving him as much as her man loved her? Wasn't their relationship purely financial? Since when did Zhang Heng show his love for her? In order to confirm this question, the receptionist turned to look at Zhang Heng, only to find that his expressions remained the same as usual. Could it be that when he was in the sterile ward, Zhang Heng felt that he would die, and he told the doctor about his feelings for her, no holds barred? But that didn't make sense. When she was admitted to the hospital, she had already told the female doctor that her man was mute to solve the problem of Zhang Heng being unable to speak. The receptionist couldn't figure it out, no matter how much she thought about it. She stuffed the fashion magazines that she had bought into her suitcase and helped Zhang Heng with the discharge procedures. When the two of them walked out of the hospital and arrived at the street in front of the door, Zhang Heng subconsciously raised his hand to block the dazzling sunlight. Looking at the busy street, he couldn't help but feel like a lifetime had passed. In the past 70 days, he had already been on the brink of death one time too many. "Where are we going next?" the waitress asked. "Back to Pripyat," Zhang Heng answered without hesitation. "But there's no rush. Coming to Kiev is a rare thing, so let's just treat it as a trip. Let's go around the city first. By the way, do you know where Kiev's biggest shopping mall is? I saw you reading that code in the magazine." "Oh, I haven't decided if I should buy it or not," the waitress said with some hesitation. "I really like its color and style, but in terms of price, it's still a little too expensive." Although the waitress had already earned her first pot of gold from Zhang Heng, enough to buy the coat, and that the latter had been discharged from the hospital successfully, which meant a steady stream of income, she was still considered to have become rich overnight and hadn't changed her mind about spending. "It's okay. I'll give you a ride," Zhang Heng said. "Consider it a reward for your recent performance at the hospital." Actually, the main reason was that Zhang Heng's medical treatment and the receptionist's salary had already depleted most of the money he had previously earned. Zhang Heng planned to find a few more wealthy customers at the mall and borrow their wallets for a while. The fee for the latter part of the trip would cost a lot, after all, so he had better be prepared. "Really?" The receptionist was elated. No matter the time, the things she bought with her own money would definitely not be as good as others bought with theirs. Since Zhang Heng was willing to pay, of course, she would not worry about the price anymore. Hearing that, she immediately hugged Zhang Heng's arm happily. The next afternoon, the two returned to Pripyat by train. With the help of the receptionist, Zhang Heng chose a smallish but well-furnished apartment. It would be his place of residence for the next 4 years. After that, he started to learn a foreign language from the receptionist. Zhang Heng first learned Russian. Since Russian was the official Soviet language, he could communicate with people wherever he went. Thus, he spent about half a year focusing on learning the language. In the past half year, he lived and ate with the waitress, and he had managed to practice his Russian to a level where he could communicate with others fluently. The waitress had helped him correct some of his intonation problems, making his pronunciation sound more standard, almost on par with the Russians. Coupled with his skin color, Zhang Heng was finally able to perfectly blend into this parallel dungeon. This also allowed him to proceed with the next step of his plan. What? You're really going to work at the nuclear power plant? The receptionist was shocked when she heard someone's next step. Yes, I want to truly understand Chernobyl, not only from the future news or interviews with the parties involved, but I also want to fully understand the design and operation of the plant. Zhang Heng said in a tone the receptionist could not understand. Chapter 1172, Interview. Zhang Heng was no stranger to administration building number 1 of the nuclear power plant. This was because 9 months ago, he, Coconut, and the others had a friendly conversation with the plant manager, Brunov, and the chief engineer, Famin, in the underground bunker of this building. Now, Zhang Heng was here again. Wearing a suit, leather shoes, and slick-back hair, he followed the receptionist to the small conference room on the 4th floor. There were already many people dressed like him sitting in the corridor. Zhang Heng found the corresponding seats according to his number. From the arrangement, it could be seen that there were 4 people in front of him and 3 people behind. Including Zhang Heng, the 8 people were all here to apply for jobs at the nuclear power plant. Each wore different expressions. Some were nervous, some shook their legs, some closed their eyes to rest, and some were constantly wiping their sweat. Zhang Heng seemed to be the most relaxed of the 8. Taking advantage of the fact that the person in front of him had entered the meeting room, he stood up and went to the water dispenser at the side to get a glass of water. As he drank, he looked out the window. The nuclear power plant now looked like it was thriving. All kinds of buildings were lined up neatly. The 3 reactors built one after another were in good condition, providing a steady stream of electricity to Ukraine. Also, the construction of reactor number 4, which would cause a disaster in the future, was about to be completed. This was also the reason the Chernobyl nuclear power plant had to start absorbing new blood. Of course, the new recruits would not immediately be in charge of the operation of the new reactor. Instead, they would first go to other reactors to practice and accumulate work experience. Zhang Heng finished his glass of water, took another glass, and returned to his seat. He handed it to the man beside him, who looked rather nervous. He had already begun biting his fingernails. The man thanked him and hastily took the glass. How shall I address you? Zhang Heng stretched out a hand. Yevgeny. The man also stretched out his hand, but halfway through, he realized that he was still holding the glass in his hand, so he stretched out his other hand and shook Zhang Heng's hand in an awkward position. I used to work at the Beloyarsk nuclear power station. I'm Ivan. I'm from the Zaporozhye thermal power station number 1. Zhang Heng introduced. Hearing Zhang Heng's words, the man seemed to heave a sigh of relief, and the tension on his face lessened significantly. Zhang Heng knew why Yevgeny would relax. The 8 people sitting in the corridor were technically competitors. They were competing for 4 jobs, and the passing rate was exactly 50-50. It would be considered high in the future, but there was still no such situation where hundreds of people were competing for one job. The recruitment process for nuclear power plants usually followed the model of recommendation. First, there would be recommendations from various parties. Then, the recruitment department of the nuclear power plant would send the candidate list to the Central Council of Nuclear Power for review. After passing, the nuclear power plant would organize an interview to confirm the final list. After that, it would be reported to the Central Council of Nuclear Power for approval. Then, the entire recruitment process would be completed. It was apparent that the final recruitment list had been agreed upon by the nuclear power plant and the Central Council of Nuclear Energy. The Central Council of Nuclear Energy would also be in charge of the background checks. But this was not a problem for Zhang Heng, who was an illegal resident. Instead of using his identity, he directly found a candidate who was similar in size to himself and used the latter's identity. The candidates for the nuclear power plant came from all over Soviet territory and were unfamiliar with the place in Pripyat. There was no fingerprint collection system back in that day, so it was only a resume and a photo when submitted. Something like that would be quite easy to be forged. As long as the photo confirmed that there was no one who had seen him recently among the interviewers at the nuclear power station, Zhang Heng would be able to deal with them with his level 2 makeup skill. Furthermore, his identity was real, So even if the Central Council of Nuclear Power called the place where he used to work to verify his identity, it wouldn't be a problem. Simply speaking, he had actually replaced Ivan for an interview at the nuclear power plant. From his resume, Ivan was actually not that outstanding of a person. Unlike Yevgeny, who had worked at a nuclear power plant before, Ivan had only worked at a thermal power plant. Yevgeny was obviously aware of this. That was why he felt that he had already eliminated a competitor. However, Zhang Heng had chosen Ivan not only because he had the most similar build to him, or it would have been meaningless to choose someone who would definitely be eliminated. In fact, choosing Ivan had a lot to do with his work experience. Yevgeny did not chat with Zhang Heng for long. Although the latter had brought him some water and the relationship between the two had become more harmonious, Yevgeny did not forget that the two were still competitors. They chatted very cautiously, all about matters outside of work. After a while, as the candidates at the front entered the meeting room one by one, it was finally Yevgeny's turn. Zhang Heng wished Yevgeny a smooth interview, and Yevgeny also politely expressed his gratitude. Then, he adjusted his tie. He walked in. After a full 20 minutes, Yevgeny walked out of the meeting room. When he came out, he no longer felt nervous. There was still a faint smile on his face, and he even encouraged Zhang Heng. "It's your turn, Ivan. Do your best and perform well." "Thank you, I will." Zhang Heng stood up and walked past Yevgeny, pushing open the door to the meeting room. There was an oval-shaped wooden table inside, and behind it sat 3 people. Zhang Heng recognized 2 of them. One was Bryanov, and the other was Fomin. Both of them looked quite well, completely different people from the shells that remained after the explosion. Fomin's square face was well-defined, and as he sat there, his deep and lively eyes seemed to be able to see through all the candidates. Bryanov, on the other hand, had a gentle face and an amiable smile. The upward corner of his eyes showed that everything was under his control. As for the third person on the right, Zhang Heng searched his memory and found that he did not have any recollection. Whether it was before or after the accident, there was no sign of the third person. He should have left the Chernobyl nuclear power plant before 1986. At this moment, he was looking at the resume in his hand with a slight frown. "VG Ivan, you are from Crimea. You are 25 years old this year." "That's right. Previously, you worked as a steam turbine engineer at Zaporozhye Thermal Power Plant No. 1? "Yes." Zhang Heng nodded. "Then why do you want to work at the Chernobyl?" "Because everyone says that thermal power represents the past and the present, and nuclear power, a clean energy source, represents the future. I want to embrace the future." Zhang Heng answered smoothly. Chapter 1173, Layman. The third interviewer did not comment. All he did was flip through Zhang Heng's resume. "I admire your courage to try new things, but I noticed that you have no previous experience working in a nuclear power plant. This is a whole new field for you." "I can learn," Zhang Heng replied. "My learning ability is very strong." "I know, I don't doubt that. I can tell from your resume that you've been promoted from assistant engineer to full-time engineer within a short period of time after graduation. You're very suitable for the job at the thermal power plant, so my suggestion is that you continue to stay there. To be honest, the salary we offer is not much higher than what you get at the thermal power plant. There's no need for you to give up what you're familiar with and start from scratch." Zhang Heng didn't really care much about the salary, but in order to play the role of the candidate, he did learn a bit of it. The third interviewer wasn't targeting him. It was simply that the salary at the nuclear power plant was indeed not much higher than that at the thermal power plant. However, if there was a choice, there were still many people who were willing to jump to work at the nuclear power plant. This was mainly because under the Soviet Union's vigorous promotion of nuclear power generation, the status of nuclear power plants was higher than thermal power plants, and it would be easier for them to be promoted in the future. Of course, this only applied to the management, but for the people below, working at a nuclear power plant would also be more prestigious and respected than working at a thermal power plant. Furthermore, the construction of nuclear power plants had been in full swing, and there was a huge demand for talents. Their chances of being promoted would also be greater. However, this matter could not be brought to the surface. That was why Zhang Heng's answer to embrace the future was given. However, it was obviously not the first time the third interviewer had heard such an answer, and thus, he tried his best to persuade Zhang Heng to give up on the idea. Zhang Heng fell silent upon hearing that. As if worried that Zhang Heng did not understand, the third interviewer simply made it clear. The job of a nuclear power plant is not easy. I know how the public propagandizes it. Peaceful atoms, clean energy, but in reality, the atoms in the reactor are not peaceful. We need experienced engineers to deal with all kinds of situations to prevent the worst from happening. Zhang Heng remained silent, but on the other side, Famin spoke first. He coughed twice, and then said in his pleasant baritone voice, Oleg, I think you're making a big deal out of nothing. It's been more than 30 years since the first nuclear power plant was built, and there haven't been any major accidents. I think this is enough to prove the problem. Otherwise, the higher-ups wouldn't have pushed for the construction of the nuclear power plant. We're just lucky. The nuclear accident that those Americans caused at 3 Mile Island will happen to us sooner or later. Oleg lamented anxiously. You're too pessimistic. The reactor designed by academician Dorazuri is very safe. Bryanov said at this time. It's precisely because of these nuclear power plants that we can export more oil and gas to our allies in Eastern Europe and the greedy Western world. Academician Dorazuri also warned us not to build nuclear power plants in densely populated areas, but look at Pripyat. It's only 3 kilometers away from us. This is the decision of the higher-ups. They may have their own considerations. Oleg, you know that this is something we can't control. We just need to do our job well. Bryanov tapped the table, looking a little helpless. Gentlemen, can we focus on the recruitment first? Reactor number 3 is about to be put into operation. We need people. Yes, we need nuclear power plant workers with rich experience. Only such people are qualified to work in nuclear power plants. Oleg insisted. There is a Russian proverb that says, you don't need a god to burn pottery pots. We only need a steam turbine engineer, and now you have a steam turbine engineer. Famin pointed at Zhang Heng on the other end of the wooden table. What are you talking about? We're recruiting for a nuclear power plant. Isn't it a prerequisite to know about this job? What's wrong with that? Ivan not only knows about this job, but he's also very experienced. He used to work in a thermal power plant, so he knows a lot about high-power generation systems, distribution systems, and transmission lines. And just like he said, he's very young. He has plenty of time to learn and grow. Famin said, I think he's the person we're looking for. He doesn't know anything about reactors other than thermal reactors, and that's the most important thing about working in a nuclear power plant. Oleg insisted. We need experts, nuclear energy experts, not amateurs who have to learn everything from scratch. As soon as he said that, not only did Famin's face turn cold, but Bryanov also became a little unhappy. Before Famin came here, he worked at a thermal power station. Before I came here, I also worked at the Slanskaya coal-fired power plant. According to you, we should be all amateurs, but aren't we doing pretty well now? I didn't mean that, Bryanov. Oleg realized that he was too anxious just now and said something wrong, so he quickly apologized. Bryanov, the plant director, seemed to be very amiable most of the time, like a good man, but he did have some taboos. What he hated the most was the experts who secretly said that he didn't understand nuclear energy. Then, as if in a fit of anger, he promoted Famin, who also worked in the thermal power plant, to the head of the electrical department. Not long after, he promoted Famin to the deputy chief engineer in charge of the assembly and operation department. And when the chief engineer left, Famin was promoted to chief engineer of the nuclear power plant. Although the energy department clearly opposed the appointment and preferred another candidate who had worked at the nuclear power plant, Bryanov then used his political connections. The Ukrainian side came forward and said that Famin was the leader they really needed. He was tough, had extremely high standards for work, and was more suitable for Chernobyl than the other candidate. In the end, Moscow gave in. The Central Council of Nuclear Energy approved the appointment, and Bryanov also got his right-hand man. I respect your professionalism, Oleg. I can understand your concern about safety. Bryanov softened his tone. But we need to consider all aspects when recruiting people. It's good to understand nuclear energy, but that doesn't mean that other aspects aren't important. Besides, compared to skill proficiency, I think work attitude is more important. If a person's attitude isn't correct, then no matter how good his work ability is, it's useless. Do you think I'm right? That's true, but There are no buts. Bryanov interrupted Oleg with a wave of his hand and turned to Zhang Hong. Ivan, how's your work attitude? If I can get into the nuclear power plant, I'll definitely study hard and never slack off. Zhang Hong said. Very good. Bryanov said with satisfaction. That's the attitude you need. Next, Fomin will ask you a few professional questions to test you. You have to answer them properly, but don't be nervous. Fomin's questions are all related to your previous work. Chapter 1174, Entry. Next, Fomin conducted a professional assessment on Zhang Hong. The latter's answer went smoothly. Since Zhang Hong had decided to assume Ivan's identity, he had naturally done his homework and learned in advance about Ivan's life. In addition, Zhang Hong didn't know much about nuclear power, but he wasn't completely clueless about engineering. On the contrary, after going through the Apollo training camp dungeon, he became someone who could even repair a space shuttle. A mere steam turbine wouldn't be a problem for him. Furthermore, his engineering knowledge improved after going through the Leaker's dungeon, and at the very least, had top-notch engineering knowledge among the applicants. Thus, Fomin and Bryanov were both delighted with the final assessment result. Even Oleg, who was standing at the side, had nothing to say. The way he looked at Zhang Hong had also changed, and he shut his mouth. Seeing this, Fomin was in a good mood. A rare smile appeared on his square face. He said to Zhang Hong, "Not bad. Let's call it a day. Thank you for coming for the interview. We'll contact you again when the results are out." Zhang Hong shook hands with each of the three and walked out of the meeting room. He knew that he could settle now. He had chosen Ivan not only because of his stature and class, but also because he was unmarried and had more interpersonal relationships. The most important reason, however, was that Zhang Hong noticed where Ivan worked before. Zaporozhye Thermal Power Station No. 1. The name sounded familiar. He quickly recalled where he had heard this name before. Fomin, the current chief engineer of Chernobyl Nuclear Power Station, had come from Zaporozhye No. 1, and Zhang Hong thought it was no coincidence, even though Ivan said he and Fomin had no connection. However, when Zhang Hong was questioned by Oleg in the meeting room, it was indeed Fomin who spoke up for him first. The nuclear power plant still acted very quickly. It was apparent that they sorely needed manpower since reactor number 3 was about to start operating and should have decided on the name list on the same day, instantly reporting to the Central Council of Nuclear Energy. Zhang Hong received his job offer on the third day. However, when Zhang Hong entered the nuclear power plant, he realized that there was no Yevgeny who had previously worked at the Beloyarsk nuclear power plant among the people who had passed the interview. The latter looked as if he had won the interview and expected to be hired in the end. He was probably a little dumbfounded when he received the result himself. Unlike Yevgeny, Zhang Hong had already received the names of all the candidates before the interview. He was familiar with the basic information of everyone on the list and knew that only 3 of the 8 candidates had experience working in a nuclear power plant. During the interview, there should have been an interviewer who expressed admiration for Yevgeny. If everything went according to plan, this person was Oleg, the deputy chief engineer of nuclear energy. This was also the reason why Yevgeny was so ambitious. Unfortunately, the people who decided the final list were Bryanov and Fomin. From this point of view, Zhang Hong should be grateful to the two of them. Although in the future, it would be ridiculous to think that 2 engineers from a thermal power plant would become the number 1 and 2 frontmen of a nuclear power plant. The reality was that similar things were beginning to happen around the Soviet bloc. It was no longer 30 years ago when the first nuclear power plant was built, and each and every industry practitioner had excellent professional qualities. They had unlimited enthusiasm for the nuclear power industry and were able to solve sudden and dangerous situations in a timely manner. In fact, this was the result of many factors working together. Firstly, because the Soviets were vigorously promoting nuclear power plants and solving energy problems, the cultivation of new professionals was unable to not keep up with the expansion of the industry. Secondly, the reputation and chance of career advancement when one entered a nuclear power plant attracted increasing numbers of outsiders into the industry. Thirdly, and most importantly, the Soviets hadn't had any major atomic accidents in the past 30 years, and some minor problems had been deliberately downplayed by the higher-ups, causing confidence in nuclear energy safety to swell to an unprecedented level. Although the recent accident at the 3 Mile Island nuclear power plant in Pennsylvania alarmed some, the president of the Soviet Science Academy included, who had previously emphasized that nuclear power plants were safe enough, at a conference a year before the Chernobyl accident, he said with a worried expression, "Comrades, we should thank fate because it has been kind enough to us. Because the same thing in Pennsylvania hasn't happened to us yet. Yes, I am serious." It wasn't difficult to see the huge change in his attitude from the beginning to the end. However, the accident happened in the distant United States, and most people still had a hard time empathizing with it. As a result, the nerves of the whole industry became more and more relaxed, and industry practitioners gradually lost their sense of danger. Zhang Heng could also feel this more clearly after entering the nuclear power plant. People like Bruinov and Fomin, for instance, started to hold high positions. They treated the nuclear power plant like a piece of cake, cultivating their own trusted aides while pushing away the true experts. But to be fair, Fomin treated Zhang Heng quite well. On the first day of his appointment, Fomin came to visit him and chatted with him about the situation at the thermal power plant. At the same time, he warmly expressed that he could come to see him if he needed anything. Having braved through so many storms, Zhang Heng naturally knew what Fomin's real purpose was. Fomin was inspecting this batch of new recruits to see who valued being nurtured and recruited under his command. Zhang Heng was also a skilled man, and like Fomin, a member of Zaporo's #1 thermal power plant. Naturally, Fomin would favor him more. In addition, during the interview, Fomin had stood up for him, perhaps causing him to be labeled in the eyes of others as a part of Fomin's faction. Zhang Heng himself didn't mind. Faction battles were the eternal theme of humanity. As long as more than 3 people were in a group, society would instinctively start forming factions. There were still 4 years before Fomin's imprisonment, so he did not worry about any negative consequences. With Fomin protecting him, it would be easier for him to get things done at the nuclear power plant. During their previous meeting, Zhang Heng had expressed to Fomin that he lacked basic knowledge in the field of nuclear energy. If there was a chance to further his studies in the future, he hoped that Fomin would consider his wish. Fomin seemed slightly surprised, not expecting Zhang Heng to be bold, but this did not trigger his angst. After all, it was customary for young people to be ambitious. Knowing what Zhang Heng wanted would also make it easier for him to control the other party. Fomin, however, disagreed immediately. He only said that he would consider it. He did not want to be too nice to Zhang Heng, and would only give him whatever he decided. This would only increase Zhang Heng's appetite. Therefore, his plan was to delay it for a short while. After that, he would wait for Zhang Heng to get anxious. Then, he would send him to attend the next training session. This way, not only would he be doing Zhang Heng a favor, but he was sending a clear message that Zhang Heng could not live without him. Chapter 1175, Safety Tests and Accident Costs. Fomin calculated well. A training session was going on right now, but it wasn't aimed at a newcomer like Zhang Heng. Rather, it was for the older workers who had been at the power plant for some time, equivalent to a refresher course. Those who were on the list were more likely to be promoted after the training ended. Fomin did not greet the chief engineer of Zhang Heng's department, but when he received the list, he realized that Ivan's name was also on it. Shocked, Fomin didn't know if he should laugh or cry when he saw that. He had thought that Zhang Heng wouldn't mention this, but he went straight to the head of the department, and he pulled the wool over Zhang Heng's eyes. Many people already knew that he had spoken up for Zhang Heng during the interview, and spoke to Zhang Heng in private afterward. Fomin initially wanted to show his approachable side and win over the people's hearts, but he didn't expect to be used by Zhang Heng instead. Furthermore, the latter didn't even say anything about it, only hinting that the head of the department had added his name. After all, as the chief engineer of the nuclear power plant operation department, no department wanted to offend him. Even those who didn't like him usually avoided clashing with him over something so trivial. It was just a training spot, and no one even came to him to ask for credit. This was also why Fomin did not know that Zhang Heng was on the list until he received it. However, the list still needed his approval in the end. Fomin's pen paused on Ivan's name for a moment before it finally moved to the bottom right corner. He wrote the word "Agreed" and left his signature. Even though Fomin was slightly unhappy with Zhang Heng's decision, his intention to recruit him had not changed. Not greeting Zhang Heng was one thing, but taking the initiative to cross out his name was another. doing that would have completely shunned Zhang Heng to the opposite side. Thus, Famin finally pinched his nose and accepted the matter. Reality proved that Zhang Heng, who had been baptized by the pirates in the Black Sail quest, could easily handle the factional struggles of a mere nuclear power station. Even if there were 10 Famin, they wouldn't be a match for him. In less than a year and a half, Zhang Heng had already figured out all the relevant physics, reactor design and principles, and even all the equipment and circuits of the entire nuclear power plant. Furthermore, in his second year at Chernobyl, he received a safety test proposal designed by Famin and even witnessed the failure of the first safety test. During the day, he worked at a nuclear power plant. At night, when he returned to his residence, he would continue to learn Russian and Ukrainian from the receptionist. In addition, Zhang Heng also took the time to go to the hospital in Kiev for 2 checkups, probably because he was young and strong enough that his body seemed to be recovering quite well. No malignant tumors were also detected, at least for now. After Zhang Heng practiced his Ukrainian language to a level where he could normally communicate, his language proficiency skill, which had been quiet all this time, was finally upgraded from level 2 to level 3. At this point, including his mother tongue, Zhang Heng had reached a level where he could communicate in 11 languages daily. Furthermore, this parallel dungeon had also allowed him to gain another skill in nuclear engineering, which was now at level 2. Of course, Zhang Heng's biggest gain was still understanding the flaws in Famin's safety experiment and reactor design. It had to be admitted that compared to pressurized water reactors used by most countries, the RMBK had a natural flaw from the inception of its design. It compromised a part of its safety in exchange for faster construction and lower operating costs. It could be recharged without stopping the reactor and was also able to produce military-grade plutonium. In the people's eyes at that time, if there was any flaw in the RMBK reactor, it would have to be its slightly more radioactive emissions, and it was not as clean as the VVR-type pressurized water reactor. However, the more serious problem was the design of the control rod. Previously, Dyatlov had said that control rods were used to regulate the nuclear fission reaction because the boron it was made up of could absorb neutrons and thus reduce the reactor's power. However, the problem was that there was still a tiny graphite section at the bottom of the control rod. The graphite acted as a neutron moderator, which was the opposite of boron. This element was used to slow down fast neutrons to increase the reactor's power. Of course, the previous designers did not design this so that reactor operators would be caught by surprise by the reversal. The graphite at the bottom also had a role. Because graphite could significantly slow down neutrons, it could also appropriately use reduced purity uranium fuel, thus saving costs. This wasn't a problem from an economic standpoint, but the low-enriched uranium fuel would react unstably, especially when the reactor was operating at low power. At that time, the graphite at the bottom of the control rod could play a role. It would allow the reactor to be better controlled. However, this design brought with it a potential risk. When the control rod was removed entirely from the reactor and then reinserted quickly, the graphite would first come into contact with the reactor core instead of boron. At that time, not only would the reaction power not decrease, but it would increase exponentially, even though just for a brief moment. What surprised Zhang Heng was that according to the information he had gathered before the accident at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, other nuclear power plants had already discovered the problem of the power suddenly rising before decreasing when control rods were reinserted into the reactor. Although reports had been made to the relevant authorities, it was probably because no accidents had happened yet that it was not taken seriously. On the other hand, it had to be acknowledged that the designers of the RMBK reactor had also made a lot of efforts to ensure its safety. The safety manual, for instance, clearly stated that during any given moment of the reactor's operation, at least 28 to 30 control rods had to be inserted. In addition, the reactor was equipped with an emergency core cooling system. When the void coefficient in the reactor increased, the water tank of the emergency core cooling system would immediately open and inject water into the reactor. However, in order to prevent the cool water from entering the high-temperature reactor and causing heat shock, Famin disconnected the device, which could save lives at critical moments, through the multiple forced circulation circuits during the experiment. After seeing Famin's first failed experiment, Zhang Heng was almost certain that the people in the central control room did not follow the safety manual, as they had previously said. The situation on the night of the explosion was also much more complicated than the first experiment because the safety test did not go according to plan. Previously, the reactor had been operating at low power for quite some time and had fallen into the iodine pit. In order to climb out of the iodine pit, the operator pulled out too many control rods, eventually causing the reactor power to rise rapidly. The people in the central control room could only hurriedly insert all the control rods back into the reactor's core. They wanted to suppress the fission reaction, but because the safety system was cut off, it could not take effect immediately. They did not expect that the design flaw of the reactor would eventually lead to the entire nuclear power plant declaring a GG. Chapter 1176, White Mare. Zhang Heng changed his clothes, got off work from the power plant, and returned to his residence. When he opened the door, he saw that the receptionist was busy killing some fish, preparing to make a squirrel mandarin dish. She had learned this dish from Zhang Heng. Of course, there was no mandarin fish in Ukraine, so she could only replace it with other fish caught in the Pripyat River. "How was work today?" the receptionist asked Zhang Heng in Ukrainian while scraping the fish scales. "Well, it's still the same." Zhang Heng placed the paper bag in his hand on the table. "The pickles and jam you wanted. I got them for you on my way home from work." "That's great. Just in time." The receptionist chirped happily. When Zhang Heng bought the pickled cucumber, he unexpectedly gained another 2 points. Up until now, he had already gained 192 points in the parallel dungeon, and the skills that needed to be upgraded were almost all upgraded. As for the Chernobyl accident, even though Zhang Heng was not in the central control room at the time, with the conversation he had with the person involved, he could basically reconstruct the events of that night. However, the strange thing was that there was still no movement from the main storyline mission. During this period, none of the system notifications Zhang Heng received had anything to do with finding the key person for the main mission. It was as if the system had completely forgotten about it. "Are you resting tomorrow?" The receptionist poked her head out from the kitchen. "Can you drive me to my grandmother's house? They live in the countryside, so it's quite a distance from here." "Okay," Zhang Heng said. He had almost finished investigating the reactor, so there was nothing else he could do for the time being. Zhang Heng didn't mind being the receptionist chauffeur, and he thought of it as a way to relax in the countryside. At the same time, he also thanked the waitress for her hard work throughout this time. The following day, the two of them woke up early. After breakfast, Zhang Heng drove the second-hand Lada to meet the grandparents of the pretty receptionist. In fact, this area had been inhabited long before constructing the nuclear power plant in Pripyat. More than 10,000 people lived in the central city of Chernobyl, while the remaining 40,000 people lived in various villages. At that time, the population density was very low, and not a single family could be seen for dozens of kilometers. The farmers in the vicinity mainly relied on farming for a living, but some hunters and fishermen were also there. The gray Lada plodded along a muddy dirt road. The surroundings were filled with short pines. It was already winter, and it had just snowed heavily 3 days ago. There was still a lot of white snow on the pines, and the temperature had already dropped below zero. The air outside the window, however, was very fresh. Unlike the town, everything here was still natural and primitive. The forest was filled with mud and moss, and Zhang Heng could see small animals foraging for food from time to time. Along the way, he saw 2 wild deer. They didn't need to hibernate. By autumn, they had shed their thin coverings and changed into long coats of thick fur. In addition, they had accumulated enough fat under their skin to help them withstand the cold and harsh winter. Typically, these wild deer would hide in the depths of the forest, but perhaps the heavy snowfall made them bolder, causing them to run to the edge of the forest. Zhang Heng got out of the car and washed his face with cold water when they passed a small stream. When he looked up, he saw that a mare had appeared across the creek. Its fur was snow-white, without a trace of impurities. Its slender body and strong muscles were filled with power and elegance. If not for the lack of sharp horns on its head, it could have easily passed off as a unicorn from the legends. The beautiful beast was standing quietly by the river, looking at Zhang Heng. When the latter was about to stand up, the white mare raised its hooves and turned to run into the forest. "Did you see it?" Zhang Heng walked back to the car and asked the receptionist in the passenger seat. The latter was confused. "What did you see?" "That white horse." It was standing by the river just now. Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I woke up too early this morning, so I'm still a little sleepy. The receptionist yawned. I think I took a nap just now, but I didn't see anything. Is it a white horse? It's probably from a nearby village. It doesn't look like one. It should be a wild horse. Zhang Heng said. A wild horse? That's impossible. I grew up here, and since I was a kid, I've never seen any wild horses around here. The receptionist shook her head. Perhaps you were mistaken? It's possible. Zhang Heng didn't bother to differentiate. He sat back in the driver's seat, started the car, and drove past the stream in front of him. When he washed his face, Zhang Heng took a look around. The water level here was very shallow, so he didn't have to worry about it flooding the intakes. After crossing the river, Zhang Heng even took a look at the spot where the white mare had stood earlier. In the end, he realized that there were no hoofprints there. It was as if the previous scene had never happened before. The white mare had appeared and disappeared without a trace like a ghost. Around 10:30 a.m., Zhang Heng and the receptionist arrived at their destination. The latter's grandfather, grandmother, sister, and brother-in-law warmly welcomed them. At noon, they were served red cabbage soup and pork sausages. After lunch, the receptionist's brother-in-law proposed to go hunting in the forest. We can hunt rabbits and wild deer. That way, we can have barbecued meat for dinner. The receptionist's brother-in-law said. By the way, Ivan, do you know how to use a gun? What were you thinking? Svetlana said that Ivan works in a nuclear power plant and is cultured, but it doesn't matter. You can teach him when the time comes. Maybe he will like hunting too. Svetlana's sister said enthusiastically. We have to find a shotgun for Ivan. I remember my grandfather has a double-barrel shotgun. The receptionist said. That was the gun my father gave me. I used this in World War II fighting Germans. But about 6 years ago, I wasn't in such good health, and when I was repairing the roof, I stepped on a piece of broken wood and fell down, breaking my leg. After that, I put the gun away. The old man said. But I take it out for maintenance every month. You can bring it with you if you want to go hunting. It probably misses the days when it was outside. Great, let's hurry up and leave now. Svetlana urged. When they returned to the place where she had lived in the countryside, the receptionist was also very excited. She had long abandoned the reserved atmosphere in the city and wanted to run out for some wild hooliganism right away. Chapter 1177, Hunting. Over here. Come quickly. I found a rabbit hole. Svetlana shouted excitedly. My sister and I will smoke it out. You guys take aim and shoot. However, after the waitress lit the cigarette, the rabbit did not come out. Then, just as she was feeling disappointed, she heard Zhang Heng say, 3 o'clock, under that tree. I see it. Svetlana's brother-in-law was also a frequent hunter in the forest, so he immediately saw the target. When a rabbit dug a hole, it typically wouldn't only leave one exit. This was also the origin of the saying. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. The fire that the receptionist and her sister lit finally worked, and it smoked the rabbit out of another hole. Her brother-in-law immediately raised the shotgun in his hand. His marksmanship was not bad, and one could tell from how he held the gun that he had practiced quite a few times. Considering the current tension between the Soviet Union and the Western world, no one knew when the war would start again, so there was no harm in a bit of marksmanship practice. This was also why her sister told Zhang Heng that her man could teach him how to hunt. However, this time, his opponent was also very alert. After coming out of the hole, he only stood there for a moment. As if he had sensed something dangerous, he immediately dashed out again. Almost at the same time, the sound of a gun was heard. The bullet grazed its fur and hit the short pine beside it. Damn it! Svetlana's brother-in-law cursed. The first bullet missed, and he hurriedly reloaded the gun. However, by the time he raised the gun again, the wild rabbit had already run quite a distance away. Probably shocked by the loud gunshot, it hadn't stopped running for its life. Facing the moving prey, Svetlana's brother-in-law had no choice, especially since the hare's fur and the color of the snow on the ground were very close, making it almost impossible for him to aim. Just as he was about to give up, he heard a gunshot. It's a hit. Svetlana cheered. When she saw the rabbit with her own eyes, her body shook, and she fell to the ground. Vesta, how did you become so good at shooting after a few months? I only fired once. Vesta was also confused. He turned to look at Zhang Hong, who had already put away the antique double-barreled shotgun. Ivan was the one who fired the shot just now. Svetlana's sister was standing between Vita's and Zhang Hong, so she clearly heard where the second shot came from. She asked curiously, "Ivan, you must have practiced shooting before, and you're so accurate." "Yes, I met a hunter from the mountains. She taught me how to shoot." Zhang Hong said. Vita's found it hard to believe. "What kind of hunter could teach you to shoot like that? Or is it because you have a talent in shooting?" "No, she taught me well. She's much better than me." Zhang Hong answered truthfully. From the expression on Vita's face, it was apparent he didn't believe a single word Zhang Hong said. According to Zhang Hong, the hunter who taught him how to shoot was probably unbeatable. However, since Zhang Hong was a guest, after all, he did not question him directly. Svetlana ran to pick up the rabbit that had been shot, and the four of them continued to walk into the mountains. On the way, Zhang Hong was also chatting with Vesta, asking him about the white mare. "A pure white horse? I've never seen one before." Vesta shook his head. "There aren't many people who raise horses in the village. The only two families that do raise working horses. The kind of horse you're talking about should be costly, not something the people here would raise." "Okay." Of course, Zhang Hong had guessed what Vesta would say, but to be on the safe side, he still asked again. Zhang Hong himself could not imagine the origin of the white horse, so he could only try his luck with Vesta. The other thing was to see if they could run into it again during the hunt. Unfortunately, although the four of them had gained a lot after that, they had caught 2 rabbits and a deer. The white mare Zhang Hong had met by the stream would never appear again. After catching the deer, the four of them looked at the sky and decided not to go any further. Vita's and Zhang Hong carried the prey into the trunk of the car. "I know a way to get home as soon as possible, but what? When you pass a place in the middle, you'd better slow down." Vesta said. Is it Aunt Sok's residence?" Hearing this, Svetlana interjected. "Her temper has always been bad. It is said that the man died very early. After that, she lived alone and did not interact much with the people in the village. The only thing she kept a close watch on was her vegetable patch. I remember when I was young, some children went to play in her field. She directly rushed out with a gun, scaring the children and their parents. My mother even used her to scare me later. How is she now? Is she any better?" "No, it's even more exaggerated. A week ago, a car passed by her door, and she directly shot through her window. Fortunately, the people inside were fine. After that, she said that she heard wrong and thought that the villagers were driving a tractor to steal her vegetables." "That's scary. We'd better not pass by her door then," Svetlana said worriedly. "It's fine. We just need to stay away from her. Although that old woman has a heart of stone and a weird personality, it's a good thing that her marksmanship isn't as good as Ivan's. If we go that way, we can go home before nightfall." "It's decided then." Zhang Hong finally decided. About 20 minutes later, Zhang Hong drove the car to the edge of a field. Vita's pointed in a direction. "Look, that's where Aunt Sok lives." Zhang Hong looked in the direction he was pointing and saw a dilapidated small house. The side of the house was half collapsed, and it looked like a cave. It was hard to imagine that anyone would want to live in it. Aunt Sok's man died early, and they didn't have a child. The villagers saw her and wanted to help her repair the house for free, but after the gun incident, it was over. She's been living here alone ever since. Speaking of which, she's in her 80s. Everyone thinks that she won't survive the winter, but they'll still see her next year. At least she's in good health. Is that so? Zhang Hong looked at the small house again. Although the place looked dark and run down, it was of quite the grand design. Whether the floor area or the height of the building, it was bigger than the average house in the village. It was also why Aunt Sok could still live in the house, although half of it had collapsed. Chapter 1178, The Return Journey. Zhang Hong followed Vesta's instructions and slowed the car down. The gray Lada slowly rolled past Aunt Sok's door. Fortunately, the thing that everyone was worried about didn't happen. The house was very quiet, and there was almost no movement. Although it wasn't night yet, the sky had already started to darken. Zhang Hong looked in the direction of the window. It was pitch black there, and the curtains were tightly drawn, covering the inside. No one knew what the weird old woman called Sok was doing inside. Zhang Heng took a look, and then he heard the voice of Svetlana behind him. "Let's go. We'll go back early to eat barbecue." Zhang Heng nodded and looked away. Then he stepped on the accelerator, and the car started to speed up, leaving the hut on the hillside behind. Zhang Heng and Svetlana, the receptionist, spent 2 days in the countryside. Other than hunting, they also went fishing by the river. Initially, she wanted to show off in front of Zhang Heng. Hunting was a male-dominated sport, after all, and she had been fishing with her grandfather since she was very young, so she had pretty respectable skills. However, never did she expect that she couldn't beat a certain someone when fishing. Zhang Heng seemed to have picked a random place and dropped the bait. Soon, a fish would bite the hook. After a whole morning, she looked at the fish in Zhang Heng's bucket and then looked at the fish in her own bucket. The key of meat pie prepared by her grandmother instantly lost its fragrance. "This is too unfair." Svetlana threw away the fishing rod and protested. "It's one thing to learn languages so quickly, but how are you so good at hunting and fishing?" "I don't have any tricks. I just practice a lot." Zhang Heng lifted the fishing rod, took the freshly caught fish from the hook, and put it into his wooden bucket. Previously on the island, if he weren't good enough at catching fish, he would have starved to death. He had to admit that life in the countryside was quite comfortable. Other than the white mare he had met by the stream and the old woman named Sok, who lived alone in the west of the village, Zhang Heng didn't encounter anything strange. Everything here was beautiful. The people were simple, and the air was fresh. It was no wonder that many residents of Pripyat were willing to go to the nearby villages to relax during weekends and holidays. Unfortunately, in less than 2 years, nuclear radiation would contaminate the place and become desolate. Even the wild animals would be cleaned up by the militia as a mobile source of radiation until decades later, where only animals would return to settle down. Trees and vegetation would grow again. Some residents, having greatly cherished their homeland, even ignored warnings and secretly returned to settle down here. However, the radiation would also plague this land for a long time, like a curse. With the bread and sausages made by Svetlana's grandmother, she and Zhang Heng set off on their return journey. There were still about 400 days left in the parallel dungeon, and Zhang Heng had basically learned everything he could from the nuclear power plant. Due to his excellent skills, he even managed to become the director of the steam turbine department. After that, Bryanov also spoke to him, hinting that once he had accumulated another 3 to 5 years of experience, he would be promoted to the vice chief engineer position in the operations department. At that time, Zhang Heng was only in his early 30s, and such a promotion rate could be considered heaven-defying. He would also be the youngest vice chief engineer in the history of the nuclear power plant. However, Zhang Heng himself was not too interested in the appointment. He entered the parallel dungeon to look for a solution to the main mission, not to play the role of Du Lala's promotion. The reason he wanted to become the director of the steam turbine department was also to become part of the higher-ups of the nuclear power plant. Only then would accessing core documents be more convenient. Now that his work at the nuclear power plant was basically completed, he naturally didn't care about whether he was promoted or not. Furthermore, according to Bryanov, the parallel dungeon would have already ended by that time, and he wouldn't be here anymore. Thus, in the following days, Zhang Heng also announced that he had become a salted fish. The work within his scope was still very well done, but he didn't really care other than that. The waitress was pleasantly surprised to find that Zhang Heng seemed to have a lot more time since returning from the countryside. The two of them would wander around the town whenever they had nothing to do, from shopping malls to restaurants. And Zhang Heng even led her on a tour of the newly built amusement park. Furthermore, when they went shopping, the waitress realized that she was no match for Zhang Heng. The latter would often walk around for a whole day, not even sparing some corner of the town. In addition, Zhang Heng seemed to be particularly concerned about the construction of the city. Whenever he heard that a construction project had started, he would run over to take a look. She found it hard to understand the innate passion that men had for excavators. However, overall, she was quite satisfied with her current life. Even though Zhang Heng had completed his language studies, he was still paying her salary on time, which made her feel a little embarrassed. She took the initiative to do all the grocery shopping and housework. However, she would occasionally see Zhang Heng standing by the window in the middle of the night, looking at the city under his feet. It was hard to tell what he was thinking. Once he stopped calculating the time on purpose, time would fly by. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Heng had stayed in the parallel dungeon for the 1440th day. That morning, she and her friends went to the stadium to watch the game, leaving Zhang Heng alone at home. He looked at the clock on the wall. He looked at the starfish in his hand again. There was only 1 second left until 24 o'clock. Zhang Heng adjusted his breathing and lay down on the sofa. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the hammock, and a sense of weakness washed over him. It was the long-awaited nuclear fatigue. Zhang Heng knew that his physical condition had been reset back to before he entered the parallel dungeon. The good news was that he already knew his current physical condition, including the schedule for the subsequent deterioration. Still, the bad news was that he had to experience the pain of his body being destroyed by the nuclear radiation again. Zhang Heng did not want to experience what he had experienced in the hospital room again. Even though he could endure and handle the pain better than the average person, he was unsure if the treatment would be as smooth this time. No, in fact, Zhang Heng was almost certain that this time would not be as smooth as the last. Therefore, he needed to clear the dungeon quickly before his body deteriorated to the point he could not move. However, Zhang Heng knew that it would not be an easy task. Fortunately, after the 4-year parallel dungeon, he was ready. Chapter 1179, The Final Mission. At that moment, the room became exceptionally quiet. Everyone knew all too well that tonight's mission was a gamble. Skrbina was their last hope of completing the main mission. If there were no results even after they investigated him, they could still choose to leave Pripyat and wait for the official investigation. However, considering everyone's current physical condition, only Zhang Heng, who was in the best shape, could still wait until then. Thus, for the other 3 players, tonight's actions would be equivalent to the final verdict. Probably because no one had spoken for too long, Mouse could not stand the silence, and he took the initiative to start the conversation. I wonder how Coconut is doing now. It would be all fine if he didn't speak, but when he opened his mouth, the atmosphere became even more solemn. After a moment, the youth in the uniform waved his arm that was almost unable to be raised. Good question. I'll help you take a look after I go in too. Sorry, I'm just a little nervous. Mouse apologized. Who isn't? I feel like I'm now back to the day of the college entrance exam. This dungeon is too strange. Mouse said. I've never encountered a dungeon with such a vague main storyline quest. It's like the dungeon's designer deliberately doesn't want the players to find the answer. Master Kuei said. Is that really okay? I feel like the difficulty of this dungeon is far higher than that of a normal dungeon. The youth in the uniform frowned. There's no need to feel anything. I just participated in the proxy war dungeon. Master Kuei's eyes flashed. I can very responsibly say that the difficulty of this dungeon has far surpassed the proxy war dungeon. Is there a bug in the game? Mouse asked. But it seems that up until now, no player has encountered any bugs. Whether it's a bug or not, we have no choice now. We only have the path of completing the mission. Master Kuei said. After saying that, she looked at the watch on the wall. The time was now 11:37 p.m. When they arrived at Pripyat Hotel, it should be almost midnight. Skrbina should have returned to his room, which meant that they could start to move. Bring your things. If everything goes well, we probably won't have to come back. Master Kuei said. Even if it doesn't go well, we probably won't have to come back too. The uniformed boy still maintained the attitude of making the best out of a bad situation. I'll put the rest of the food and water into the traveling bag by the wall. Mouse reminded. I'll take it. Zhang Heng said lightly. He was the only one in good health among the 4 of them. The young man's arms, Mouse's legs, and even Master Kuei had vomited a few times not too long ago. Therefore, the task of moving things fell to Zhang Heng. You guys go downstairs first. I'll be right behind you. Zhang Heng said. 5 minutes later, the 4 of them gathered in front of the Volga. Zhang Heng threw the bag and his pestilence bone bow into the trunk. Then, he sat in the driver's seat and started the car, the seal hanging on the rearview mirror swaying along with it. Then, Zhang Heng drove the car onto the road. During the day, the entire Pripyat looked empty and desolate, but at night, the loneliness became even more apparent. All the buildings were pitch black, and there was almost no light on the streets except for the headlights. In addition, it was a moonless night, so everyone's line of sight was limited to the headlights. This feeling was very similar to a horror movie where they were sweeping around with a flashlight, not knowing what would appear in front of them in the next moment. They did not know if it was to fulfill the player's ominous premonition, but then they saw something really appear in front of the headlights. It was a white mare with not a single hair on its body. It was as beautiful as a statue, standing quietly in the middle of the road with its neck raised. No one knew when it appeared there. When they found it, the car was less than 10 meters away from the white mare. It was already too late to step on the brakes. The Volga was about to hit the white mare, and what awaited them was the destruction of the car. Mouse, in the passenger seat, had his eyes go from shock to confusion to fear. He reached out to prepare for the impact, but the expression on Zhang Heng's face did not change. He did not slow down immediately. As if he did not see the white mare in front of him, he turned the steering, and at the same time, waiting for an opportunity to pull the handbrake. He held the rear wheel tightly to reduce the lateral grip of the car. The Volga's body drew an arc, almost brushing past the white mare's body. In the end, it came to a safe stop on the road ahead. When Zhang Heng got out of the car and turned on the flashlight, he saw that the white mare had disappeared just like last time. Is that thing a horse? Mouse asked, still in shock. That's right, but I've never seen a horse like that before. It's looking at us like it's a human. Master Kuei said. Think that horse is the god behind this dungeon? The boy asked. Is it a horse god? But why would it appear in the Chernobyl dungeon to protest against human destruction of the environment? It's quite environmentally friendly. While everyone was discussing the scene before them, Zhang Heng had already returned to the car. He did not say anything. He just switched off the flashlight and started the car again. After he drove the Volga back on the road, the other three people's expressions became a little strange. Don't you want to say something? Say what? Zhang Heng asked. That horse, that's a supernatural phenomenon, isn't it? Yes, it should be. A normal horse wouldn't appear and leave so suddenly, and it didn't react much when we were about to hit it. This isn't in line with biological instincts. Mouse really wanted to say. You don't fit with biological instincts either. Then, when they were about to hit, he glanced at Zhang Heng and realized that the latter's expression was almost as calm as the horse's. However, he held himself back in the end and said, Don't you think that the horse's appearance might mean something? Zhang Heng shook his head. I know what you're thinking, but since it can appear in front of us when we're completely unaware, then we won't be able to find it when it doesn't want to appear in front of us. I just think that it might be related to the main storyline mission that we haven't made any progress on yet. That's not ruled out. Zhang Heng said with a nod. So, I can promise you that even if we turn back now and do a thorough search, you won't be able to find any trace of the white horse. Chapter 1180, Old Friend. 0:04 p.m. Zhang Heng parked the Volga outside the entrance of the Pripyat Hotel. Other than the white mare that had appeared again, the group did not encounter any other strange incidents along the way and successfully arrived at their destination. There were no security measures outside the hotel. Although many important people were inside, after Pripyat DW announced the evacuation, most of the chefs and service staff had boarded their cars and left, not to mention the guards and security guards. In fact, even if there were still people there, they wouldn't be squatting on the streets to soak up the radiation. In addition, the entire city had been evacuated, and the only ones that remained were in charge of disaster relief. Thus, in the eyes of Skrbina and the others, their living quarters weren't in any danger. However, tonight, Pripyat Hotel will be welcoming a group of uninvited guests. Zhang Heng got out of the car, taking out the pestilence bone bow from the trunk and slinging it over his back, followed by Master Kuei and the young man in black. After that, Vesnova held on to Mouse. The five of them remained silent. They walked past the red carpet outside the door and entered the hotel lobby. It was pitch black now, and there was no one around. Zhang Heng deliberately shone his flashlight at the front desk. The doctors and maintenance workers had already taken Svetlana away before they left. Even if she didn't leave, she wouldn't have remembered what had happened in the parallel dungeon. Zhang Heng only took one look before turning away. He was about to continue forward when he suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Master Kuei asked. There's something missing here. Something? What is it? Mouse looked around, but he couldn't figure out what Zhang Heng was talking about, so he asked, "Could those people have taken it away when they left?" "Impossible. That thing can't be taken with them." Zhang Heng walked to the front desk as he spoke. He held the flashlight in front of his eyes and waved it inside. Soon, he found the target. Then, he reached out and took out a phone receiver from behind the potted plant. Mouse was still a little confused, but Master Kuei and the young man changed their expressions when they saw this. The earpiece was not attached to the base. In other words, if someone used a room's phone to call the front desk switchboard, then turned the switchboard's earpiece toward the outside, they could hear the commotion coming from the lobby. "Looks like someone knew we're coming," Zhang Heng said calmly as he reattached the earpiece. "Someone from the committee?" the uniformed teenager asked. "Is it because we've held Kovitz hostage before, so he was alerted?" "Kovitz is just a technician. Even if he was alerted, he wouldn't be able to do that," Zhang Heng said. "For someone to be able to use the receiver to listen in, he has to possess investigative and anti-investigative abilities." "Then who is targeting us?" Master Kuei frowned. "Could it be that the people from that place are really here?" Even though Master Kuei didn't give a name, Zhang Heng and the others knew what she was talking about. The Soviet intelligence agency, better known as the KGB, was as famous as the CIA, MI6, and Mossad. Previously, Zhang Heng had used KGB's Tiger flag to scare Bryanov and Dyatlov. Could the real KGB agents have really come to Chernobyl this time? "If it's just to deal with us, isn't it making a big deal out of nothing?" Mouse asked hesitantly. Even though the players weren't exactly law-abiding ever since they entered the dungeon, stealing, threatening, kidnapping, they had done it all. But so far, they had not caused too much commotion in the town. At most, it was a 2-star bounty by GTA standards, so there was no reason for the KGB to take action. "Since we can't figure it out, we might as well go up and take a look." Zhang Heng was still as calm as ever. However, considering that their actions might have already been discovered by the higher-ups, Zhang Heng changed plans slightly. He split up with the other 4 and climbed up the 3rd floor from the outer wall. After that, they would meet up at the entrance of the fire escape. If there was an ambush there, Zhang Heng would be able to kill them in advance. After agreeing on the next step of their plan, Master Kuei and the others waited for about 2 minutes before walking up the stairs. They didn't walk very fast, mainly because Mouse's thighs were swollen like carrots, and although he had Besnova's support and found a walking stick, he still walked with great difficulty. If it wasn't for the fact that he still needed to be the interpreter, he would have been waiting in the car. And when he thought of the possibility that the legendary KGB was waiting for him above his head, Mouse became even more anxious. If the battle wasn't going well, he didn't know whether he would escape. The 4 of them carefully explored the 2nd floor with their flashlights. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any danger. Just as they wanted to continue climbing up, an accident happened. Master Kuei and the young man in the uniform had only taken 2 steps when they heard Mouse and Besnova behind them here, breathing heavily. The 2 of them turned around and saw a man tightly wrapped windbreaker and a hat. He held a TT-33 pistol in one hand and pointed it at Mouse's temple while his other covered Besnova's mouth. This stopped the latter from screaming. The attacker should have been hiding behind the stairs on the 2nd floor, and it wasn't until the 4 had passed him that he quietly jumped out and held 2 hostages. When Master Kuei saw this, she was about to ask the other party about his intentions when he unexpectedly spoke up. He said in a low and hoarse voice, "Don't speak loudly. It's me." Master Kuei felt that the voice was a little familiar. Then, Mouse reacted first, exclaiming in joy and surprise, "Doctor! That's right. Didn't you leave Pripyat? Why are you back? You're here. Where's the maintenance man? Is he back too?" the young man asked. "He's in the hospital and didn't come back. In fact, if you see him, you'll know why he didn't come back," the doctor said. The doctor put away the pistol in his hand and took off his hat as he spoke. When they saw the face under the hat, they couldn't help but gasp. It couldn't even be called a face anymore because it had swelled to 1.5 times its normal size. Moreover, the skin had begun to fester, hanging on it one by one, as if it was severely burned. It was only then that the others noticed that the doctor's 2 hands were also wrapped in bandages. Obviously, His face wasn't the only part festering. Didn't you and the maintenance worker leave Pripyat? How did you end up like this? I'm afraid you'll have to ask Simon about this. Anger and pain flashed in the doctor's eyes. Chapter 1181. That was a good suggestion. Simon. Mouse couldn't understand what the doctor's current state had to do with Simon. Previously, both parties had gone their separate ways. Simon stayed with them in Pripyat to continue the investigation while the doctor left with the maintenance worker. Although he sympathized with the doctor's current state, no matter how he looked at it, he could not place the blame on Simon. It seems that your condition has been deteriorating. The doctor wasn't in a hurry to explain. Instead, he first looked around. His gaze swept past the teenager's swollen arm and Mouse's legs. Then, there was also Master Kuei's slightly pale face. What is that supposed to mean? Master Kuei's expression changed. Do you still remember what I said? With Coconut's condition back at the nuclear power plant, she shouldn't have deteriorated so quickly. Even if her palm came into contact with the graphite on the ground, it only took less than a day for her from passing out from a high fever to almost losing her life. Such rapid progression does not conform to medical knowledge at all. You suspect that someone could have done something to her? The first person who found out that something was wrong with her that night was Simon. The doctor said coldly. The teenager shook his head. But that doesn't mean that Simon did something to her. Besides, Simon isn't some omnipotent god. How could he aggravate Coconut's condition? It's graphite. What? I'm answering your question. How did he aggravate Coconut's condition? Because he secretly placed the graphite core next to her. Do you know what you're saying? Kuei asked. Of course, because he treated me and the maintenance man the same way. He warned us not to leave Pripyat, but we didn't listen to him. So before he left, he put a piece of graphite in our backpacks. The doctor cried in grief and indignation. We only found out 2 days later that the maintenance man had been carrying that bag the whole time. When we arrived at the hospital, he was directly sent to the emergency room, and you saw my situation. I wasn't hospitalized because I knew that since Simon would make a move on Coconut and us, and he would definitely not let you go. So, I rushed back to Pripyat overnight to warn you. But I didn't know where you were, so I could only stay by Skrbina's side and wait for you to come over. After the doctor had said what he wanted to say, the stairwell fell into silence. The main reason for that was the explosive piece of news they received. Everyone had always thought that the deterioration of their physical condition was due to the radiation they had received, but they did not expect that a human factor could actually be involved. Moreover, the players who dared to choose a single row were basically not fools. After careful consideration, they realized that the doctor's words were very credible. It was not just because of the 2 things he had said, but the most important thing was that up until now, only Simon had remained in relatively good physical condition. If someone was really playing tricks in the dark, Simon was undoubtedly the most suspicious one among them. However, the uniformed teenager still found it difficult to accept it. Simon, why did he attack us? Even if you don't trust his character, isn't this dungeon a one-on-one mode? Players are teammates and not enemies. We'll have to ask him that. The doctor said. Master Kuei's mouth dropped open to say something. What do you want to say? The youth asked. You all saw the post that Flo posted on Simon's behalf. Simon offered 200,000 points as a reward, but he clearly didn't have that many game points on him. He could only use a B-grade item as collateral. Master Kuei said. He's very short of points right now. Are you saying that he plans to kill us and steal our items to make up for a portion of his points? You have to admit that it is indeed the fastest way to earn points. What about the main storyline quest? Up until now, we haven't had any leads. Doesn't that just lower his hopes of killing us and completing the main storyline quest? Mouse said weakly. You're right. However, we don't have any leads. Perhaps he already knows how to complete the main storyline quest. That's why he's starting to deal with us. Once he kills all of us, he'll be able to complete the main storyline quest by himself. After that, he'll return with a full load. The doctor suggested. As soon as he finished speaking, another voice came from upstairs. That's a good suggestion. The players' faces darkened when they heard that because they recognized that it was Simon. Zhang Heng slowly walked down the stairs from the 3rd floor. He looked at the players who looked like they were about to face a great enemy, and then said to the doctor, You played a good diversionary tactic. No, I can't compare to you, the doctor said with a sneer. Who would have known that the great Simon is actually someone who plays a game of hide-and-seek on the surface? Zhang Heng shook his head. I'll correct you on 2 points. What? First, I don't need to act in a superficial manner and hide behind the scenes. If I really had the intention to kill people and steal their items, then all the other players in this dungeon would not be able to stop me even if they joined forces. Zhang Heng did not purposely use a threatening tone in his words. He only said it in a normal tone, but everyone felt a strong sense of oppression. Even the doctor opened his mouth, but failed to say anything in the end. Simon had always been very easygoing and had kept a low profile in this dungeon. Whenever he took action, he would ask for everyone's opinion in advance, never once using his position as the team leader to force anyone to do anything. After some time, everyone even forgot that he was the #1 player that suppressed the experts of the 3 large guilds to take the #1 spot on the leaderboard. Second, Zhang Heng looked at the doctor and continued. I sympathize with your plight, but unfortunately, you found the wrong person. The doctor did not seem to believe Zhang Heng's words. He said, let's not talk about me and the maintenance worker for now. How are you going to explain the fact that everyone else's condition is deteriorating at a faster rate than normal? You may have picked the wrong person, but there is one thing that you're right about. Someone is secretly increasing the amount of radiation we're exposed to. However, that person is not me. As for why I'm in better condition than you guys, it's just because I'm more alert. Zhang Heng waved the thing in his hand. What's this? A portable radiation measuring device. I got it from a militia sprinkler earlier. The measuring range is very small, and the upper limit is only 3.6 Renkin. However, it's enough to help me get through dangerous places and items. Zhang Heng explained. After Coconut was sent to the hospital, I took the meter back to her room. I found that the radiation in her room was indeed abnormal. In many places, my meter was off the charts. This means that someone planted a strong radiation source in her room. The uniformed boy was startled. At that time, you asked me to go with you to snatch the clothes. Was it really to get the meter? Chapter 1182, Invisible Man. Are you trying to say that you weren't the one who secretly placed the graphite in our backpacks? The doctor pointed the gun at Zhang Heng. That's right. Zhang Heng said calmly. That's impossible. The doctor said firmly. Everyone else's health is deteriorating rapidly. If you weren't the one who placed the graphite in our backpacks, then he would only be letting you off easy. This doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. Zhang Heng nodded. Master Kuei and the other players were surprised. They didn't expect Zhang Heng to admit it so readily. Zhang Heng continued. Unless the person who secretly put the graphite in your bag isn't a player. Not a player. What do you mean? Mouse was confused. The doctor said. After we split up, the maintenance man and I drove away from Pripyat. We were cautious along the way and tried not to interact with outsiders. I'm sure no one touched our bag during this period, so the graphite was in our bag before we split up. At that time, all of us were together. Other than our own people, it was impossible for anyone to slip something into our bag without us knowing unless that person was completely invisible. Zhang Heng ignored the doctor's final taunt and asked, do you still remember the name of this dungeon? Invisible Killer? What's wrong with that? Didn't we already conclude that the invisible killer refers to nuclear radiation? Grandpa Kuei said. Nuclear radiation does indeed fit the definition of an invisible killer. Furthermore, we encountered a nuclear explosion as soon as we entered the dungeon, so it's instinctive to think in this direction. At first, I tried to find an answer in this direction, and I followed the steps to investigate the cause of the accident, but in the end, as you can see, the main mission hasn't changed at all. Then what else can the invisible killer refer to? The young man asked. Nothing, just the literal meaning. Zhang Heng said. The background of this dungeon has been deliberately misleading us, making the whole thing complicated. The literal meaning? Don't tell me you really think an invisible killer is lurking around us? Mouse shivered and looked around with a panicked expression. Are you treating us like fools? The doctor didn't fall for his trick at all. He laughed in anger. Are you really going to push all this on an invisible man? Even the uniformed teenager, who had always supported Zhang Heng unconditionally, found the statement hard to accept. An invisible man. It's a little too sci-fi. No, you've misunderstood me. Zhang Heng said. The teacher who taught me assassin techniques once told me that the best way to disappear quickly in this world is to completely blend into the surrounding environment and become a part of it. So, for now, what's the fastest way to blend into the environment? Master Kuei asked. Pretend to be a player. Zhang Heng replied calmly. The dungeon's mode is single-player cooperative, which means that the players in the dungeon are all in a cooperative relationship. Although we can't rule out the possibility of some players killing others for their goods, overall, the relationship between the players in the single-player, cooperative dungeon is relatively harmonious. Furthermore, the background of this dungeon is the famous Chernobyl accident. From the first second of the game, the shadow of death has been looming over our heads, especially when we have no clue about the main storyline quest. It's almost impossible for us to suspect the companions around us. Zhang Heng paused for a moment before continuing. As I said before, this dungeon has been deliberately misleading us from the very beginning. When we first entered the dungeon, there were 7 of us in the same room. When we realized that we were surrounded by players, we naturally assumed that all 7 of us were players. This is a form of mental inertia. But after that, we introduced ourselves. At least I didn't find anything wrong with it. Even if the NPC in the dungeon could blend in with us, it would be difficult to imitate our tone and mannerism. Most importantly, it would be our understanding of the real world. Despite saying that, she began to think about the possibility. Of course, ordinary NPC can't, but someone can do it. Who? The master behind this dungeon. Zhang Heng said calmly. The master behind this dungeon? Your story is getting more and more ridiculous. The doctor sneered. I can't rule out the possibility that some gods will appear in the dungeon, but I've never heard of any gods personally participating in the game. Others may not, but I know someone who will. In fact, I'm not surprised at what he does. Zhang Heng said. Do you already know which god is behind this dungeon? Grandpa Kuei's eyes moved. That's right. Loki, the god of lies and tricks in Norse mythology, is the one hiding among us and playing tricks. Zhang Heng said. This is very consistent with his style of doing things. You said the god behind this dungeon is Loki? Where's the evidence? So far, all we've heard is your nonsense. The doctor snapped rudely, clenching the TT-33 in his hand. The evidence is hidden in every corner of the dungeon. Although Loki has always appeared as a person who can ignore the rules and tease people everywhere, he can indeed break many restrictions. This is also the reason why this dungeon is so unique. However, according to my speculation, he still needs to follow some basic rules in the game. For example, he can't set up an unsolvable dungeon. He can increase its difficulty to a certain extent, but he also needs to leave the answer to the riddle. Where's the answer? The boy asked. According to Norse mythology, Loki was an outstanding shapeshifter. He appeared in different stories as a seal, a salmon, a white mare, a fly, and an old woman named Sock. A white mare? The one we met on the way to the hotel? Mouse asked in surprise. Zhang Heng nodded. The old lady named Sock lives in a small village not far from Pripyat. The building she lives in is taller than the average residential building because, in Norse mythology, she belongs to the giant tribe. Half of the other building has collapsed, corresponding to the cave she lives in the story. The dolphin. Is it the chain hanging on our car? Master Kuei quickly thought of the dolphin interior hanging on the rearview mirror of the Volga. If it's salmon, it can't be referring to the canned salmon that we stored, right? Mouse's ability to draw inferences from one example was also very strong. Chapter 1183. The truth was never pleasant to the ear. So you think the god behind this dungeon is Loki, that Loki? The doctor asked, bemused. Yes, and there has always been a view in the academic world that Loki is not only the god of lies and trickery, but also the god of fire, which corresponds to the fire at Chernobyl. Zhang Heng said. To be honest, he had never expected that Loki would be the mastermind behind this dungeon. Although Zhang Heng and Loki had never met before, they had secretly crossed swords once thanks to the Gemengard incident. It was then that Zhang Heng learned from Fan Meinan that Loki had also been targeting him for a long time. Therefore, when he realized that he had entered Loki's dungeon in this game round, Zhang Heng did not think it was a coincidence. As for the others, they could only say that they were unlucky to be involved in the dungeon that Loki had designed to deal with him. The expression on the doctor's scary face kept changing. Obviously, he was also thinking about what Zhang Heng had just said. Although he didn't want to, he had to admit that Zhang Heng's speculation carried with it a certain degree of credibility. That was because not long ago, he and the maintenance man had also seen that mysterious white mare. However, he did not move the TT-33 in his hand away from Zhang Heng's chest. He only slightly pulled away from Mouse beside him. The god of lies and trickery is between us at this moment. This is not the explanation I want to hear. The doctor said. The truth is never pleasant to the ear. Zhang Heng said. After he said that, the atmosphere became more subtle. Almost all the players present simultaneously assumed defensive positions because no one knew if Loki was standing right next to them. This was Loki, not some ancient god that was about to be forgotten or a new god still in the learning and growth stage. He was a traditional god that had existed for thousands of years, was extremely powerful, and was still in the rising stage. Any god was not easy to deal with, let alone Loki, infamous for his tricks and lies. According to you, Loki is the key person to be found in the main mission. If I put a bullet in each of your heads, will I be able to find out who Loki is and clear this dungeon? The doctor growled. I advise against it. Zhang Heng said. Why? Loki is a god, and gods can't be killed by mortals, right? So I'll shoot you, and we'll know the result very soon. The doctor loaded the pistol in his hand. Who told you that gods can't be killed by mortals? Zhang Heng said lightly. I've killed more than one. That's good. If we kill Loki, all us players will be able to clear the level. The doctor said. Although gods aren't impossible to kill, they're not something you can kill with a TT-33. Zhang Heng said. You can't kill me with this gun, so if I were you, I'd put the gun down. Loki would love for you to do that. He's good at stirring up suspicions and disputes. The doctor fell into a state of hesitation when he heard that. He saw the young man pull out the military dagger from his waist and throw it to his feet. As usual, he was the first person to respond to Zhang Heng. He raised his hands to indicate that he did not have any other weapons. Simon is right. Since we know that Loki is behind this dungeon, we can use peaceful means to find him among us. I think so too. Mouse agreed immediately. He quickly threw down the weapon in his hand, as if throwing a hot potato. But to everyone's surprise, when it was Kuei's turn, she simply said, I refuse. The doctor immediately turned his gun and pointed at Kuei. You're Loki? Did the radiation damage your brain? How do you know I'm Loki? Kuei said coldly. Then why are you objecting? The doctor said seriously. If Kuei couldn't give him a satisfactory explanation, he would pull the trigger without hesitation. We need to have a good talk, but we can't abandon our weapons because we still need them to deal with Loki. Don't forget that this is his dungeon. Even if we join forces, we might still be at a disadvantage. Master Kuei said. You have a point. Mouse quickly picked up the weapon he had left behind. The young man in the uniform glanced at Zhang Heng. Seeing the latter nodding, he bent down to retrieve his military dagger. The players looked at the doctor, who thought for half a minute before finally putting away the pistol. However, he did not put the TT-33 into the holster. Instead, he kept the gun in his hand, pointing the muzzle at the ground. If you want to talk, then let's talk. I'm not Loki. This is obvious. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up in this state. The doctor said. Then, after we separated, your bodies began deteriorating at an accelerated rate. This is enough to prove that I'm not the one who's playing tricks in the dark. Don't misunderstand. I'm not saying that you're Loki. Mouse said. I'm just stating my own opinion. Everyone knows that Loki is an excellent shapeshifter, so he can completely disguise himself as someone who's suffered from severe radiation exposure. In fact, apart from Simon, most of us don't seem to be in good condition. As for the problem that our bodies deteriorated after you left, although you said that you came back on the third day, We don't know how long you've been gone. If you were Loki, you might not have left Pripyat at all and have been following us in secret." After the doctor tried to prove his innocence, the boy in the uniform also spoke up. "I've always admired Simon. He defeated the 3 guilds and that mysterious beta and took first place on the scoreboard of the first round of the proxy war. After that, I began to collect all kinds of information about him on the forum. Because of that, I had quite a few verbal battles with the people from the 3 guilds. Master Koei said that my code name was a bit familiar. I think he must have seen the posts where I argued with other people on the forum. Of course, I know that Loki can also choose to pretend to be Simon's fanboy, but he probably won't have the time to spend on the forum like me." The boy in the uniform mocked himself. "Is it my turn next?" Mouse looked around and asked nervously. "I'm not Loki, there's no doubt about that. Otherwise, Coconut wouldn't have given me those whispers before she was hospitalized. I mean, if I were the one who harmed her, she wouldn't have trusted me so much." Chapter 1184, Trickery. Anything else? The doctor played with TT-33, sizing up Mouse in front of him with an unfriendly expression. "Coconut gave you whispers, but who knows if it's because you're too good of an actor that you fooled her first. It seems that the possibility of you being Loki is even higher." Mouse was a little intimidated by the doctor's stare, and the sweat on his forehead began to seep out. He tried hard to think of any other evidence that could prove that he was not Loki, but the more anxious he was, the more his mind went blank, and he could not think of anything. After a long while, he finally managed to say, "If I were really Loki, I wouldn't be as easy to see through as it is for me. He is the god of lies and tricks, so his lies should be flawless." The doctor was stunned. He obviously did not expect Mouse to think in the opposite direction when he was cornered. According to him, the more unlikely it was for Loki to be Loki's man, the more likely it was for him to be Loki's man. So who was the most unlikely person to be Loki's man now? The doctor thought about it and realized that it was him. He shouted angrily, "No nesting." But after Mouse said that, everyone realized that the problem seemed a little unsolvable. If they really played real-life werewolf, all the players combined wouldn't be a match for Loki. At that moment, Zhang Heng said, "I have an idea." "What idea?" the doctor asked. "I have an item in my hand that can increase the damage of mythical creatures," Zhang Heng said as he pulled out the hidden scabbard from his waist. The doctor looked alarmed. "You're not thinking of using this knife to cut us, are you?" "It's not that exaggerated. I just need to cut your fingers a little," Zhang Heng said. "What happens if you get cut?" "Ordinary people will be fine, but supernatural creatures will continue to bleed," Zhang Heng said. "This is the only way to find out which one of us is Loki." The doctor hesitated, but in the end, he shook his head and said, "I won't let you cut my hand with an unknown game item. It doesn't matter. You can come last. We'll cut first. If you find Loki in the middle, you won't need to be cut. If you don't, you won't need to be cut either," Zhang Heng said. He didn't care whether the doctor agreed or not. He turned to ask, "Who wants to go first?" The young man had always been Zhang Heng's staunch supporter. This time, he didn't disappoint Zhang Heng. Hearing this, he immediately reached out his hand. Zhang Heng used the hidden scabbard to gently slice the tip of his thumb. Not long after, blood dripped from the wound. Zhang Heng tossed the young man a bag of cotton swabs, and the latter pulled one out to plug the wound. The atmosphere at the scene also became tense. About half a minute later, the young man removed the cotton swabs and raised his injured thumb again. The wound on his hand had already scabbed, and no more blood dripped out. "Huh?" Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. "How is it? Does this count as passing the test?" Master Koei asked. She rolled up her sleeves. "It's my turn now, right? Okay, reach out." Zhang Heng pressed his palm on the hilt of the hidden scabbard as he spoke. However, the next moment, something unexpected happened. Without warning, Zhang Heng suddenly exploded. The hidden scabbard left the scabbard with a flash of cold light and slashed toward the left at a speed untraceable to the naked eye. The doctor was shocked by this sudden scene. He finally understood why Zhang Heng had said that a TT-33 would not be able to kill him. With the distance between them, the doctor might not have had the time to shoot. The hidden scabbard had already cut off his hand that was holding the gun. Just like now, the doctor waited for Zhang Heng's blade to fall before he raised the pistol in his hand and pointed it at Zhang Heng again. What is the meaning of this? Zhang Heng did not answer. He only looked at the young man in the uniform not far away. His attack just now had been unexpected. The speed of the blade was extremely fast, and he had even used his sword techniques. However, the young man in the uniform that he targeted had dodged it. No, to be more precise, he almost dodged it. Although the young man had dodged very quickly and displayed incredible speed in the moment of life and death, his opponent tonight was Zhang Heng, who had level 4 blade skills. The blade of the hidden scabbard cut through his clothes in the end, as well as the skin under his clothes, leaving a shallow wound on his chest. The young man looked at Zhang Heng across from him with a strange expression on his face. Most of the players were still in a daze. They didn't know why Zhang Heng would attack the young man. But Master Kuei seemed to have thought of something. He quietly moved to stand next to Zhang Heng. The young man lowered his head and thought for a moment, as if he didn't see the wound on his chest. Your blade has the ability to heal wounds, and it also has the ability to deal additional damage to mythical creatures. Yes, it's the feeling of powerlessness from the withdrawal of power. Zhang Heng did not answer. He slowly made a starting position. He did not dare to be careless when dealing with the famous evil god Loki. Zhang Heng actually had a tool on him that could be used to detect lies, vow rings. However, Zhang Heng did not need to take it out to know that this F-grade item would be useless against Loki, the god of lies, Loki. Furthermore, considering the time Loki was born, he should be able to see the effect of the item in the player's hands with just a glance, except for the hidden scabbard. Although the hidden scabbard was born from the ordinary knife, after being reforged, there was almost no similarity between it and the previous one. Other than its forger, only Zhang Heng and the bartender knew about the properties of this knife. Among them, the bartender was sure that after the incident with Jemingard, she was intentionally trying to get close to Zhang Heng, but it definitely had nothing to do with Loki. The forger who was hired for the reforging was also a person who kept his mouth shut, according to the bartender. Therefore, Zhang Heng was still inclined to believe that Loki did not know enough about this knife. But even so, Zhang Heng did not tell the truth completely. He did not even hide the hidden scabbard's characteristics. He only classified the bleeding characteristic as a bonus damage to mythical creatures. It was precisely because of this that the teenager was subdued, or more accurately, it was Loki who took the bait in the end. What a brilliant trick! Loki did not seem to be angry. Instead, he praised. But how can you be sure that I'm willing to let you cut off my finger? Because you're Loki, and you always think you're the smartest person in the room. Chapter 1185, Mission Change. Before Zhang Heng could finish his sentence, the doctor, Master Kuei, and the others received a system notification. Ding! Congratulations on completing the first phase of the main storyline mission, searching for key characters. Game points, plus 100. You can go to the character panel to view relevant information. Due to the completion of the first phase of the main storyline mission, the second phase of the main storyline mission has been automatically activated. Please confirm. Main mission update. Main mission has been updated. It has been changed to Kill Loki. Will return after the main mission is completed. After hearing the new system notification, Master Kuei almost cursed it out loud. How could they fucking play like this? They had clearly completed the main mission and could leave the dungeon, but they did not expect the system to go back on its word. Halfway through, it changed the main mission and forced all the players to stay in the dungeon. Moreover, the content of this second phase of the main storyline mission was too ridiculous. What did it mean to kill Loki? If Loki was so easy to kill, the Nordic gods would not have been helpless against him for a long time. They had been watching him jumping up and down, causing trouble all over the world. Loki's combat strength was not the strongest in Nordic mythology, but he was definitely the most difficult to kill. The corners of Loki's mouth curled up slightly. His gaze swept across the entire scene, taking in all the expressions on the players' faces as if enjoying a play. But the next moment, the smile on his face froze. LSB warning. Warning. An unknown external force has been detected interfering with the game. The difficulty of the main mission is abnormal. Emergency response mechanism activated. Emergency response mechanism activated. The main mission has been modified and corrected. The main mission remains unchanged after killing Loki. The new mission restrictions are as follows. During the mission duration, Loki is not allowed to leave Pripyat. Killing the 5 great avatars of Loki will weaken Loki's strength. Within 12 hours, Loki is not allowed to attack players. Loki can choose a building in the city as his stronghold. After 12 hours, Loki will remain in the stronghold and cannot move again. TSK. TSK. Are you really going to treat me like the boss? A hint of playfulness flashed across Loki's face. All right, it's rare that I get the chance to exercise my muscles, so I'll play this game with you guys. After saying that, he turned to look at Zhang Heng. He was about to say something to Zhang Heng before he left, but unexpectedly, Zhang Heng did not give him a chance at all. The next moment, Hidden Scabbard was already slashing at him. Loki snorted, without caring about his posture. He hurriedly rolled on the ground to dodge Zhang Heng's attack. The pride that he had worked so hard to bring up earlier was gone. Zhang Heng didn't give up on chasing after him after missing his attack. Instead, he stuck close to Rocky like a maggot on a tarsal bone. Hidden Scabbard kept colliding with the cement floor, making clanking sounds. Loki couldn't get up at all, and could only roll like a rubber ball. He kept rolling down. This is too much. Loki was so angry that he almost got stabbed several times. Although he didn't know how he managed to stop the bleeding, it was clear that he was still quite afraid of the Hidden Scabbard in Zhang Heng's hands. Obviously, he didn't want to add another wound to his body. He could only keep yelling. If you don't put away the knife, you'll regret it. Zhang Heng ignored Loki's threat. After hearing about the mission restriction, he realized that this was an opportunity. Besides killing the incarnation, which could weaken Loki's power, Zhang Heng also noticed the rule that Loki couldn't fight for 12 hours. This rule was meant to give players time to kill the god. Zhang Heng, however, had used it to bypass the process of killing the god. It seemed that he wanted to kill Loki, who couldn't fight back, right here and now. Furthermore, as Zhang Heng hacked, he called out, "What are you waiting for? Do it." The players on the side finally came to their senses. Dr. Meng Liang raised the TT-33 in his hand and aimed at Loki, who was on the ground, and pulled the trigger. The latter was now suppressed by the Hidden Scabbard, so there was no other choice but to choose the lesser of two evils. He took the bullet in his lower abdomen. Seeing that Master Koei and Mouse were also about to rush over to join the battle, Loki had no choice but to make up his mind. Gritting his teeth, he reached out his left hand and grabbed Zhang Heng's Hidden Scabbard. As expected, 4 of his fingers were directly cut off by Zhang Heng. However, at the cost of this, Loki finally bought some precious time. He reached out his other hand and snapped his fingers. When the Hidden Scabbard fell down again, Loki had already disappeared from where he stood. Zhang Heng pulled out the blade embedded in the wall. Hearing the sound of footsteps coming from above his head, he chased after him. Due to the new rules, Loki could not attack players yet. Therefore, Zhang Heng did not have to worry about this being a trap. He ran straight up to the roof and saw Loki standing on the edge of the rooftop. Loki did not seem to realize that he had been cornered. Stopping in his tracks, his face dark as if he had something to say to Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng, who had caught up to him, took out the pestilence bone bow on his back and put on the Paris arrow. However, this time, Loki had learned his lesson. Before Zhang Heng could shoot the Paris arrow, he snapped his fingers and disappeared again. And this time, he had completely disappeared. Zhang Heng looked around again, but there was no sign of Loki. Zhang Heng was not disappointed. He knew that the god of lies and trickery would not be killed so easily, and the battle just now was not without meaning. Even if he could not kill Loki on the spot with the Hidden Scabbard's unique bleeding and damage bonus on mythical creatures, it would definitely be enough to make him suffer. If he could kill 5 more of his avatars, it would further weaken Loki, and the final battle would increase the player's chances of winning. Zhang Heng put the pestilence bone bow back on his back. Just as he was about to go downstairs, he saw a militia truck driving toward him on the street in the distance. What's going on? At this time, Grandpa Koei also went up to the rooftop. She was in the second best physical condition among the players, so she followed Zhang Heng up. Unfortunately, the battle ended before it even started. Nonetheless, Master Koei also noticed the 2 trucks. Zhang Heng seemed to have thought of something, so he didn't say anything. He just turned around and ran downstairs again. Along the way, He ran into the doctor and Mouse, who had rushed over. In the end, the two of them saw Zhang Heng running toward the room where Skrbina was on the third floor. Zhang Heng directly knocked open the door and saw the vice president lying in a pool of blood in the living room. The vice president was no longer breathing, and even his body had cooled down. It looked like he had been dead for at least a day. Then, Zhang Heng noticed the flies surrounding Skrbina's body. "Close the door," Zhang Heng screamed to Master Kuei and the others. Chapter 1186, The Fly. Just as the main storyline mission had changed, the players noticed that there was a countdown at the bottom right corner of the mission panel. It was exactly 12 hours, and 3.5 minutes had already passed. In other words, they had to deal with Loki's 5 avatars in the remaining 11 hours and 56.5 minutes. Only then would they be able to weaken Loki's strength to the maximum. This duration was quite a tight one. Mouse and the others were still thinking about where to start, but they didn't expect Zhang Heng to have found Loki's first avatar. They weren't fools either. As soon as Zhang Heng reminded them to close the door, they immediately reacted. The Fly, one of the avatars of Loki in Norse mythology. In the story of searching for the golden-haired man, Loki made a bet with the dwarf. In order to win the bet, he transformed into a fly and bit the dwarf, Brock's hand when he pulled the bellows, but unfortunately, still lost the bet. But with Loki's usual cunning, he escaped punishment in the end. Kuei was quick-witted. She closed the door before the first fly could fly out of the room. And this was not the end. He then used a towel to block the gap in the door. The others were not idle either. They followed suit. Someone had checked the windows, blocked the air conditioning vent, making sure to leave all the flies in the room. However, after all the preparation work was done, the 2 military trucks stopped downstairs at the Pripyat Hotel. Zhang Heng looked out the window. If everything went as planned, the militia should have come for Skrbina, but he didn't know if they had received the news of the vice president's death. "What should we do?" Mouse asked anxiously. Originally, Skrbina's death had nothing to do with them, but because they had to kill the flies in the room, they couldn't let the militia break in. Furthermore, given the current situation, if they really opened the door, even if they said that Skrbina's death had nothing to do with them, no one would believe them. Zhang Heng knew that this was a huge trap that Loki had set for them. If the players clashed with the militia, there might be trouble waiting. However, this kind of thing was an open conspiracy. Even if they knew that it was a trap, in order to get rid of Loki's incarnation, they had to stop the militia at the door at this critical moment. Therefore, Zhang Heng said, "Leave the people downstairs to me. You guys stay here and take care of these flies." After saying that, Zhang Heng walked to the door. After confirming that there were no flies following him, Master Kuei removed the towel that blocked the door. Then, Zhang Heng quickly opened the door and left. It was useless to reason at a time like this. Therefore, Zhang Heng skipped this step and found a room with a window facing downstairs. Then, he drew his bow and knocked an arrow. The leader of the team was waiting for his team members to gather. However, in the next moment, an arrow flew out of nowhere and shot him in the right chest. Zhang Heng didn't go too far. There was no enmity between them. The main reason being the wounded needed someone to take care of them, but they didn't need a corpse. Zhang Heng's goal was to stall the 2 carriages as much as possible to buy time for the players in the room to get rid of Loki's avatar. Therefore, it was naturally a better choice for him to wound them. Zhang Heng's arrow had not only made the leader lose his ability to fight, but 2 militia members, risking being shot, dragged their leader to the back of the truck to take care of him. This meant the militia squad downstairs had lost 3 members. After Zhang Heng's successful attack, he quickly knocked a second arrow. He looked down and locked onto a squad leader from the crowd before he quickly released the bowstring. The scene from before repeated itself. After the squad leader fell to the ground, his men also dragged him to a safe place. At the same time, the militia finally found Zhang Heng's location and raised their guns to fight back. However, Zhang Heng had already left the room and ran down the fire escape to the first floor. He happened to see a squad of militiamen entering the lobby under the cover of fire. However, their luck wasn't very good. They met Zhang Heng head-on. This time, the latter used the continuous arrow technique and shot 3 arrows in one go. Although they all hit the target, their accuracy wasn't as good as before. One of the arrows hit a militiaman's abdomen, and the other hit a militiaman's thigh. However, the rest of the people stopped in their tracks and started to look for cover. Zhang Heng ran to the front desk as well. After the residents of Pripyat evacuated, the power in the town was cut off. The hotel lobby, which had been brightly lit before, was now shrouded in darkness, making it easier for Zhang Heng to move. Zhang Heng fired 2 more arrows in the dark and finally forced the squad that had entered the lobby to retreat. However, at that moment, the headlights of one of the trucks lit up, illuminating the lobby as if it was daytime. Then, 2 more groups of militiamen took over the duties of the previous squad and charged toward the hotel lobby. Zhang Heng did not leave immediately. Instead, he continued to lurk behind the reception desk, listening to the approaching footsteps outside. After counting silently for 3 seconds, Zhang Heng drew his bow again, leaned out, and shot 2 arrows consecutively. The militiaman who was closest to him was shocked and subconsciously squatted down. In the end, the enemy who had never missed before actually missed this time, the 2 arrows failing to hit him in a row, leaving the militiaman's heart to be instantly filled with joy. However, his joy lasted less than half a second, and the 2 arrows that brushed past his body hit the target accurately, the lights of the truck. The hotel lobby dimmed again. Then, Zhang Heng pulled out a knife and jumped out from behind the front desk. He fell into the crowd. The militiamen outside and inside the lobby were afraid of their comrades, so they were unable to fire again. However, the knife in Zhang Heng's hand was able to dance freely. In addition, he paid special attention to shooting the headlights of the other car. It only took him half a minute to take down the 2 squads that had entered the lobby. He even took a hostage. Worried that the militia squad might be carrying large-scale explosive weapons like grenades, Zhang Heng did not retreat to the front desk. Instead, he retreated into the fire escape. Before he left, he even released the militia that he had captured. Of course, the latter was also wounded, so he could not continue fighting. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Heng had taken down 3 squads. However, compared to the total number of people who had come to the hotel, the number of wounded was less than 1/3. The militia outside had the strength to continue their attack, but perhaps they were shocked by Zhang Heng's terrifying combat power, and coupled with the fact that the commander had been killed the moment he arrived, that no one dared to enter the lobby, even though they had already seen Zhang Heng retreat into the fire escape. Zhang Heng, who was focused on stalling for time, was naturally happy to see the stalemate. He did not launch another attack. Taking advantage of the chaotic melee earlier, he took out 2 rifles and successfully returned upstairs. Chapter 1187, Sheathing the Blade. After switching to the rifle, Zhang Heng's combat power was strengthened once more. With his level 3 marksmanship and filter lens, no one would be able to attack from here as long as he guarded the fire escape. The militia then organized 2 more attacks, but were both repelled by Zhang Heng. Furthermore, there were many new casualties. However, through the window, Zhang Heng could also see new military trucks approaching from the distant street. Compared to the first group of people, the second group was probably more well-prepared. Other than that, there was also a helicopter flying toward them. It seemed to be preparing to occupy the roof and attack from there. Zhang Heng estimated the time. The second group should arrive in 3 minutes. Then he looked at the mission panel. This time, the mission was no longer a minimalist route. Not only was there a countdown, but even the number of Loki's remaining avatars was shown. It was still 5/5, or in other words, the battle with the doctor had not ended yet. Zhang Heng frowned, put away the rifle in his hand, and went to the door of Skrbina's room. He knocked on the door, to the answer of Master Kuei's alert voice. "Who is it?" "It's me," Zhang Heng answered. "Wait a moment." About 10 seconds later, the door opened again, and Zhang Heng walked in. Skrbina's body was still lying on the floor, and the blood under his body had long solidified. However, this time, there were no more buzzing flies around him. The results of the doctor and the others were quite remarkable. In a short period of time, they had basically eliminated all the flies that could be seen in the room. However, there was no sign of Loki's incarnation among them. Mouse and Besnova opened the closet in the bedroom and were rummaging through the clothes and towels inside, searching carefully with their flashlights. Before Zhang Heng came in, Master Kuei and the doctor weren't idle either. One was in the bathroom, while the other in the living room. However, they didn't find anything for the time being. They knew that they couldn't stay here for too long. In order to help with the disaster, Skrbina had mobilized many militiamen. Now that the militiamen were constantly on their way, every minute they stayed here would bring them greater dangers. However, the more anxious they were, the more they couldn't find their target. Even though they had sealed off the scene and made it into a situation where they could catch a turtle in a jar, due to the small size of the flies and the fact that the hotel was in a state of a power outage, the lights in the room couldn't be turned on. Thus, they could only rely on their flashlights to light up the place, making it extremely difficult to find them. The doctor was frustrated. The festering skin on his body had caused his body to lose heat. His body temperature had been maintained at around 39 degrees, and his patience had dropped significantly. What should we do? Why don't we just burn this place to the ground? Zhang Heng was noncommittal. He recalled Norse mythology and the part where Loki transformed into a fly. In the story, in order to destroy Henley's forging, Loki had transformed into a fly and attacked Brock, who was responsible for pulling the bellows. First, he bit Brock's palm. Then, Zhang Heng walked over to Skrbina's body. Mr. Vice President had been in charge of the Soviet energy construction before his death. He promoted the use of nuclear energy with an iron fist, cleaned up the opposition, and built nuclear power plants all over the Soviet Union. In order to rush the project, he had even neglected the project's safety to a certain extent. After the Chernobyl accident, Skrbina was also the first to rush to the scene to lead the disaster relief work. When he realized the seriousness of the problem, he once again displayed his iron-blooded side, mercilessly urging the various departments to step up the pace of relief work. This was also the reason why there were many controversies about him in latter generations. The corpse of this important figure, however, now lay on the floor, and no one cared about it. The players were busy searching for Loki's incarnation, so they did not care about anything else. Only Zhang Heng squatted in front of the vice-chairman's body. The cause of Skrbina's death was clear, and there was no dispute. Anyone who wasn't blind could tell that he had died from a knife wound. A sharp knife more than 40 centimeters long had pierced his back, penetrating his heart, the murder weapon, left on Skrbina's back. At the time of the incident, the vice-chairman was probably drinking water in the living room. He didn't even have time to change out of his suit, and the glass of water slipped out of his hand after he was stabbed. However, because the floor was carpeted, the glass didn't break. It rolled to the side of the coffee table, the vice-chairman following suit and falling to the ground. Zhang Heng only took a glance to reconstruct the situation at the scene, including the position of the murderer at the time, the angle and strength of the knife. However, that wasn't his main focus. Zhang Heng lifted the vice-chairman's left hand to take a look. He didn't see anything unusual, so he lifted his right hand. This time, he finally found something. Under the back of Skrbina's right hand, he saw a wound, as if it had been corroded by something. This wound was almost negligible compared to the fatal knife wound on his back, but it matched with the part where Loki transformed into a fly and bit the dwarf bullock for the first time according to Norse mythology. Then Zhang Heng checked Skrbina's neck. This was where Loki transformed into a fly and bit Bullock for the second time. Sure enough, he found the same wound, and the third time was when Loki finally succeeded. He had bitten the spot between Bullock's eyes and eyebrows. Zhang Heng turned the vice-chairman's corpse over and looked at the latter's eyes and eyebrows. There, he saw a bloody hole the size of a peanut. The hole was very deep, and he could already see the wall of the eye below. And in the mass of flesh lay a black figure. It was a fly, but several times larger than an ordinary fly. It looked as if it had been mutated by radiation. Just as the players wanted to take a closer look, the fly suddenly spread its wings and flew up from the corpse. Its speed was incredibly fast. Like a bullet, it shot up into the sky with a whoosh, then flapped its wings and kept changing directions. Master Kue and the others hurriedly adjusted their flashlights, trying to keep up with the fly's movements. However, the fly's flight path was too strange. After a few arcs, they lost track of it. However, just as the fly was about to leave after playing around with the players, they saw a flash of light. The next moment, Zhang Heng had already returned the hidden scabbard to its sheath. A system notification sounded in everyone's ears. Successfully killed one Loki avatar. 4 avatars remain. Loki's strength has been reduced by 10%. Obtain 20 points. Head the character interface to check the relevant information. Chapter 1188, The Second Incarnation. It got solved just like that. After hearing the system notification, Master Kue and the others were in a daze. They couldn't believe their eyes. It wasn't until they found the fly's corpse on the ground that they finally realized that Loki's first incarnation had really been killed. They hadn't expected that the fly, which seemed to move swiftly and elegantly, would send them to the spring so quickly after a series of tiger-like maneuvers. Zhang Heng, who had killed it, didn't even turn on his flashlight. He simply slashed into the darkness, ending the not-so-intense battle. In addition, he had previously forced Loki to roll on the ground with a single slash. Although there was a reason for this, the others believed that they could not do it. Regardless of their strength, they did not even have the courage to attack Loki, who was in his best condition. One had to know that the latter was the famous god of lies and trickery. Ordinary players would unconsciously lower their imposing manner when facing Loki, doubting whether they would unknowingly step into the latter's trap. How would they dare to plot against Loki himself? So was it the strength of the first place on the proxy war rankings then? Master Kuei, the doctor, and Mouse were in a daze for a moment. The previous step-by-step investigation was not apparent. They even felt that Simon's strength was not as strong as the rumors had said. Until tonight, however, they finally realized how insurmountable the gap between them and Simon was. However, they did not spend too much time lamenting. Besnova had already pointed out the window to remind them. In just a short while, more military trucks stopped outside the hotel entrance. Not only were militia on the trucks, but also regular soldiers. And this time, they brought heavy weapons with them. Zhang Heng only took one look before deciding that it would be difficult to break out of the encirclement. "Let's go upstairs," he said. After what happened earlier, the players didn't even ask where they should go after going upstairs. They all followed Zhang Heng. Ever since Zhang Heng returned to Skrbina's room, it had been a long time since he had appeared downstairs. Fortunately, the threat he had left behind was still there. When the second group of people arrived, they didn't immediately attack, but instead thought of sealing the hotel and preventing the people inside from escaping. This also bought time for the players to move. The 5 of them did not stop. They ran straight up to the rooftop. Coincidentally, the helicopter landed on the rooftop. However, just as the pilot stopped the helicopter, he heard a gunshot. Then, he felt a pain in his chest and slumped to the side of the seat. The remaining 10 players quickly took out their weapons. However, at this time, the second wave of attacks from the players had already arrived. Zhang Heng gave the rifle that he had snatched to Mouse. Together with the TT-33 in the doctor's hand, they had some firepower. However, the shooting skills of the 2 of them were basically still at level 0, or at most were level 1 beginners. They could only aim and fire. As for whether they could hit the target would depend on the distance and luck of the 2 parties. In the end, other than Mouse, who was slightly luckier and hit a militia soldier in the calf, the bullets that followed the 2 of them either flew away or hit the door of the helicopter. However, even so, the enemy continued to fall. Zhang Heng used the water tank on the rooftop as a cover to continuously hit the target. Although Mouse and the doctor did not hit the enemy much, they helped Zhang Heng divert a lot of attention, helping his battle be more relaxed. On the other side, Master Kuei finally performed to her standards. During the gunfight between Zhang Heng and the people in the helicopter, she lived up to her code name, sneaking to the aircraft side from another path. Master Kuei had never practiced marksmanship, but as a female, her close combat skills were exemplary. Her attacks were ruthless, and she wasn't at a disadvantage in terms of strength. She launched an attack from behind and broke the neck of one of the militiamen. Then, she used a dagger to slash at the comrade next to the militiaman. She was only discovered after killing 2 people, but only 3 enemies were left in the cabin, including a wounded soldier who had lost his fighting ability. Master Kuei was quick-witted. She kicked away the gun in one of the men's hands, then fell into the arm of another man. By the time Zhang Heng and the others arrived, the battle inside had already ended. Master Kuei climbed into the helicopter's pilot's seat. When she had introduced herself, she admitted that she had helicopter flying skills and naturally took over the position of the pilot. In addition to the battle just now, she was relieved. She felt that they were finally no longer just accessories around Simon. "Where are we going?" Master Kuei asked as he grabbed the steering wheel. "We fly east, about 120 kilometers from here. There's a small village. Loki has an avatar there," Zhang Heng said. He didn't fight for the pilot's seat with Master Kuei, sitting at the back with the doctor, Mouse, and Besnova. The person he was directing Master Kuei to look for was that old woman called Sok. She was also Loki's avatar that he had met when he and the hostess had returned to the countryside in the parallel dungeon. If it was at the beginning of the dungeon, the doctor, Master Kuei, and the others would have probably asked Zhang Heng how he knew where Loki's avatar was. This was because, other than the doctors and maintenance workers who had left, the rest of the people had been working in groups during this period of time. Apart from the Chernobyl nuclear power plant, they had not been to any other place outside of Pripyat, not to mention the small village 120 kilometers away. How would Zhang Heng be sure where Loki's avatar was? Despite all that, no one questioned Zhang Heng's judgment. Previously, Zhang Heng had driven for about 2 hours to reach the small village. This time, he was taking a helicopter, and because he did not need to take a detour, it took him less than 40 minutes to reach the destination. From the air, he could already see the half-collapsed, dilapidated house, standing alone on the slope. It was no different from the first time Zhang Heng saw it. At this time, the villages near Pripyat had also begun to evacuate. However, the village where Svetlana's grandfather lived, 100 kilometers away, was not included. The people were still living as usual, but most residents had already fallen asleep at this time. The lights in Sok's room, however, were still on. Master Kuei maneuvered the helicopter and landed on the ridge next to them. But the next moment, loud gunshots suddenly rang out without warning. A tall and slightly hunched old woman was lying on the hay behind her house. She pointed her gun at the helicopter in the sky and seemed to be cursing. Kuei felt a pain in his right arm, and she subconsciously pulled the control stick. The helicopter, which was still flying well, began to spin around its tail like a cat. It even dove downwards, and it looked like it was about to crash. At this critical moment, a hand reached out from behind Master Kuei and grabbed the control stick, stabilizing the out-of-control helicopter. Chapter 1189 Murals. It only took a few seconds for the helicopter to recover from the loss of control. However, the people on the aircraft felt like they had been through a century. Seeing Master Kuei, the only pilot shot, many people felt like they were going to die this time. However, other than searching for support to stabilize their bodies, there was nothing else they could do, and they could only watch the helo fall from the sky. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, it was Simon who took over the helicopter's controls and stabilized the fuselage. At the same time, Zhang Heng and the wounded Master Kuei switched seats and took the pilot's seat. However, the old woman named Sok also cursed and reloaded the shotgun. This time, she took aim at Zhang Heng. Sok was clearly not as crazy as she appeared to be. She knew very well that as long as she killed the pilot, none would be able to escape the helicopter. However, this time, she encountered an opponent. Although they could fly the helicopter, Master Kuei and Zhang Heng's piloting skills were completely different. Master Kuei's piloting skills were learned from a dungeon, but due to the limited time in the game, she had only learned the basics. She spent half a month learning how to fly from point A to point B, but that was all. Zhang Heng, on the other hand, had spent half a year training with the ace pilot Armstrong in the Flight Dynamics Lab under NASA. Zhang Heng's shooting skills were also at level 3. With just a glance at Master Kuei's injuries, Zhang Heng could roughly estimate Sok's shooting skills. She should be at the peak of level 2, so as long as he could land steadily, Zhang Heng was confident that he could kill Loki's second incarnation. Thus, when Zhang Heng took over the helicopter, he first pulled the joystick to the left and tilted the aircraft to block Sok's shooting angle. At the same time, he pulled down first and then raised the throttle main lever. The helicopter nodded downward, but it was only a ruse to fool Sok. Before the latter could open fire, the aircraft continued to pull up. Sok's second bullet grazed the landing gear of the helicopter and ricocheted away. Zhang Heng didn't risk descending, continuing his climb to a relatively safe height before flying to the other side of the field. It was not until he was out of the shooting range of the hunting rifle that he finally found a suitable place to land. After the 3 minutes of shock, many people were still unable to catch their breath. They were dazed by a certain someone's extreme maneuvers, but they now looked at Zhang Heng in an even more admirable way. Although they were not Simon's fans, they had seen several posts related to Zhang Heng on the forums during this period. There had been rumors that Simon might have no weaknesses in his skills, a rare all-rounder. That had to be the only explanation for why he had been single-tasking all this time. However, Most people were skeptical of this theory because it was well known that their time and energy were limited. It was hard to believe that someone could do something that a team would usually do. It was ridiculous, of course, but they all believed it after personally arranging a dungeon with Simon. Zhang Heng first took a look at Kuei's injury. The latter had been shot in the right arm by Sok. Her condition wasn't looking too good. The place where she had been shot was a bloody mess. There was a lot of blood, but fortunately, the position was not fatal. It was a blessing in disguise. The doctor was already helping her bandage up. So Zhang Heng said to Mouse, "Your legs are in no condition to move. Stay here and protect them. Leave Loki's avatar to me." Mouse was very self-aware, so he didn't try to be brave. Instead, he nodded. "Okay, we will guard this place well and try not to drag you down, God." Zhang Heng looked around to make sure that there was no danger. Then, he took out his filter lens and put it on. He bent down with the rifle in hand and hid his body in the wheat field, moving towards Sok's place. It took him about 15 minutes to reach Sok's house again. The lights were still on, but after the haystack, Sok was nowhere to be seen. Zhang Heng was not in a hurry. It had only been an hour since the mission's second phase began, and there was still plenty of time. He took a detour and sneaked in from the south side. When he was close, he first smashed the window with a stone. Then, he pressed his body against the wall on the other side. However, there was still no movement in the house. Zhang Heng heard the sound of the stone hitting the ground and rolling around before crashing into another wall. He stopped. Almost simultaneously, he broke through the door and rushed into the room. Because there was still a kerosene lamp burning in the room, he didn't need the filter lens to see everything inside. Unlike ordinary residences, the large room was empty. There was nothing but a wooden table. Zhang Heng couldn't even find a bed inside. It was really no different from a cave. Other than that, a mural was on the wall. It was drawn with charcoal, depicting the 5 avatars of Loki. One was a corpse and a fly. Seeing that the body was very similar to Scribina's, Zhang Heng's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the other paintings. One of them was an old woman running in the forest, and a black shadow with a gun was chasing him. If he wasn't mistaken, the old woman was Sok herself, and the black shadow was Zhang Heng. There was another painting on the wall that Zhang Heng had seen before. It was of a horse drinking water by a stream, and there was a Lada parked on the other side of the river. Zhang Heng quickly scanned through the other murals and memorized the contents. These murals were obviously similar to the hints in the game, pointing the way for the players to find Loki's avatar. Of course, Zhang Heng didn't wholly believe the contents of the murals. Based on his understanding of Loki, he didn't think that the guy would be so kind and considerate of the players. In fact, it was bizarre that these murals would appear here, especially the one about the white mare. It was a scene that happened in a parallel dungeon. The Lada that appeared in the murals wasn't a coincidence. The person who painted it had obviously seen this scene with his own eyes, but this also meant that Loki had entered the parallel dungeon with him. Zhang Heng recalled what had happened in the parallel dungeon and realized that other than Loki's 2 other avatars that appeared in the middle of the dungeon, he didn't believe that the other people he had come into contact with were Loki's disguises. Furthermore, looking at the young man in the uniform, it was evident that he was also engrossed in killing the werewolves. He did not expect Zhang Heng to suddenly attack him. Could the mural on the wall have been painted by someone else? Chapter 1190, Room 302. Loki looked a little disheveled. Although his 4 severed fingers had grown back, they still looked a little different from the original one on his other hand. His skin color and size were similar to that of a newborn. The blood flow on the spot where Zhang Heng had cut his chest had also stopped long ago. The hidden scabbard's non-healing attribute seemed to have no effect on him. However, if one looked closely, one would see that his wound had not completely healed, but it had become so small blood could no longer flow out. There was also a small wound on his severed finger. As for the gunshot wound on his abdomen, it had already recovered. Loki looked like a middle-aged man who had just been retrenched by the company. He was walking home with a sad face, sighing, and seemed to be having a headache about how to face his wife and children who were waiting for him to get off work. He deliberately slowed down and dawdled for a while, stopping in front of a clothing store for a moment. After changing into a new coat, he continued on his way. During this time, he heard the sound of a helicopter flying over his head. He looked up at the plane flying out of the city and made a shooting gesture. After entertaining himself for a while, his mood seemed to have improved. He regained his brisk pace, hummed a little tune, and hopped forward. Finally, he arrived in front of an apartment building. Like the other apartments in the city, there was nothing special about this one. Because of the evacuation, it also looked deserted. Loki also met a cat downstairs. Unlike the stray cats that the players had encountered before, which had been exposed to radiation and had become deformed and skinny due to lack of food, this one looked very beautiful and leisurely. Its fur was shiny, its body round. It licked its paws as it squatted beside the flower bed. Loki walked to the cat's side. He squatted down and scratched the cat's chin. The cat also showed a comfortable expression. At the same time, its body began to change. It was as if it was made up of cubes. If a player nearby saw this scene, they would probably gasp in shock, because this cat looked exactly like the one in Minecraft. Loki also clicked his tongue. He left a can of fish for the cat that had become a cube, then got up and continued walking forward. At the gate, he met another man dressed like a mercenary. He was not the kind of mercenary who was active in local wars to make money for the warlords, but instead, a mercenary dressed in medieval attire in the world of swords and magic. He wore a set of chainmail and carried 2 swords on his back. One was made of steel and the other was made of silver. The long scar on his left eye showed that he had rich combat experience, but none of those were as eye-catching as his golden pupils and white hair. When Loki saw the white-haired man, he sighed. He said, "I didn't follow the rules." Didn't he go even further? He even made wizard. The white-haired man across from him also spoke, his deep, husky voice full of masculinity. "You look terrible. Your day didn't go well. Why? Did you quarrel with your girlfriend?" Typical Geralt humor. Loki shrugged. "But I have a good relationship with my wife and lover. Thanks to your boss, I was almost killed." "So you came here to get back at me?" The white-haired man said as he placed his hand on the hilt of the silver sword behind him. "Relax, demon hunter," Loki said. "I just came here to greet the creator of this world and offer my humble respects. I can smell conspiracy and intrigue from you from 10 miles away. You'd better be as honest as you say, evil god. Otherwise, the sword in my hand is for you." The white-haired man said coldly, but after staring at Loki for half a second, he still moved away. "Thank you so much," Loki said politely. As he passed by the white-haired man, he whispered into the man's ear. "If you ever get tired of all this and the feeling of being controlled by someone, you can come to me if you want to change your job. Stop your devil's whispers. I've been through the trials of the grass, and my will is firm." The white-haired man replied. Loki did not mind. He glanced behind him again. There seemed to be a hooded figure hiding in the shadows. Loki waved at the man, but seeing that the man did not respond, he was not angry. He strode forward. He continued to walk upstairs. He climbed up to the 3rd floor and finally stopped in front of room 302. He knocked on the door, but there was no response. "I'm coming in," Loki said with a smile, then pushed open the unlocked door. After all the residents of the city had left by car, no one had expected that there would be a 10-year-old boy in room 302. His parents should have left with the convoy, and there were also traces of them rummaging around the house before they left. However, the careless couple had forgotten to take their child with them, leaving the latter alone in the abandoned city. God knew how he had come here all this way by himself. However, when he was discovered by Loki, he did not cry. He was much quieter than the average child, sitting on the floor with his back facing the door. Loki seemed to be worried that he would scare the little boy. He quietly walked behind him and saw the little boy playing Go with him. One hand was holding a white chess piece while the other was holding a black chess piece. They were having a great time killing each other on the chessboard. The abandoned little boy seemed to have completely immersed himself in the game of Go. Even when Rocky walked behind him, he did not notice it until Rocky coughed twice and said, "I'm just curious. If you win in the end, do you lose or win? To me, winning or losing is far less enjoyable than playing chess." The little boy looked at the bottom right corner of the chessboard, where the black and white chess fight was most intense. He answered casually when he heard Loki's question, his voice filled with childlike innocence. "It seems we still have some similarities." Loki licked his face to get closer to him. Unexpectedly, the little boy shook his head and said, "No, you and I are 2 different kinds of people. I respect the rules of the game, because in most cases, you can only have the most fun playing under the rules. This is also the reason why rules exist. They are not only a constraint, but also a source of fun. Chapter 1191. What a pity. I admit that I'm not naturally interested in rules. I only care about getting the results I want. As for the methods and the trouble it will bring, that has never been my focus. Loki spread his hands. It's my fault for always having the power to ignore the rules. The little boy nodded. God of pranks and lies, you'll be a good character to play Texas Hold'em. Let's play when you're free. I don't lay eggs like to a hen, and even if I win, you'll suspect me of cheating, right? Loki said as he opened the fridge and found a bottle of beer. But because the power had been out in the city for a while, the beer had long warmed to room temperature. The little boy reached out, and Loki handed him the beer. When he took it back, the beer was already emitting cold air, and a layer of fine water droplets had even formed on the glass bottle. Cool. Loki whistled. Did you change the code of this beer bottle in the background just now? When will I learn this trick of yours? I don't have to show my face in the dungeon, and you said it as a gatekeeper boss. I'm not targeting you. It's just that your power is too strong for this dungeon. You need to make numerical adjustments. Only in this way can the game be balanced. The little boy said expressionlessly. Balanced? Loki's face showed a half-smile. I'm not the only one in this dungeon with a data overflow, right? You're ignoring the guy with the cheating device, and you're still talking about balance? Don't tell me you don't know anything about the underhanded tricks of Kronos. We reached an agreement at the beginning of the game. Every god will bestow an ability on the agent they value. All the actions of Kronos and his agent up to now are within the rules of the game. The little boy said with a serious expression. Rubbish. Loki looked disdainful. He opened his beer and took a sip. In the words of the white-haired man downstairs, I can smell the PY from 10 miles away. You turned a blind eye to it because Kronos helped you build the game's time system. The little boy didn't deny it. Not only Kronos, but many other people contributed to the process. That's why we set up the organizing committee to manage these game worlds. Without their help, I wouldn't have been able to create so many realistic and charming worlds. Speaking of which, I once invited you to help design the main storyline mission, but you didn't accept it. I'm a busy man, so I don't have the time. And aren't you worried that I'll mess up your beloved game world? Loki pretended. I can give you a certain amount of free space to unleash your creativity. In the end, I'll handle it. I'm confident that nothing will go wrong. The little boy said. I know what you're worried about. I can also persuade the other members of the organizing committee to try to accept you. Of course, in view of your unpleasant past, it will be difficult to wipe your slate clean. But at least it's not a problem to maintain a cooperative state in this matter. You can also use this as an opportunity to repair your relationship with them. Loki was angered by the boy's words. However, the boy's final promise lit his eyes up. He seemed tempted. Just as he was about to agree, however, his expression changed and he grinned. I refuse. Do you really think I care about what other gods think of me? The little boy was not surprised. What a pity. He simply said. No, it's not. Loki scratched his chin. If you hadn't appeared here tonight, I wouldn't have known that you had your eyes on him. I only appeared here because I received a major error report. TSK, TSK, TSK. What did I just say? Don't compare eggs with hens. I won't compare Texas Hold'em with you, so you'd better not lie in front of the god of lies. Loki grinned, but his smile stopped halfway through. Damn it, how long has it been? My second incarnation was killed too. Zhang Heng silently memorized a few murals on the wall, turned to leave, but he stopped the next moment. He walked to the only furniture in the room and reached out to pick up the kerosene lamp. Almost at the same time, a system notification sounded in his ear. Discovered game item, old kerosene lamp, unappraised. Zhang Heng felt that the kerosene lamp was placed too deliberately. It happened to be at the golden dividing point of the entire room. Of course, if it wasn't for his keen observation and sense of space, he would probably only have noticed it after measuring it step by step with a ruler. However, Zhang Heng was able to observe the lamp's position with his naked eye. Thus, on his way back, he picked up a game item, the kerosene lamp, and examined it. However, he couldn't find anything special about it. The item was still in its unappraised state, and Zhang Heng hadn't seen it used before, so he couldn't figure out its use. Thus, he had no choice but to put it into his backpack. Then, he left the hut and went to the haystack. It was then that he noticed the footprints on the ground. Because of Sok's weird personality, she had almost no contact with the people in the village. She lived alone in a corner of the village, so the footprints on the ground were all left by her alone. It was very convenient to chase after her, where Zhang Heng could tell from a glance which of them were fresh. The footprints that had just been left stretched all the way to the forest behind them, also the direction of Sok's escape. Zhang Heng chased after them with his rifle. The forest at night was quiet. Only the scattered moonlight fell on the ground. The huge shadows of the trees covered most of the area, making the view very bad. However, this didn't affect Zhang Heng. He was wearing the filter lens, thus he could see everything around him. With this D-grade item, he did not have to worry about being ambushed by Sok. In addition to the time he had spent in the hut, Zhang Heng did not slow down. He ran to the two pine trees that were about to stick together. However, Zhang Heng suddenly stopped in his tracks. At this moment, Sok was holding her hunting rifle and hiding behind a rock 50 meters away. He pricked up his ears as if he was waiting for something. Chapter 1192, The Spectator. Sok tried her best to suppress the sound of her breathing. There was a reason why she had chosen to escape to this place. 50 meters away, she had personally dug the bear trap. The pit was 4 meters deep, 6 meters long, and 3 meters wide, and there was also a sharpened wooden stake at the bottom. Only a thin wooden board in the middle could be used to walk. Sok had attached soil to the board so that it couldn't be seen from the outside. If Zhang Heng followed her footsteps, he would be doomed if he made the wrong step, and even if he didn't, it would be useless to traverse the thin wooden board. Since the wooden board had been carefully selected by Sok, it could bear her weight. With Zhang Heng's weight, however, it would definitely break, which meant that Zhang Heng would still fall into the trap, and he would end up gutted. As if to prove Sok's hypothesis, the next moment, she really heard the sound of the wooden board breaking. Something had fallen into the trap. A hint of excitement flashed across Sok's cold, vicious eyes. However, she wasn't in a hurry. Instead, she stuck her head out from behind the rock and quickly looked outside to ensure that she didn't see Zhang Heng anywhere nearby. At that moment, her heart calmed. Holding her shotgun, she approached the trap one step at a time. She checked her harvest, but all she saw was a rock. Sok's face filled with shock. At the same time, a bad feeling rose in her heart. However, it was already too late. A figure silently jumped down from the tree behind her. Zhang Heng didn't even shoot. He merely kicked the hawk into the trap that it had dug herself. The latter's chest, arms, and neck were pierced by the sharp wooden stakes. She died a miserable death. The next moment, the other players in the wheat field received a system notification. Successfully killed 1 Loki avatar. Remaining avatars, 3. Loki's strength has been reduced by 20%. Obtained 20 points. Please check the relevant information on the character interface. Up until now, Zhang Heng had already killed 2 Loki avatars. Each time he lost one, Loki's strength would be reduced by 10%. In other words, once he killed 5 of Loki's avatars, his opponent would only have 50% of his strength left. Of course, Loki at 50% of his strength was still not easy to deal with, but it was at least much better than facing Loki in his full form. Thus, Zhang Heng remained dissatisfied even after he'd killed Sok. He simply packed up and returned to the helicopter, moving toward the location of Loki's next incarnation. The murals in Sok's room also pointed him in the right direction. However, before that, Zhang Heng had to find a safe place to send the wounded Kuei. Let's go to the medical center. The bullet in her body needs to be removed immediately, the doctor suggested. The people in the town evacuated in a hurry, so there should be beds, medicine, operating theater, and medical equipment. I can work on her there. Okay. Zhang Heng flew the chopper to the hospital. Coincidentally, the third avatar he was looking for happened to be there. Loki wore an ugly expression on his face. After all, anyone who suddenly lost 20% of their strength would be very unhappy. Even in the game, he could not help but complain. What kind of stupid rule is this? I can only watch as my avatars get wiped out one by one, and then it's my turn? The boy shook his head. It was you who changed the main storyline mission to killing you halfway. The organizing committee once warned the gods of the dungeons not to go down on their own, especially to participate in the main storyline mission. You see, this is the meaning of the existence of the rules. TSK. Year-long speech sounds like an excuse to protect the player with the number 07958. Interesting. Even you are interested in him? Loki wasn't angry, rubbing his hands in excitement instead. Then the next thing will be even more interesting. What exactly do you want to do? Little boy frowned and said warily. He finally put down the chess piece in his hand and looked at the god of lies and trickery. Don't worry, I'm just here to have some fun. You know me, I just can't stay idle. When I saw that old bastard Kronos being so sneaky, I couldn't help but want to deal some damage. Well, I can't consider it damage. Maybe one day, that Zhang Heng will thank me. Besides, didn't you spend so much effort to gather all the agents together just to see who is more powerful? To resolve the dispute among the gods, and to get a cut of the cake of the new market? What a cliché method. You have no intention at all. So I'll do you a favor and help you share some of the workload. It's a very simple thing to begin with, and there's no need to make it so complicated. It's divided into 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds, and so on. Loki looked as if he was saying, I just want to criticize this complicated and lengthy bureaucratic system. However, he said with conviction instead, there's no need to serve desserts anymore. Just bring the main dishes to the table and get the carnival started. The little boy's face darkened. He finally stood up from the ground. Standing at only 1.4 meters tall, his shadow filled the entire room when he stood up. And under the intense pressure, even Loki looked 3 centimeters shorter. That indifferent smile, however, still remained on the latter's face. A figure wearing a hood and a sleeve sword on his arm quietly moved behind him from the kitchen and in the direction of the bedroom. The real Kratos also walked out with his Leviathan axe on his back. Loki whistled. The welcoming effect is not bad. The little boy said calmly. It is said that Odin once tied you up with your son's intestines and let poisonous snakes continuously spit venom on your face. And I can keep you in my game world forever without these things. I don't doubt that. You're the most powerful new god at the moment, and there's no doubt that you can do whatever you want of me, but I also believe that you won't. Loki said with a smile. Don't forget that I'm also the boss guarding this dungeon. Without me, the players won't have any monsters to fight. You can't send your muscular man and assassin to replace me, right? Although it's not impossible, it's like dipping lychee in sesame oil. It stinks, okay? Other than that. Loki paused, smiled even more happily, and spread his hands. It's useless even if you force me to stay. What should have happened will still happen. By the way, even you know about the game organizing committee by the gods. Don't tell me you think I'm still working alone. Although my ally isn't in the best mental state, he's a very hard-working and good person. He's basically done all the preparatory work. As for me, I've only helped him a little during this period of time. I mainly used my smart brain to formulate and perfect his plan. However, the next part isn't something that I can control. I'm just a spectator that brought his own stool and melon seeds. Chapter 1193, The Vortex. Zhang Heng parked the helicopter beside the Pripyat River. Next to it was the outlet of the nuclear power plant. The cooling water would first flow through the steam turbine's preheat exchanger, taking away a portion of the heat before being discharged into the Pripyat River. Because the water there was relatively warm and rich in microorganisms, it attracted a lot of fish. Previously, when the players escaped from the nuclear power plant, they saw a few anglers fishing here. Of course, due to their slow reaction, they failed to leave in time, resulting in them absorbing a lot of radiation. They were bedridden in the hospital now, and they weren't in the best condition. If given another chance, they probably would not choose to stand here and continue watching the expensive show. Zhang Heng used the portable radiation meter to measure the radiation value in the water. It was about 3.4 to 3.5 Röntgen. This was a very high dose, almost approaching the limit of the portable radiation meter. Fortunately, the players did not have to worry about the consequences of the radiation. After the main mission update especially, Zhang Heng had decided to kill Loki within 12 hours, so what he had to do was to keep his body in peak condition in that duration. After going through the parallel dungeon, he had a good grasp of the radiation level and knew that he could go into the water. Thus, he did not hesitate to take off his clothes. This was where the Loki salmon avatar was depicted in the murals. In Norse mythology, Loki's avatar was Loki himself after he instigated Hodel, the blind god of darkness, to kill Balder with mistletoe. Not only did he not restrain himself, but he even went to the banquet to provoke the gods. In the end, he was chased by the Asgardian gods and had no choice but to turn into a salmon and jump into the river, trying to cheat his way out. However, his trick was eventually seen through by the gods. The Asgardian gods' method of dealing with him was simple. They placed a large net upstream and pulled it all the way down, clearing out all the rocks in the river. In the end, Loki had nowhere to run. He could only jump out and be caught by Thor. However, myths were myths, after all. The Asgardian gods had the ability to make that huge fishing net, and at the same time, they could cover the entire lake. However, in reality, Zhang Heng had no place to look for such a large net. Even if he found it, he would not be able to use it. Furthermore, Loki's incarnation wasn't the only fish in the Pripyat River. There was a reason why this place was regarded as a holy fishing ground by anglers. Fortunately, although the Pripyat River was filled with fish, there weren't any salmon. It would have been too illegal otherwise. However, it wasn't easy to find a salmon in such a large body of water. What was even more difficult was finding a way to catch it. There was no need to think about fishing rods, no matter how one looked at it. The salmon Loki transformed into wouldn't be stupid enough to bite the bait on the hook. Using a fishing net was simply unrealistic. Even using electric fish sounded a little more reliable. However, putting aside how Zhang Heng was going to find electric fish, the Pripyat River was very deep in this part. If the salmon Loki had transformed into was hiding at the bottom, there was an 80% chance that they would not be able to electrify it even if there were tools. Most players would have given up by now, but since Zhang Heng had flown the helicopter over, he had already thought about how to find Loki's avatar in the river. After taking off his clothes, he jumped into the river without taking anything with him. There was no cooling water discharged into the river, probably because reactor number 4 had exploded. The river wasn't as warm as he had imagined, but the fatty acids in it were still abundantly rich. The water was light brown, meaning these fatty acids were now highly effective coagulants, transporting radioactive particles and fission fragments further away. Zhang Heng put on his filter lens and continually submerged himself until he finally stopped about 5 meters from the bottom of the river. Returning to the water made him feel extremely relaxed, like he was lying on his own couch in his living room. However, Zhang Heng did not allow himself to be immersed in the comfortable atmosphere. He did not forget his purpose in coming down, especially since the Pripyat River was still filled with radioactive particles and danger was everywhere. Having that in mind, Zhang Heng decided to finish up as quickly as possible. The next moment, he closed his eyes and stretched out his hands, one on the left and the other on the right. Slowly but firmly, he clenched his fists. Following his movement, the speed of the surrounding water started to increase. At the same time, about 10 meters away from Zhang Heng, the swirling water formed 2 vortexes. These were the things that Zhang Heng used to deal with the Loki salmon incarnation. A natural automatic fishing machine. The faster the vortex spun, the more it stirred up the originally calm Pripyat River. The suction force caused by the vortex began to pull on the surrounding aquatic creatures, and as the whirlpool grew larger, the nearby fish were sucked into it. It was like riding a roller coaster, to which this was an endless version. They were being tossed around until they were dizzy. Zhang Heng did not stop until the 2 whirlpools were more than 7 meters in diameter. This was almost his limit. He started to feel that the whirlpool was getting harder and harder to control, and the surrounding water was crazily pulling on his body. The whirlpools were now 7 meters in diameter, and the area of attraction became even larger. Even Zhang Heng did not dare to remove one of the whirlpools, lest he be sucked into the other one. Carefully maintaining his balance, Zhang Heng started to move in the river. This time, the aquatic animals in the nearby waters were all in trouble, whether foraging for food or staying put. Even those hidden in the corners and crevices of the rocks were mercilessly sucked into the vortex, forcing the magic of love to circle around them. As Zhang Heng moved, he observed the nearby movements, and not long after, he saw a large fish with a blue head but a red body. It had sensed the danger before the whirlpool had even approached and tried to leave in advance. and it had almost succeeded. However, because the area covered by the two whirlpools was too large, it could not escape with all its might. Its movements slowed down under the pull of the current. That said, it was indeed one of the few underwater creatures that could contend with the whirlpool, actually managing to pull away from it slowly. Unfortunately, it was immediately targeted by Zhang Heng. As Zhang Heng began to move toward it, it was eventually unable to escape from the powerful suction force of the vortex. It was mercilessly sucked into the vortex and spun around with the other fishes in it. It spun faster and faster, but the process did not last long. Soon, the water around it disappeared. Chapter 1194, David and Goliath. The red salmon perked up again, realizing that it had finally escaped. It wanted to continue running for its life, but when it moved its fins and tail, it found its body out of its control as though it was drunk. At first, the red salmon thought it had been running in circles for too long and that its sense of balance had been lost. However, it soon discovered that it wasn't the case. The other fish around it that hadn't been completely knocked out were all running for their lives in a panic. It was the only one that remained where it was. The real reason for that was the turbulence that had bound it there. Then, a hand grabbed onto its body. The red salmon struggled desperately because it saw that the human had actually no intention of bringing it to shore. Instead, he held onto it with one hand, and with the other, directly untied the small knife that he was wearing on his calf. In the next moment, the doctors and others at Pripyat Medical Center received another system notification. Successfully killed one Loki avatar. Remaining avatars. 1. Loki's strength has been reduced by 40%. Obtained 20 points. You can check the relevant information on the character interface. The doctor, Master Kuei, and the others looked at each other. After a long while, it was Mouse who spoke first. Sighing, he said, "This is too fast. Only half of the 12 hours have passed. Loki only has one avatar left. Could this be the strength of the number one player?" It hadn't been long since Master Kuei's surgery, and the anesthetic hadn't worn off completely. She still looked a little tired. "I've also experienced many dungeons, but none of them are like this one. From the beginning to end, it's been like a pendant. It should be said that fortunately, we met Simon in this dungeon, or else we would have been in trouble." Mouse's heart was still filled with fear. "You have to know that the god behind this instant's dungeon is Loki. Although we can't beat the Avengers, it should be more than enough to deal with us." After he finished speaking, he realized that Master Kuei and the doctor did not agree. They looked at each other instead. "What?" Mouse couldn't understand. "Did you notice it too?" The doctor smiled bitterly. "The difficulty of this dungeon is obviously abnormal, and everyone should have received a system notification before. If nothing went wrong, Loki must have secretly changed the difficulty of the dungeon, which is why the subsequent restrictions appeared. Although Loki's reputation among the gods has never been good, I still have self-awareness. To be honest, I don't think I'm worth to be played by him like this." "Me too." Master Kuei nodded. I hid something from you guys when I first entered the dungeon. In fact, I'm also an agent, and the god behind me and Loki had some small conflicts. When I first saw Loki, I did suspect that he was coming for me, but when his identity was exposed by Simon, he didn't even look at me. I could feel that all his attention was focused on Simon." "You mean, Loki was actually coming for Simon?" Mouse was not stupid. After Master Kuei and the doctor spoke, he quickly realized something. "So this time, we got unlucky and got caught in the middle of a fight between gods?" "It seems so," the doctor said helplessly. "Who do you think will win in the end? Simon or Loki?" "Of course, we hope Simon will win. After all, whether we can leave this dungeon alive depends on him," Master Kuei reminded. "But this time, the famous Loki is on the other side." Mouse's face still showed some worry. Although Simon had been praised as the #1 expert by many people, he was still a player, and Loki was a god. He also happened to be the infamous god of lies and trickery that was full of legendary colors. "So we can't just sit and watch the show. We have to find a way to help Simon," said Kuei. Although she was severely wounded, had just undergone surgery, and her body extremely weak, she didn't seem to feel that her dungeon trip was over just like that. Instead, something seemed to be burning in her eyes. I'm not against helping. After all, this is our dungeon, But can ordinary players like us really help in this kind of celestial game? Mouse said hesitantly. Don't drag Simon down instead. You should all have heard the story of David killing Goliath with a stone. So, those who slay dragons don't necessarily have to be heroes. But David was the king of Israel. He should be considered a hero. Mouse muttered softly. It's fine as long as you understand what I'm talking about. Don't dwell on such details. Master Kuei waved her uninjured hand and grunted impatiently. The doctor did not doubt Master Kuei's determination, and he simply frowned. From a doctor's point of view, I still have to say that your current physical condition is unable to withstand an intense battle. No, that might not be appropriate. To be more precise, as long as you exercise a little, the wound might split open. I told you before, right? I'm a surrogate, and every surrogate has a supernatural ability. Master Kuei said. I just haven't used my ability yet. Besides, the god behind me and Loki have a small score to settle. After killing the red salmon, Zhang Heng returned to the riverbank. He put on his clothes and looked at the time. He had successfully killed 4 targets by now. With only 1 left, he would be able to finish off all of Loki's incarnations. When the final battle came, Loki would only have half his strength left. However, Zhang Heng would run into a bit of trouble with the last target. The White Mare, Loki's last incarnation, and the only one whose location was uncertain. The mural on the wall about the White Mare described the scene where it first encountered Zhang Heng in the parallel dungeon. After killing Sok, Zhang Heng flew there in a helicopter. Unfortunately, he didn't get anything. Earlier, in the town of Pripyat, Zhang Heng drove the doctor, Master Kuei, and the others Pripyat Hotel and encountered the White Mare again. In Norse mythology, the story of the White Mare was also very interesting. Legend had it that during a battle, the city wall of Asgard was razed to the ground. The gods were unable to resist the attack of the old enemy giants, and just as they suspected, a craftsman came to the outside of the city and offered them a deal. He said that he could repair the city wall in 6 months at the cost of the gods' sun and moon, and the goddess Freya as his wife. The gods thought that it was impossible for the craftsman to repair the city wall within this period, and they wanted to pay for the fruits of his labor. So they agreed to the deal at Loki's instigation. But they didn't expect the craftsman to find a stallion to help, and the progress of the construction was very fast. Seeing that the restoration work was about to be completed within the construction period, the gods began to complain about Loki. But Loki wasn't in a hurry. He turned into a white mare before the city wall was repaired and lured the workman's stallion away. After that, he got pregnant and was left with a pony, which was later Odin's mount, Sleipnir. Chapter 1195, The Final Incarnation. In the game dungeon, Loki's white mare appeared and left very suddenly. Even with Zhang Heng's perception, he had no idea where Loki had come from or where he had run off to. Thus, he had given up on catching up to the white mare a long time ago. Furthermore, it was different from the situation when he was dealing with the red salmon. On land, Zhang Heng couldn't control the water flow, so he could only try to use his gun and bow to deal with the white mare. However, with the white mare's mysterious and unpredictable movements, Zhang Heng had to maintain his bow or shooting posture. The white mare would have disappeared from his sight otherwise. Of course, this didn't mean that Zhang Heng was utterly helpless against the white mare. He simply hadn't found the key to deal with it yet. Zhang Heng now regretted not bringing the white horse's crown into the dungeon. With that item, he could summon the white horse knight's mount. Perhaps it could compete with Loki's white mare, but he could only bring a limited number of items each time, so he had to choose from among them. The white horse's crown was not that adaptable, and being a C-grade item, it could only be used 3 times. With Zhang Heng's current strength, it was almost impossible for the normal dungeon to force him to use the white horse's crown. That was why he did not bring this item with him. There was no point in dwelling on this matter anymore, so Zhang Heng shifted his attention back to the present. He recalled the story between Loki and the blacksmith, especially the details. The mare that Loki had transformed into finally led the blacksmith's stallion, Swaddle Farley, into the forest. This was also in line with the scene when the two first met. Zhang Heng had seen the white mare by the stream in the woods. So the question now was, why did the white mare come to town when the two had recently met? What did the two encounters have in common? Zhang Heng's expression changed when he thought of this. In Norse mythology, the white mare Loki transformed into his equivalent to a seducer. It suddenly appeared at the critical period of the construction and lured the artisan's stallion, Svaldil Farley, away. Of course, there was no stallion in this dungeon. In fact, according to what the hostess had said, not many families in Pripyat and the surrounding area had horses. Then, the white mare's appearance was obviously not to attract the stallion. Zhang Heng had met the white mare twice. The time, place, and people around him were all different. The only similarity was that he had driven a car. Considering that the stallion, Svaldil Farley's role in the myth was to carry the stones used to build the city for the craftsmen, it was a function that had indeed been replaced by a car in modern society. So was a car the key to attracting the white mare? And it was not just a car. Zhang Heng had driven a car more than once in the dungeon. However, the number of times he had seen the white mare could be counted in one hand. This meant that there should be some additional conditions. Taking Svaldil Farley as a reference, the biggest characteristic of this stallion was not only its speed, but also its strength. This was because it could drag a boat full of stones yet walk like a bird, never getting tired. Previously, when the hostess returned to the countryside, Zhang Heng's Lada was filled with gifts she had bought for her grandparents, brother, and sister-in-law. After all, she had earned quite a lot of money from Zhang Heng. And of course, she wanted her family to have a better life. Not long ago, when they went to the hotel, there were 5 people in the car who were quite heavy, but since Zhang Heng had driven fiercely before he met the white mare, the speed trigger condition should be fulfilled. Was it acceleration by weight? Zhang Heng thought about it and decided to find a car to try again. This time, he decided to find an SUV, a Lada Niva. Produced by Volga, the Soviet Union's largest car manufacturer, its first generation was. Released in 1977. It featured a full-time 4-wheel drive system and was considered quite powerful for its time, capable of handling extreme weather and road conditions. Upon its release, it sold like hotcakes, not to mention export to China. It was a vehicle that bore the proud symbol of socialist industrial might. Of course, with the collapse of the Soviet Union, the fate of the Volga car factory took a turn for the worse, almost to the point of bankruptcy. However, the Lada Niva was still very popular at the moment. A car was hard to come by. Zhang Heng had to walk around half the city before he found one outside the gate of the Youth Palace. The car's original owner should have left in a hurry with the convoy a few days ago, abandoning the vehicle in this abandoned city forever. Zhang Heng did not have the keys, but that did not pose a problem. Car locks in this era were easy to jack, after all. Of course, in order to save time, Zhang Heng eventually chose a simpler and more violent method. He directly smashed the car window with a stone, reached into the car, and opened the door. Then, he started the engine by connecting the wires. Zhang Heng drove the newly acquired Lada Niva all the way to the October Hotel. This was the second hotel under construction in the town. The rapid development of Pripyat attracted increasing numbers of tourists, and the Pripyat Grand Hotel that had been built previously was already unable to meet demand. Thus, the Pripyat city government decided to build a second hotel. However, after the explosion of reactor number 4, the hotel was destined never to be completed. Fortunately, Zhang Heng did not come here to stay. He parked the SUV beside a pile of bricks at the construction site and loaded them into the car to increase its weight. He didn't carry too much, roughly estimating the weight of the bricks he had used to drive to the countryside and drive the players to the hotel. He chose a middle value and placed bricks of the same weight at the back of the car. After doing all this, the body of the Lada Niva slightly sank. He returned to the driver's seat and restarted the car. The engine roared to life, seemingly showing off the muscles of the steel beast. Zhang Heng drove the SUV to the main road of Pripyat city center. Because Soviet city leaders believed that the city would develop rapidly and be filled with cars soon, they had planned the streets to be very spacious at the beginning of the construction. In addition, few people were in the city now, so it was very suitable for racing. Zhang Heng removed the annoying door on the left side of the car. He held the steering wheel with one hand and the pestilence bone bow with the other. As for the Paris arrow, he bit it in his mouth with his teeth. After making all the preparations, Zhang Heng stepped on the accelerator. Chapter 1196, Death by Collision. The Lada Niva sped forward. As Zhang Heng cycled through the gears, the SUV's wheels spun ever faster. The wind blew into the doorless driver's seat. Zhang Heng looked at the numbers on the dashboard. He was doing about 100 kilometers per hour, and he had already engaged fifth gear. But since the white mare still didn't appear, he continued stepping on the gas until it got to 120 kilometers per hour. This was also the highest speed Zhang Heng reached when he drove the doctor, Mouse, and the others to the Pripyat Hotel not long ago. However, this time, the white mare was still nowhere to be found. With the help of the filter lens, Zhang Heng could clearly see his surroundings. There would be occasional eyes peeking at the road and the isolated buildings, but before the SUV could reach them, they would scatter in all directions. Zhang Heng had no other choice but to continue speeding up. Fortunately, this car was in better condition than the other cars he had driven before. He could feel that the engine had not reached its limit, even though the needle was already close to the far right of the speedometer. 140 kilometers per hour. Considering the additional load on the car, the Lada had basically nothing left to hold back. As a driver, Zhang Heng could also feel that it wasn't impossible if he continued to speed up, but he would face the risk of a cylinder explosion. Therefore, Zhang Heng chose to maintain this relatively safe speed. Compared to the previous two speeds, he should have reached the speed limit this time. Next, it was time to test whether his previous deduction was accurate. The Niva sped down the main road in front of the Youth Palace. At this time, the sky was already turning white, and the darkness was receding like the tide. This seemed to prove that the Earth would still spin normally the next day, no matter what happened. Even though Pripyat was now empty, that did not stop the sun from spreading its rays over the vast and lonely land 149.6 million kilometers away. The first ray of sunlight broke the clouds. At the end of the horizon, a white mare had started its four hooves and charged toward Zhang Heng. It ran at an unbelievable speed, arriving in front of Zhang Heng in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, it did not show any signs of slowing down. It seemed like it was planning to use its body of flesh and blood to ram a sterile creation of a human. The combined speed of both parties was conservatively estimated to be over 400 kilometers per hour. If they were to collide at this speed, the white mare would almost certainly die. As for the probability of Zhang Heng surviving, it was probably not that optimistic. Thus, this was a deadly collision worthy of its name. At this time, Zhang Heng was no longer in a hurry to slow down. Even if he could kill the white mare right now, he would not avoid this collision. He had also considered using drift to prevent it like last time, but a telephone pole and a bus parked on the roadside on the left and right sides of the white mare. Zhang Heng did some quick calculations and realized that it would be very difficult for him to completely avoid the white mare. Therefore, he realized that it was not a coincidence that the white mare chose this time to charge at him. Even though the charge was a suicide mission, the white mare was only an incarnation of Loki. To kill him at the cost of sacrificing an incarnation, Loki would have no reason to refuse this deal. Many thoughts flashed through Zhang Heng's mind at that moment. The next moment, he slipped the Niva into a drift. With a series of dazzling maneuvers, Zhang Heng accurately controlled the front of the car to avoid the white mare's impact, and at the same time, avoiding the telephone pole on the right side. Unfortunately, this was also the limit of his technology. Due to the lack of space, the car's rear end was eventually grazed, causing the high-speed vehicle to lose control. First, it crashed into a trash can and a curb, and then it rolled 6 times in a row, rolling far away. It fell to the ground, and the bricks stacked by the back seat were also thrown out. This time, the white mare did not leave immediately. Instead, she put away her hooves and stood in place quietly. She looked at the off-road vehicle that was overturned not far away, as if wanting to know the driver's fate inside. For this reason, she even took 2 more steps forward, looking forward to seeing the driver seriously injured, bleeding nonstop, and even dying on the spot. However, when she really walked in front of the wrecked SUV, she was surprised to find that there was no one in the driver's seat. At almost the same time, an arrow that looked quite old flew out from the other side of the street. This arrow completely defied the laws of physics, drawing a strange arc in the air and accurately hitting the white mare's ear. The white mare raised its front hooves, let out a mournful cry, and turned around, trying to escape. However, after being shot, it seemed to have lost its ability to appear and disappear like before. It only ran 2 steps like an ordinary horse, and its body was still swaying. Golden blood flowed down its left ear and dripped on the ground. Unfortunately, it only managed to run a few steps before it was hit by another arrow. The second arrow hit its hind legs, turning it into a cripple. The horse had also become slower. Thus, following the trajectory of the arrow, it finally saw where the enemy was. At this moment, Zhang Heng was standing on the utility pole that the SUV had crashed into. Like a king looking down from the city wall, a pair of shadow wings spread out from his back, the wings that saved Zhang Heng from that tragic accident. After realizing that the Niva was out of control, Zhang Heng decided to abandon the car immediately. He used the shadow wings to cancel out the terrifying impact speed and arrived at where he was standing. However, Zhang Heng did not stand there for long. Seeing that the white horse had lost its movement speed, he flapped his wings again and dived down from the sky. At the same time, he pulled out the hidden scabbard from his waist and cut it down. The sharp blade cut into the back of the white mare's neck without hesitation, like a hot knife stabbing into butter. When both of Zhang Heng's feet landed on the ground, the white mare staggered past him. From the look in its eyes, it seemed that it was still glad that it had escaped this disaster. Even though the white mare did not know how it had miraculously survived that slash, there were indeed no wounds on its body. It continued to run forward, but the humans behind it did not chase after it this time. The horse did not understand why Zhang Heng was so merciful until it ran another 7 or 8 steps, when its head fell off its neck, just like that. Chapter 1197, Meeting Loki Again. Successfully killed 1 Loki avatar. Remaining avatars, 0. Loki's strength has been reduced by 50%. Obtain 20 points. Head to the character interface to view relevant information. Congratulations, all 5 avatars have been killed. Loki's strength has been further reduced by 10%. Additional 200 points have been obtained. Head to the character interface to view relevant information. After Zhang Heng beheaded the white mare, he received 2 more system notifications. The first was expected. Loki's strength had been reduced by half. The second was a hidden reward. After he killed the last avatar, the 200 points would be secondary. At the same time, Loki's strength had been reduced by another 10%. So, in other words, Loki only had 40% of his strength left. He had become unprecedentedly weak. On the other hand, Zhang Heng's body had been affected by the radiation he had absorbed over the past few days, but his condition was not serious at the moment. He still maintained about 90% of his combat strength, and since his shadow wings had been used against the white mare, it would take 24 hours to be used again. In other words, there was no hope for him in the battle after that. Other than that, Zhang Heng was in fair physical and mental condition. Even though he had gone through a few battles earlier, he wasn't injured. Having only used up some of his energy, it took him 2 hours to recover, and he also replenished himself with food and water. After he was fully prepared, Zhang Heng began his final battle journey. Less than 3 hours were left in the 12-hour countdown, but Zhang Heng did not go to the medical center to meet up with the doctor, Master Kuei, and the others. Because the 3 of them were not in good health and Master Kuei had been shot and injured, he could do little to help. In addition, this dungeon was an undeserved disaster for them, and since he inadvertently caught up in Loki's arrangements for Zhang Heng, he did not plan to ask them to join the final battle. Alone, he drove a newly found car on the quiet roads of Pripyat. The system had modified the main mission to restrict Loki's movements to the city. In other words, the god of lies and pranks could not leave Pripyat, and after the 12-hour countdown ended, Loki would be forced to stay in a building in the city. However, Zhang Heng did not want to wait until the 12-hour period was over before looking for Loki. This gave Loki time to choose a location for the final battle and then make arrangements. Although the name of the god of lies and pranks had always been well known, and when Mouse and the others heard that the god behind this dungeon was Loki, their expressions changed drastically. In reality, Loki's battle record was as deceiving as his own. Sure, he could gain an advantage when facing most of his enemies. There was almost no positive description of Loki's battles in the entire Nordic mythology. When facing a powerful opponent, Loki usually lied to deceive the opponent or used tricks to defeat the target. There was only one enemy who indeed died at his hands, and that was his brother, who bore a famous name, Heimdall. Those who had watched Marvel's Thor's series should have some impression of this name. Heimdall was the guard of the Rainbow Bridge, the god of dawn, son of the nine mothers, and the guardian of the gods. His gaze could pierce through the darkness, and whether day or night, he could see everything within 300 miles. Zhang Heng even suspected that the filter lens in his hand was the work of Heimdall. Other than that, Heimdall could also hear the sound of vegetation and hair growing. Completely tireless, and with him guarding the Rainbow Bridge, he would immediately blow his horn and summon the gods once he found traces of giants. Heimdall was Loki's mortal enemy. The two had already formed a grudge before the Twilight of the Gods, and they had perished together during the Twilight of the Gods. It seemed that Loki's combat strength was on the same level as Heimdall, the guardian of the gods. But people who knew the process of the battle didn't think so. Not long after the two exchanged blows, Heimdall seized an opening and chopped off Loki's head, but it unexpectedly bounced back up after falling to the ground. He bit the dagger and stabbed Heimdall in the stomach before both of them died. Although the ending was the same, Loki still relied on his little tricks and risked his life to kill Heimdall. Thus, Zhang Heng estimated that Loki's powers shouldn't be too strong in Nordic mythology. He should be in the lower echelon. In addition, the system had cut the god's strength by 60%, so Zhang Heng wasn't worried about Loki confronting him head-on. On the contrary, he really needed to be wary of the small movements behind Loki's back. If it was not a last resort, Zhang Heng did not want to wait until 12 hours had passed before fighting Loki. This was his plan from the beginning. Therefore, as soon as he recovered his strength, he began to search for Loki's whereabouts. Zhang Heng searched in the direction where Loki had escaped for the last time. Fortunately, although Pripyat was a city recognized by Ukraine, it only had 50,000 people, and it wasn't too large. In addition, after the evacuation, the place was basically deserted, making it more convenient for Zhang Heng to search. However, Zhang Heng still didn't expect to find Loki in less than half an hour. The latter wasn't hiding at all. He brought a sofa out of nowhere and sat in the middle of the road as though waiting for Zhang Heng to arrive. Zhang Heng did not stand on ceremony. He stepped on the accelerator and sent the sofa flying. Unfortunately, Loki, who was on the sofa, snapped his fingers before he was hit and appeared on the other side of the road, his face filled with helplessness. Zhang Heng also stepped on the brake, but he did not turn off the engine. Instead, he shifted into park, pushed open the car door, and got out. Congratulations, player. After a not-so-hard battle, you have cleared all the minions and the 5 mini-bosses of this dungeon. You have come before the great god of lies and pranks, Loki. Tremble, mortal, for points have been increased by 100,000. You can check the relevant information on the character panel. Loki imitated the voice of the system. Isn't that how you put it? You like this game, don't you, Zhang Heng? It was these rounds that turned you into the current you. Oh, by the way, I forgot to congratulate you on winning first place in the Proxy War dungeon. I hope it's not too late to send my blessings. Chapter 1198, Why Me? Zhang Heng ignored Loki's blessings and frowned. What did you do to me? How did you get me into your dungeon? Hey, don't you have a better question? I'm the god of lies and pranks. These things are a piece of cake for me. Loki said proudly while puffing out his chest. Unfortunately for him, Zhang Heng ignored his nonsense and took the pestilence bone bow from his back. Seeing that Zhang Heng was ready to attack again, Loki could only say helplessly, Stop, stop, stop. Even if we're going to attack later, we should at least listen to what the other party has to say first. I'm sitting here waiting for you at the risk of radiation poisoning and getting hit by a car. You're the god of lies and pranks. Is there even a need to listen to a word you say? Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows. I'm the god of lies and pranks, but I'm not always lying. Loki spread his hands. You've also read the Nordic myths, so you should know that I've done some good things in there. Although the Asgardian gods hate me, many have received my favor. It's only because I'm the son of a giant that they've never really treated me as one of their own. This is really a sad story. It's heartbreaking, really. So you drag me into your pocket dimension to tell me about the discrimination the Asgardian gods have shown you and the unfair treatment you've suffered? Zhang Heng asked calmly. I suggest you look for that yellow-haired man on Twitter. He has spent his whole life fighting for the cause of eliminating racial discrimination and has achieved remarkable results. He might be interested in this matter of yours. No, I'm listing these old stories and digging my own wounds for you to see. I just want to tell you that we are actually the same kind of people, Loki said emotionally. The same kind of people who have no one to rely on and are treated as outliers. I don't know who to believe. I don't have a tragic story like yours. My family is very good to me, and I have many friends. Thank you. You only say that because you know nothing about what's going to happen. Loki licked his lips. I know that you don't believe me because of my past reputation. It's okay, you don't have to. You just have to ask yourself. I dare to bet that somewhere in the depths of your heart, you must have also wondered why Kronos could be so good to you. Not only did he choose you to be his agent, but he was also willing to use most of his divine power to make that little cheating device for you. Are you his illegitimate son, or his old lover? Or are you really willing to believe his nonsense about guardian angels? Get to the point. Zhang Heng was unmoved. The point is that Kronos has designs on you, and there are people around you who have designs on you. No matter which side they belong to, they all want something from you. Forgive me for being blunt, but it looks like your situation isn't too good. Brother, when I was in Asgard, everyone didn't like me either, but I've always been the one to plot against others, and very few people have been able to plot against me. So, compared to you, it looks like I was in a better situation. What's your plan then? What? Loki blinked with innocence. You just said that everyone who approaches me has a plan for me. Then you must have a plan for approaching me. Zhang Heng said. Of course. Loki didn't try to deny it. Instead, he admitted it openly. He whistled happily. I'm also one of the people who sneakily approached you. It's just that my purpose is different from others. There's an instinct in my body, and it's this instinct that has led me here. Your instinct is to wreak havoc everywhere? Loki pretended not to hear him and continued. First, I must apologize to you. Your previous guess was right. I did tamper with your body and pulled you into my game. But rest assured that this won't happen again, because even if it's me, it's not without a price. Besides, some guy who hates me seems to have patched up this loophole. And the reason why I chose this way to meet you is to avoid Kronos and prevent that old schemer from playing anytime tricks. I want to have a simple face-to-face chat with you, that's all. If you want, I'll also prepare coffee, beer, tea. Oh, and some cookies I just baked myself. They're very cute. I've got kittens, puppies, and pandas. If you want, you can have a few. As he spoke, Loki pulled out a plate of biscuits from a bag by the side of the road. Zhang Heng didn't reach for it, and asked instead, What do you call this? Do you call this a simple face-to-face conversation? You chose an active ID on the forum that's interested in me. You disguised yourself as the player behind the ID to get close to me. You lowered my guard and stayed by my side. If you really want to talk, you could have revealed your identity when we first entered the dungeon, instead of waiting until our identities were exposed. Not to mention, during this period of time, you even secretly stuffed the graphite from the core of reactor number 4 into the bodies of others. Just before we left for the Pripyat hotel last night, you stuffed a piece of graphite into your travel bag for food, but I threw it away. Loki gave his most innocent look. There's nothing I can do. The main mission of the dungeon is like this. I need to let you absorb as much radiation as possible while you're not carrying it, and you have to find me before your condition deteriorates. This is the rule of the dungeon. Even I can't violate it and reveal my identity to you in advance. Speaking of which, you really are vigilant. I'm already so close to you, and this dungeon is a one-on-one mode, yet you're still on guard against me. I didn't even get the chance to find you. Loki commended. Is that so? But I see that you've quite happily changed the main storyline mission of the dungeon. Zhang Heng mercilessly exposed Loki's lie. Who said that? Didn't I just roll over? I didn't expect that guy to come personally. Loki sighed. And I really never meant you any harm. I just took this rare opportunity to make a keener observation of you. Then what about the incident that happened in the abandoned subway line? Your agent led us to the territory of Gemengard. You want that python to kill me, right? Zhang Heng asked. I admit that the idea is tempting, but the real reason is that I want to see if you can wake my son up. Why me? Zhang Heng's expression changed. Because no one is more suitable to represent the end of the world than you. Loki smiled. Chapter 1199, The New Apocalypse. I represent the apocalypse? Zhang Heng frowned. I'm just a mortal. Why would I have anything to do with the apocalypse? And speaking of the apocalypse, the twilight of the gods should be related to you. The twilight of the gods is only the apocalypse of the Nordic gods. Loki said, I have to admit, from more than 2,000 years ago, that war was quite grand and magnificent. The bards sang about it, and many famous people wrote many beautiful poems to mourn the fall of the gods. They sang about Thor and Odin's battle heroism, the Asgardian god's valor, and indomitable spirit, blah, blah, blah. You can blame me for that, but unfortunately, they're too old. What do you mean? I'm not targeting those older brothers. Really, I quite like some of them. I even collected some of their bones and made some furniture out of them as souvenirs. But with the productivity of that era, the craziest thing you could imagine was a red-haired, bearded, muscular drunkard who hammered from east to west with a big hammer. And what was his mount? 2 goat-drawn chariots, 2 ridiculous and comical goats. Loki repeated, Do you understand what I mean? This was the limit of the imagination of the people at that time. And now, you can pick any person, and he can say 100 cooler and more awesome things than this. You have Ferraris, Long March 5th, and not to mention the Sky Carriers. But we can't blame them. Their material conditions limit their imagination, and those poor guys have done their best. Whether it's the twilight of the gods or the judgment of the apocalypse, all these doomsday stories, these elegant poems, how should I put it? They're like a peerless beauty, unable to resist the erosion of time. They're no longer in line with their once mighty reputation, just like us old things. As Loki spoke, he took out another bottle of champagne from God knew where, uncorked it, and said to Zhang Heng, Want a glass? Zhang Heng shook his head. I need to stay sober before I kill you. I don't plan on drinking. All right, then I'll drink a small glass myself. Leave the rest here. I'll drink it after you kill me. Loki was very reasonable. He poured himself a glass and drank it in one gulp. Then, he raised the glass. Here's to the good old days. Zhang Heng was unmoved. Speaking of which, some of us should thank television, comics, online novels, or more specifically, Marvel, Netflix, Sony. After the reprocessing by modern creators, some of the old stories have come back to life. I happen to be also one of the beneficiaries. Although I want nothing to do with that idiot with the hammer, and by the way, in Nordic mythology, I'm actually Odin's brother, not Thor's, but I guess no one cares about that kind of thing. All in all, I've recovered quite a bit of my strength. It's a good thing. It means that humans are still unable to escape lies and deceit, said Loki. But most of the old gods didn't have a good life. It's not too much to describe them as struggling to survive. In order to recruit a believer, they had to use all their strength. But as I said, few people nowadays would think that a guy riding 2 goats is more handsome than a guy waving money, driving a Lamborghini. In contrast, a group of new gods had risen. They were young and powerful. The god of media, the god of luxury, the god of the second dimension, the god of air conditioning. Sometimes I don't understand humans either. Some of them believe that air conditioning is mankind's greatest invention for summer, and air conditioning saved their lives. Compared to us, the new gods have a more flexible way of absorbing faith. They don't have to pray, they don't have to sacrifice, and they don't even care if their believers have respect for them. This was unimaginable in the past. Those old antiques would punish those blasphemers for some trivial matter, but now, who the fuck would think of the god of air conditioning in the winter, and at the same time, to simplify the ceremony? A lot of old guys have complained to me that the threshold has been lowered. Some time ago, I met a guy on the road. He owns a few websites that everyone likes. One of them is called P Station. His believers are all over the world. They have all kinds of people. He also gains believers in a very crude and violent way. The old gods cannot imagine it at all. All you need to do is to post one of those small videos that he provides online and complete the ritual. He is simply the Einstein of the gods, a complete genius. From the day he was born, his followers have been growing rapidly. Moreover, they are incredibly sticky. Basically, as long as you log on to his website and become his follower, you will never be able to leave him. You will only provide him with endless faith. This thing is even more effective than the most stringent blood oath. However, new gods have their own troubles as well. Most have powerful divine power, but they lost the killing and fighting instinct of the old gods. Take the gods of Asgard as an example. When we were born, we faced all kinds of enemies. We had a mortal enemy, the giant tribe. There was also a civil war between the god tribes. At one point, we were on the verge of extinction. Later, at the dusk of the gods, we really died in battle. We basically never had peace. Every period of time was filled with blood. We fought against strong enemies or each other. If you couldn't fight, you would be killed. However, the new gods in modern society are not like this. Other than a few who have the ability to fight, most of them are the younger brothers that I mentioned above who open websites. They are very good at collecting beliefs, but they do not know how to fight at all. In addition, many old gods think that they only have faith in their eyes and have abandoned the dignity and honor that a god should have. Moreover, their various actions have seriously disrupted the market, so many old gods view them as a cancer in the industry. But just as I said before, there are some unusual creatures among the new gods. I have to say that humans have never let me down on the road of courting death. This time, they have actually played a new trick on me, fear. It has always been the most primitive and purest human instinct. They have also developed many forms of entertainment to deal with fear, but most of them are just small things until they set their sights on the apocalypse. As I have said, whether it is the apocalypse or the twilight of the gods, they are all antiques that cannot keep up with the trend of the times. Humans have long lost their fear of the inferno painted by the pathetic imagination of their predecessors. They want to create new fears, thus, the exciting and magnificent new apocalypse of the 21st century. Chapter 1200, Good News. Have you noticed the problem? Loki asked. Let's summarize all we know so far. The old gods were competitive and brave, and their combat techniques were outstanding, but they were too old. Even the god of time himself could not resist the erosion of time. The new gods were very powerful, and their methods of gaining faith were flexible and varied. But deep down, they were like a group of hippies from the new era. Don't expect them to go to the battlefield. Then, with a pat on the head, the humans created another guy, giving him something that other new gods didn't have. Not only did he have the genes to kill, but also the seeds to destroy. Imagine this new guy feeding on fear, spreading crazily through the new media and the internet, like a virus replicating itself. His way of collecting beliefs was as flexible as a new god. He didn't even need to show up, and you didn't even need to know his name. He was just lurking in the movies and novels you saw, playing games. When you felt fear, congratulations, you had become his follower, providing him with endless nourishment. His original creator even considered that as time passed, his creation might return to the old ways of the old gods and fall behind the times, so he used a lot of white space in his depiction. Such things are like creating an engine, but you didn't set a speed limit. So what you need to do next is to step on the accelerator hard and let the speed continue to increase. Soon you will experience the feeling of being as fast as lightning. If someone was willing to step on the brakes at this time, they might be able to avoid the tragedy of the car being destroyed. Unfortunately, after a period of time, when people noticed the excellent performance of the car, no one wanted it to stop. Instead, everyone wanted to sit on it and step on the accelerator. This is the tragedy of the internet era. When a hot topic appears, people will spontaneously chase after it and hype it up. However, these people do not actually know the consequences of their actions. The thing they worship and feed is an unprecedented monster. This is different from the ancient gods and the new gods. Moreover, the most terrible thing is that its original creator gave it the attribute of destruction. Of course, in most people's minds, they were just having fun with this. It's like an unconscious collective carnival, but unfortunately, the guy at the center of the carnival doesn't think so. He's still faithfully fulfilling his mission to bring an unprecedented apocalypse to this world that many have been looking forward to. With every increase in its power, we will be one step closer to this predetermined ending. After saying that, Loki took another sip of champagne, a hint of tipsiness materializing on his face. Unfortunately, Zhang Hong, who sat across him, did not react much after hearing that. He only said lightly, "Good story. If you don't go to Qijian to start serialization, it will be the loss to all the readers." You think I'm lying to you? I don't know, and I don't care. At this stage, my mission is to kill you and complete the main mission of this dungeon. We'll talk about the rest later. Zhang Heng said as he pulled out Paris' arrow from the quiver behind him and knocked it on the bowstring. At least on the surface, Rocky could not tell that Zhang Heng's emotions had changed because of what he had just said. TSK, I almost forgot. You don't have much feeling left, do you? Loki did not panic when Zhang Heng pointed his bow at him. Instead, he rubbed his chin with interest. Don't you want to know what will happen when you lose all your feelings? I actually have some good news for you. Zhang Heng did not answer Loki's question. Instead, he said, even if there is a new apocalypse, you don't have to worry because you won't be around then. I'm glad that your sense of humor is still intact. Loki's eyes flashed. Otherwise, I might not like you as much as I do. Before he could finish, Zhang Heng released the bowstring, and Paris' arrow shot toward Loki. Zhang Heng aimed at Rocky's heart, but the arrow drew an arc halfway through, turning toward Loki's neck. In the end, the god of lies and pranks just stood there calmly, not moving at all. It wasn't until Paris' arrow flew in front of him and was about to pierce his neck that he smiled and suddenly stretched out his hand, catching the flying arrow aiming at him. Paris' arrow, grade D. It's used to hit the target's weakness after leaving the bowstring. It's a very useful small item. Many people are confused by its grade, but if used well, it's not inferior to a top-tier C-grade item. However, it also has a weakness. Although it has its own weakness to aim at, its lethality is no different from an ordinary arrow. Loki said unhurriedly. Also, do you like what I just did? This is something I learned from the Avengers. Zhang Heng didn't answer because he had already taken out a new arrow from his quiver. This time, he shot out 4 arrows in one shot, each one with an interval so short it was as if they were connected. At the same time, there was a slight change in the angle. It enveloped Loki's body, giving him no room to escape. Good archery. Loki praised. This time, he didn't dare to use his hands to receive it. He snapped his fingers and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing behind Zhang Heng. However, before he could say a few more dirty words, his expression suddenly changed. It was because Zhang Heng had already turned around, as though he had been waiting there in advance, pointing his bow and arrow at him. Then, arrows rained down. Did he predict the direction of his teleportation? Loki was also amazed by Zhang Heng's sense of smell on the battlefield. This time, he was almost hit by the arrow before he could snap his fingers. Fortunately, at the last moment, he snapped his fingers and moved his body to dodge the arrow. However, the embarrassing scene reminded him of some bad memories. Previously at the Pripyat Hotel, he was forced to roll around like a marble after Zhang Heng exposed his identity. This time, he finally gained some face. However, even if he grabbed Paris' arrow with one hand, he still did not dare to be careless, even if Zhang Heng only shot him with the ordinary arrows he got from the shop. But Loki recognized the bow in Zhang Heng's hand, the pestilence bone bow, belonging to the White Horse Knight, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. This B-grade bone bow was also a reminder of the fate of the White Horse Knight. If he didn't want to go in the direction of Pestilence's fate, he needed to keep his spirits up at all times.